Speakers making headlines for the wrong reason. NBC6 reporter Kim Wynn is live in Miami Beach tonight with more on the arrest of the man known as Brother Polight. Kim.
Yeah, well, Jawan, the suspect surrendered here at the Miami Beach Police Department earlier this week. Police charged him with sexual battery of a 14-year-old girl. We did speak with his lawyer earlier tonight, who says that these charges are false. This is the mugshot of 37-year-old Michael Nowak Jr., also known as Brother Polight, to his more than 300,000 Instagram followers. Miami Beach police arrested Nowak this week for alleged sexual battery of a 14-year-old girl in a hotel room in February. Police say the alleged victim was the daughter of a woman he was romantically linked to. Defense attorney David Terrace says his client is innocent.
Once the evidence is produced, that he is going to be exonerated. So yeah, not guilty, nothing else.
According to the police report, Nowak, a motivational speaker and author who lives in LA, asked the woman if he could take her daughter to an after party at a club in Miami. The report states Nowak took the teen to his hotel after seeing that the club was closed. Police say the suspect gave the teen alcohol and started dancing and touching the teen inappropriately, groping her breast, inner thighs, and buttocks. It goes on to say Nowak tried to force the teen to perform oral sex on him.
Like the idea of having a webinar for your business, but hate the idea of putting one together? I want to invite you to take.
The teen allegedly passed out and woke up to Nowak trying to make her throw up.
These are serious allegations, but in any situation, there is always motive. There is always a lot behind the scenes that the public is not going to be able to see.
The report states that the girl's mother found her intoxicated and possibly on drugs, with severe swelling on her mouth and lips. It later states Nowak told the mother not to call police because it would ruin his career. Nowak was served with a DNA warrant in June and surrendered to police on Monday. Terrace says the police report is only an allegation. And Nowak claims to have written more than 90 books. In an interview, he also claims to have several wives. For now, we're reporting live in Miami Beach. Kim Wynn, NBC6 News.
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side damage shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man, shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead ops. They ever cross the line? The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, family, we back. We back. Let me turn off, brother Eric. Got a little bug in here, something. We back, family. We back. Let me pull brother Eric down. All right, y'all. We back. That was brother Eric, of course. 16 to Life, better known as 16 to Life. You can go and check his music out. You can go check him out over at the YouTube page, 16 to Life. And brother's got some very interesting stories over there. Good dude, man. Brother Eric's a good dude, man. His channel is blowing up, man. He's got a lot of funny stories about being in prison. Brother Eric, did 24 years out here in California in the penal system, man. And, he's a good dude. Gave us that music to use for the opening, and shout out to him. And when I asked him, I said, hey, bro, why is the music so, gangsterish? He said, Clarence, it's not really gangsterish. He said, it's just talking about the struggles of somebody that is having the struggles of whether they should relapse or not, whether they should go back to the old way of life, or should they continue on their path because it got a little hard, but should they just go, and so it's just talking about that. And then I thought about it, I said, everybody can relate to that, man. Everybody can relate to that situation. So why not use it? And he said, hey, yeah, you guys can use it, so I don't have no copyright claim to it, but definitely he said we could use the music. So shout out to Eric, man. Appreciate you on that, brother. Go over there and check him out on YouTube, the YouTube page, 16 to Life. All right, that's brother Eric. All right, y'all. Y'all know what we're here for. We're here to find out if Brother Polight took the plea deal. If he's going to take the plea deal. What's happening with Brother Polight, right? Oh, Clarence, you hate Polight. See, you one of the haters. I don't hate Polight. I don't even know Polight, man. I know of what I have heard of him, but I don't know this brother, man. I don't know, him personally. To hate him, to be like, oh, I hate him. I got this planned to, to overtake him. And for what? Polight was getting money. I had no problem with him getting money. And as long as it was legitimate. When I heard he was scamming people, I said, oh man, that's bad. But I never, when he first started, I was with it, man. He was talking about, like I said, they always start with a good message. That's how they get you. That's how they get that hook in your mouth. They start you with a good message. Hey, I'm trying to build a black community. I'm trying to show black men how to be in their families, right? That was Polight's message at first. Hey, I'm building all of this stuff for my family, for my wives, for my daughters, for my children. So that was the message at first, right? I was with that, right? It sounded good, right? Even had an organization, New Covenant, right? New Covenant, that was his company or organization or whatever, right? Where he was selling the books on how to do all these different things. Now, my problem is that, unfortunately, man, the status correction information, which I think that's how he made the bulk of his money, was selling those status correction kits. Unfortunately, that was misinformation. Unfortunately. And, but he made a lot of money on that. And so the people thought, just because you can go down to the county recorder and record this stuff, that doesn't make it enforceable. They'll let you record whatever you want to record. You can handwrite a note and go down to the county recorder and record it. They're not going to stop you from recording it. They're going to take your money. It's just when you start trying to enforce it, that's when you're going to have the issues, right? And unfortunately, I think a lot of that information on the status correction situation was outdated information, and is unenforceable. Sounds good. Makes sense. Very logical. But what good is it if it's unenforceable? If you can't enforce it, it's like I told y'all before, man. There's nothing in the Constitution or in the IRS code that says you must pay federal income taxes. You have to pay federal income tax. There's nothing that says that's a mandatory tax that you have to pay, right? There's no law that says you have to pay mandatory income tax, but try not to pay it. Can you enforce that? Try not to pay it. See what's going to happen to you. Ask Lauryn Hill what's going to happen to you. Ask Woody Harrelson what's going to happen to you. Ask what's the brother? Wesley Snipes. Ask you can't ask him no more, but you can't ask Red Fox. You know what I'm saying? Ask these people what happened to you when you try not to pay the federal income tax. They're coming to get you. And anybody the IRS powers are so sweeping, anybody that tries to help you, they're not only attached to your bank account, they will seize the other person's bank account. They call you a conspiracy and seize that person's bank account. You ain't going to win against the IRS, man. IRS feeds the dragon, so you're not going to win. You're not going to win against them, right? But that's something that's just an example of something that's unwritten, but if you don't do it, you can't enforce the fact that it's unwritten, right? They'll call you a communist, right? I mean, they got so many different ways to plug you if you try not to pay that federal income tax, right? Well, likewise, man, with this other stuff, you can go ahead and I'm a sovereign citizen. I'm from another country and all that. You can try it, but I haven't seen it work in court. Anyway, likewise, Polight was selling these kits, and of course, the people were able to go down to the courthouse and record all this stuff. But when they came up against the police, or they came up against the judicial system, they were just getting clobbered out there, right? So he's like, "Hey, man, Polight, what you do?" But Polight kept still. And then finally, Polight stopped sending. That people were sending money, allegedly. People were sending the money and not even getting the course no more. So I mean, it had gotten bad for brother. But we're gonna get into here to finish up with him. But guys, it's the Sunday show, and on the Sunday show we do the hit parade, we do the Saving the Black Family, and then we do the Black History Minute. So we're gonna take time to do that real quick, and then we're gonna get into Polight. So first thing first, though, let's do the hit parade, man. This is an ugly one, man. This is really an ugly one. Let's see. Yeah, man. What is wrong with these dudes, man? They're on some other stuff, man. And I'm like, what the heck? Okay, let's see. Where are we at? Oh, here we go. It's terrible, man. It's terribly. Okay. Let's play this one.
Tonight about the investigation into the Rochester firefighter arrested on several child pornography charges. Jackie DePere joining us now with these new details. Jackie.
That's right, Don. Good evening. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, nearly 1,400 messages and 121 videos of child pornography have been recovered from Rochester firefighter Brett Marapese's cell phone. Some of those images and videos allegedly depict the violent sexual abuse of children as young as toddlers. In 2016 and 2021, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received a tip that a person in Rochester was uploading suspected child pornography. According to court documents, police investigated and found the IP addresses were associated with the Rochester Fire Department.
When we start talking about IP addresses, that kind of gets us in the neighborhood. Sometimes it'll bring us right back to a house, which is great. Then we can use that information to obtain search warrants and seize electronics and things of that nature.
The New York State Police interviewed employees with access to RFD's on-site internet service in both 2016 and 2021, including Brett Marapese. Both times he denied.
I'm sorry, y'all. Before I do this, man, before I get into this, I gotta check everybody in, man. I'm sorry, man. I forgot. I'm trying to hustle up so I can get to this Polight thing. Let's check everybody in. OG Patrice is checked in the building. Shout out to OG Patrice in the building. She's the one that said, Clarence, man, we gotta do this Polight thing. Clarence. I said, okay, let's do it. And so Patrice sent me a lot of stuff, man. A lot of stuff, right? But then every now and then she'll say, no, Clarence, we got to do this one. So she sent me this thing. She said, hey, man, let's do this thing on Polight. I said, okay. But shout out to OG Patrice, man. She'll be up here in a little while. Let's see. Who else is in the building? Quantum. Quantum is in the building. Shout out to Quantum, man. Quantum is one of them people that, she goes around making sure that the integrity of us YouTubers is we maintain an integrity, man. So shout out to Quantum, man. Very important. We got to have her out here, man. Shout out to you. Quantum. Quantum said, let's rock, bro. See, we get ready to do it. Quantum. Risa Neal is in the building, man. Our resident sniper. Shout out to you. I was getting ready to send the army out looking for you, Risa. We was like, anybody seen Risa? What's going on with her? I said, but now when Risa's in the house, so now everything's good, man. Everybody's okay. We were gonna send somebody looking for you, Risa. Man, shout out to Risa Neal. Glad to have you in the building. You gotta have your enforcer in the building, man, so that you can take care of business, man. You can have somebody that's willing to, shoot first and ask questions later on the trolls, right? Shout out to Risa Neal. Glad to see you in the building, sis. Glad to see you. Who else in the building? Sister Annie. Excuse me. Y'all talking about the word? I'm coming up there. Bro, Clarence, I'm coming up there. All right. Shout out to Sister Annie. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Always watching me on the porch. Clarence, you better stay off there. You better stay on that porch, Clarence. I'm trying, Sister Annie. I'm trying. I almost went off the porch yesterday and got on Arshawn's channel. I almost did, but I said, nah, I better not. Plus, he's about to close up. I said, nah, I'm not gonna keep him another hour up here because I had a couple questions for him. But Shout out to Arshawn. Shout out to Quickly Drinking, by the way. Who else is in the building, man? Shout out to Von Bryant's in the building. Shout out to Von Bryant, the Rainmaker. Shout out to Von Bryant in the house, man. Shout out to Von Bryant. Good brother. Good brother. Glad to see you in the building, my brother. Who else is in the building? Who else wants to check in? I think that's everybody who wants to be checked in, y'all. Everybody else is in the bushes, and that's cool, man. That's cool. You can be in the bushes. All right, y'all. Let me finish. I just wanted to check everybody in, man. Since then, he said, everybody, please hit the like button if you could. I appreciate it if you could. You know what I'm saying? If you judge. If you like what you hearing, if you like the way we do things around here, hit the like button, man. You know what I'm saying? And if not, I understand. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to, force you to hit the like button. If you feel that this content is worthy of the like button, right? All right, let's get back to this. This is a Rochester firefighter who got caught with child porn on the computer. So we got caught with child porn on the computer. So I'm not laughing. I'm laughing at Sister Eddie. But let's see what's going on with this Rochester firefighter that caught with the child porn.
Ever viewing child pornography. Then, in March 2023, the Irondequoit Police Department received a report from the father of a 13-year-old girl. According to court paperwork, that father believed an adult was persuading his daughter to produce and send him child pornography.
Once they get them to produce, so they'll groom them along the way, get them walking down that road. Once they have those initial photographs, and then they'll try to pressure them to produce additional videos, and they'll kind of ratchet up in terms of the severity of the videos.
Eventually, investigators say they linked that Snapchat account to Marapee's. On June 13th, search warrants were executed at Marapee's home and the Rochester Fire Department. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, Marapee's phones contained evidence involving the production of child pornography and sexual abuse of children, some as young as toddlers.
Every time that picture is seen, that child is violated, that child is victimized again and again.
The U.S. Attorney's Office says they believe Marapee's communicated with more than 100 girls between the ages of 12 and 16. Anyone with information regarding Marapee's or his social media profiles is asked to contact the FBI tip line at 585-279-0085.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Now, you're probably saying to yourself, why would a firefighter, good job, good career, why would he be involved in child porn? Who knows? They sick. They're sick, man. Same thing we asking ourselves about Polight. Why would you take a 14-year-old girl anywhere? I wouldn't take a 14-year-old girl nowhere, especially if she wasn't my daughter. My daughter, maybe. My daughter, I might give myself a little leeway with my own daughter, my own blood-related daughter, my biological daughter. I may take her someplace. I may, you know what I'm saying? I would make an exception in that case. But somebody else's daughter, I'm not taking your daughter, no. By myself? No. Your daughter's with my daughter? Okay, that's a different story. Hey, Clarence, can you take my daughter, to the after party? Nope. Get her an Uber. I won't be that guy. But Clarence, that's weird. You don't want to take my daughter nowhere? No, that's weird that you want me to take her by myself. I know you probably do trust me, and and nothing would never happen, but that's not the point. I don't even want the appearance of something weird, the possibility of a weird story coming out of it, right? No, we're not doing that. That's why I don't get why Polight would even have done something stupid like that. But that's obviously he didn't have a father in his life. And he said that himself. He didn't have a father in his life to show him that some shit is just weird. Some shit is just, you got to just say, no, I'm not doing that. Right? I'm seeing this woman and I'm seeing this woman and Okay, emergency pop up. Can you run my daughter here or there? Okay. Maybe an emergency pop up. But I'm not going to do that on the regular. No. And I don't even really want to do it. Be honest, I'm going to be trying to find every way out of that situation, man. Shout out to Big Rick Slaps in the building. Shout out to Big Rick Slaps. Yeah, man. Yeah, Patrice, it's becoming rampant. It's you know what it is? It's not that it's rampant. It already was rampant. It's just been reported more because people are believing these little girls and little boys more. See, before it was like people like the people that support Polight. You know, they say, well, the girl shouldn't have been there, right? Of course, the girl shouldn't have been there, right? She thinking she's in a safe situation with this man that's dating her mother. She thought she was in a safe situation. But see, that's hood thinking. That's hood thinking. You can't listen, man. Listen. We as men, forget women. We as men, we gotta stop putting ourselves in situations where just weird shit can come up. We got to just stop doing it. I remember back in the day, man, when I used to go visit my people in Texas, the older men was never with the little kids. Never. They was never with them little kids. Oh, go with so-and-so. I mean, alone. They was never alone with them, right? Why? Because it's always, you know what? It's just the fact that some bullshit could come up. You don't want that. Not that you would do anything, but you don't know, man. These little kids, unfortunately, some of them are in such bad situations, they could lie and say, oh, well, you know, my uncle did this, my pawpaw did that, whatever, just to get attention, right? Even if you didn't do it. But what if you did? What if something did happen? You don't want to put somebody in a position where something like that could happen. So I'm saying to you ladies out there, man, you got a child that's under the age of like 13, man, you know, they can't come in and express to you, hey, this happened to me. You got like children, like prepubescent children. Do not put no man that you don't really know around that kind of man. And even a man you do know around them, because you never know. You never know. Clarence, no, I know. My man is a good man. He is. He probably is a good man. But you never know, man. Why put him in a situation that he don't need to be in? Not that he gonna get tempted to do nothing like that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is mistakes happen, misunderstandings happen, right? You can be talking to a kid, you say something, kid take it the wrong way. Next thing you know, hey, Papa, my uncle was trying to say this to me, and I think he was trying to do this. You never know, man. You might say something innocent to a kid. You don't know, man. Some of these kids have been molested and traumatized. You don't know. Especially little girls, man. There's a statistic flying around out there that says 3 out of 4 black women will have some type of sexual misconduct happen to them. That's 75% of black women can expect some type of sexual misconduct to occur in their lifetime, at least once in their lifetime. But if we talk to most black women, they've seen it at least multiple times, right? Most black women that have been, you know, among the community, yeah. Because a lot of these men are crazy out here, man. They crazy. They possessed. They're demon possessed. And when they demon possessed, they're impulsive. They can't think. They can't rationalize. Right? I had a friend who was telling me yesterday about a friend of ours getting a divorce. He said, remember this dude used to go to dojo with us? I said, yeah, man. He said, yeah, man, he get a divorce. I saw him at the post office. He get a divorce. I said, a divorce? He said, yeah, man, he get a divorce. I said, man, I thought that thing was on smooth sailing. I thought that thing was, his thing was good. Nah, man, he got a divorce. He get a divorce. He said he's trying to do everything he can to save his retirement, but she's going at his retirement hard. And I said, but is she working? He said, yeah, but she make less than him, so she going after his retirement. I said, check this out. He said, oh no. So he was telling me after that, he said, I'm trying to tell him to tell her that she ain't gonna get what she thinks she gonna get. She thinks she gonna get a lot out of his retirement. She ain't gonna get a lot. I said, I know, brother, but that's what you can say to somebody who's rational. A lot of these women that do these divorces, they're not rational. You're not talking to a rational person. He said, what you mean? I said, man, listen, some of these women, man, they will burn the whole village down. They don't care. They don't care. And even their house that they sleeping in. And you could say to them, but if you burn the village down, you're going to burn your house too. I don't care. I just want to see the flames at his house. I said, she just wants to see the flames at his house. She don't care nothing about her situation, whatever the kids, none of that. She just want to see the flames burning. And that's how crazy some of us get. We just want to see the flames. We don't care about burning our own house down too. Your house in the village too. You're gonna burn it down too. They don't care. See, that's why we gotta think, y'all. We gotta think, because just like the lady that got, unfortunately, her son murked the dude in the chicken shack in Chicago, right? You got to recognize when you're not talking to a rational person, right? Is there a rational person that's going to want to fist fight you in a chicken shack over what could he possibly want to fist fight you over? Right? I mean, what's a possible reason would you want to fight somebody in a chicken shack? It's just nothing, unless you just, attack somebody, but you didn't assault them or nothing. You didn't steal their wallet or nothing. Why would they want to attack you? So you gotta see now, y'all. We at the point now. This is why I do the hit parade. We at the point now, man. We gotta recognize when we're not dealing when we dealing with unstable people, right? Because they look normal. They got a nice car. They got clothes. They got a place to live. They got people trying to take care of them. Because there's some people out there that know they unstable. So they're giving them a place to live, giving them a place to, sleep and play. Some people, their mama, their family members, they trying to take care of them, right? They may even got a wife that's taking care of them. And in everyday situation, they do well at work. They do well at certain things, but they might have something that may trigger them, and they just go bananas, right? We got to recognize when we see these people, because that way we could avoid them. There's nothing you can do to help them if you're not a licensed therapist. You can't help this person. Only thing you can do is make sure you're going to be safe by avoiding them, right? When you walk in, right? One day I was taking my family into a store. This is when all of these armored trucks was being robbed, right? And usually it's one dude go out the armored truck and go into, so I'm taking my family into the supermarket, and they had 3 dudes get out of the car. Usually it's one. They had 3 dudes get out of the car. One dude had a gun in each pocket hanging out. He had 3 guns. He had one gun in the front pocket, one gun in the back pocket, and one gun in the other front pocket. I said, I'm walking towards the store with my family. I think my boys I had all my boys with me. They was probably, 8, 9, 10, somewhere in there, right? I turned them around. I said, man, we're not going in there. I'm not going in there. I don't know how tightly wrapped these people are, and they walk around with guns, open guns that you could see. Anybody could run up on them and snatch them out of their pockets. Nah, let's turn around, y'all. Shout out to Don Frank, man. Shout out to Don Frank, my Caucasian sister. Shout out to Don Frank, man. Good to have you in the building, sis. Shout out to you. Who else? Well, let me see what's because some of y'all making some comments here. Hold on, man. Let me get to the comments, and then I got to move on, y'all. Quantum says so. Possession is like mental illness. If that's that's why the mind is the battlefield. Delivered. It was starting. There you go. Remember they talk about the battle in the sky, Quantum? That's the battle. This is the sky. Your brain. It's unlimited potential there. It's basically the sky, right? Unlimited, right? That's where the battle is for your brain, right? The devil don't want your stuff. He wants your mind. Because with your mind, he could get you to mislead somebody else. And that's how it grows, just like a bad Ponzi scheme, right? He can get you to mislead somebody else, right? So he wants your mind. People say, well, he's taking a plea deal, so a lot of info will not come out. There you go, Big Riggs. That's my point about Polight. We're talking about Polight right now. That's my point. He's got no choice but to take a plea deal. I'm gonna play him. You guys heard in the beginning of the show. I might play it again, where his lawyer said, "Oh well, he's gonna be exonerated." He's going to be exonerated. You will see the facts are going to come out, right? Same thing they said, Dr. York's trial. The facts are going to come out. The facts are going to come out, and then you'll see that he'll be exonerated. That all these people are lying, right? All of these 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 people that are coming up and saying Dr. York did this to them, they're lying, right? The FBI is making them lie, right? They promising them a big cash payday, right? Many of them people still living hard, right? It wasn't no big cash payday for nobody. Well, it's the same thing in Polight situation, right? Oh, they lying on me. They lying. She's gonna be exonerated. When the facts come out, it's gonna be exonerated. The facts aren't coming out, and he won't be exonerated. Let me tell you, the facts aren't coming out, and he won't be exonerated. Not at all. As a matter of fact, you 100% right, Big Riggs. If he has any small piece of a brain in his head, he better take this plea deal, because if he goes to trial and they sit that little girl on the stand and they say, how did you feel when you realized that you had semen on your clothes? Good night. Polight might not even make it out of the court building, right? His lawyer probably said, hey, bro, do you want that scene to be flying all over the internet? I don't think you do. I don't think you do. So let's go ahead and plead out. I'll try to get as the lesser of charges I can. Gonna be hard to do with the semen on this baby's clothes. The semen on the baby's face. That's gonna be hard. You put me in a bad situation here. That's going. I mean, they got a DNA warrant for you. That is not, and you get arrested afterwards. That is not good. That doesn't say the DNA don't match. It's inconclusive. That says something was a match, my man. Something was a match. So, but remember, in the beginning, I'll play it again, where his lawyer says, the facts are going to come out and he's going to be exonerated. Okay. All right. Big Rick say another mistake he made was whack 100. Now he for sure got a green light on himself, and these cats don't play when it comes to that type of stuff. Yeah, not in the jailhouse, man. A lot of them guys been through that situation, man, and they don't play that stuff, man. Patrice said, I'm not going to use mental illness as an excuse for a lot of these situations, bro, Clarence. Some people are just mean, evil, twisted, demonic. Let's call a spade a spade. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Patrice. They just possessed, man. You know what I'm saying? And if you ever been in that situation, some of y'all lucky enough to never been there. I've been there. And God saved me, man, pulled me up out of it. But so if you ever been possessed, you know, you don't know you possessed, right? You look at everybody else as strange, right? And you don't know you possessed, right? You just like, man, I'm good. I'm good. You walking around like I'm good, right? Anyway, y'all, I said all this to say that we got to be careful. We got to be careful who we accept in our lives and who we accept in our circle. We got to be careful who we put around our children. That's an extra layer of protection we got to have when people that we bring around our children, man. You got to watch these men that's so eager to meet your children. Hey, I want to meet your children. I want to meet your daughter. You got a little daughter? Oh, she's only 8 years old? Yeah, I want to meet her. You know, you got to be careful about that, right? I mean, if you're going out with somebody and you've been going out with them for about 2 years or something, of course they're going to say, well, damn, I want to meet your family at some point, right? But when they got this weird little eagerness to meet your little kids, that is what we call a red flag, y'all. Anyway, why do you keep doing the hit parade, Clarence? Because I want y'all to see that these creepos is out here and they got good jobs. They got good jobs, right? They working at banks. They police officers. They fire department officers. I had another story I was going to do about these officers that was, I mean, it's bad. These officers that had these immigrants in Chicago, man. They got one of these immigrant girls pregnant. I'm not, I ain't got no reason to lie to you, man. One of these officers in Chicago that was dealing with these immigrant women got one of these little girls pregnant. I should have did that story, man. I was trying to pull it up, but I didn't have enough time to actually look it up and pull it up all the way. But man, it's an ugly situation. But they everywhere. That's why I said, just because somebody got a badge on or a certificate or a degree or a diploma, that don't mean they exempt from being crazy. They exempt from being possessed, in my opinion. In my opinion. Sister Annie said, right, Brother Clarence. And what if he's responsible for bringing all men with the difference? I mean, come on, man. Sister Annie, there ain't no way out of that situation. There's nothing you're going to explain. They're going to sit an expert. They'll sit an expert right there on the panel, and they'll say, Mr. Expert, Mr. or Mrs. Expert, can you explain any other way outside of ejaculation that this semen got on this baby's clothes and got on her face? No, Your Honor. Okay, you can step down. Then they're gonna sit the baby up there, and the baby gets up there and it says, "I was so scared, I was so frightened, I didn't know what to do." Right? Because the chomo doesn't understand. In his mind, this is a normal situation. Why should you be scared? I'm not going to hurt you. That's what the chomo's thinking. Like, what's the problem? The kid is like, I don't know what the hell is going to happen here. I don't know what's going on. What do I do now? So the kid goes into survival mode. Let me just shut up, be compliant, and get the hell up out of here. Because now I'm just trying to go home. Right? And the chomo sees that as compliance, and that turns the chomo on, right? To compliance. But the kid is just trying to get the hell up out of there. There's no way he's going to be able to explain that. No way. No way. If he's got half a brain in his head, he better take this plea. He better take this plea. Let's see. Big Rick said they want to meet the kids on week 2. No. You don't let the man meet the kids until you had a couple of different serious conversations. You got to have some serious conversations. And one of the conversations you got to have is, what is your take on disciplining children? You got to have that conversation with a dude that's going to be coming into your children's lives, because he may be asked to discipline them at some point, right? So you got to have all these conversations first. And then when you get the kind of answers that you're looking for, then maybe you proceed forward and say, okay. Because there's nothing wrong with a man wanting to meet your family. There's nothing wrong with that. But listen, y'all, I'm talking about a weird way to do it. It's like, oh, you got an 8-year-old girl? Oh, I need to meet her. I bet she's so cute. You got any pictures of her? And you see, and it's kind of weird like that. You know what I'm saying? A normal dude's gonna be like, oh, okay, you got kids, okay, yeah, whenever you're ready for me to meet them, I'm ready. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready. I think our relationship at a point where, I can meet them, That's normal. But, oh, you got an 8-year-old boy? Oh, you got any pictures? I know that he's so handsome. I just know it. I mean, it's just really weird. Y'all, let me tell y'all something, man. When you get that weird feeling in your stomach about something, that's usually because that's telling you that something's wrong. The vibration of the other person is not right? Because we're all vibrating. Right? And so, but at different, when we're feeling different emotions, we're going to vibrate at different frequencies. But it still should be within a certain range, right? That we vibrate on. But when you see somebody vibrating outside of the normal range of frequency, you know something's wrong. This person's angry. This person's sad. This person has this going on. But when weird people, when they have that weird energy, you may not see a emotion with that vibration. You might just see them just because they know how to hide those emotions, because they've been hiding this stuff for so long. We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it when we get to Polight. We'll talk about this stuff later. Okay, y'all, let's move on. Okay, now we got to talk about saving the black family, right? Does that mean we have an issue with the white family? No, we don't have an issue with the white family. Hey, man, power to the white family, right? We just trying to save the black family, right? Try to bring everybody into equilibrium, right? Where everybody's doing well, right? So we're going to assist it. Now, I always preface by saying, I agree with most of what Sister Shahrazad Ali said. We have some fundamental Islamic differences, and we have some fundamental Nation of Islam differences, and then we have some fundamental differences on how dealing with black men and black women. But for the most part, I agree with most of what she says. I'm not with the whole being violent with women. That's to get your point across. I'm really not. I don't think you should be violent with anyone except for you trying to defend yourself, right? But let me move on. But I can't appreciate the sister's position on trying to save the black family. I definitely appreciate that. So we're gonna listen to a little bit of Shahrazad Ali on how feminism destroyed the black family.
Black woman's disrespect and rebellion against the leadership and the authority of the black man is a direct cause of the breakdown in our black family structure. Now, of course, there are many black people who consider those fighting words, because as black women, we have never been subject to the kind of examination that our men have been subject to since we have been here. We have been somewhat protected and shielded from any kind of critiquing about our personal behavior. whereas our men have always been up for examination. The book is not an attack on Black women. I have never said that all Black women do everything that I list in my book. None of us have lived long enough to do everything that I list in the book, but most of us do some of the things that I've listed in my book. And I do say that it is not because of generalizations that we are all victimized by some of the negative patterns of behavior in the book, but the book just represents our collective contribution. This is some of everything that we have done or that we do daily that contributes to the breakup of our relationship, the destruction of our man, and the failure of our children to be able to function. They did not tell us that all of that being my own person and I'm independent would lead to separation, loneliness, celibacy, and lesbianism. They didn't tell us that if you give up the man, you're going to take one of these things and it's worse and it will destroy your nation. They didn't give us that information. They made us think that it was some kind of glorified position to brag about the fact that I got my own job, my own credit card, my own car, so I don't need no man. I don't even know how we got that mixed up. Ain't none of that got nothing to do with being with no man. We have some serious relationship problems that nobody has been able to address us on because everybody wants to pretend that this is not going on. Over 60% of our women are single, widowed, separated, or divorced. They don't have a man. I just came out of Florida and they got a housing complex that the Urban League built, which is a Black organization that is for women and children only. They say they don't allow any men in there. I didn't have time to deal with it, but I talked about them real bad. That's the
All right, y'all. I think I played this one before. It has a different name on it, but I think I played this one before. But shout out to her. Good sister, man. Good-hearted sister, man. Like I said, I just have disagreement with her on a couple of different things, but basically, I think she's a good-hearted sister. Heart's in the right place. You know what I mean, and she's trying to make some good things happen. You know what I mean? We disagree structurally on a few things, but I definitely share her heart is in the right place, trying to put the Black family back together, right? So how can I be mad at that? How can you be mad at that, man? You know what I'm saying? So, and I don't Clarence, you have a problem with her? I don't have no problem with her. I just disagree with her on something. I disagree with my wife sometimes, right? I just disagree with her on some structural things. That's all. Yeah, like you said, Quantum, she's fire. She's fire. You know what I'm saying? So, but other than that, hey, I don't have no problem with her. As a person, I hate her. I hate her. I don't hate her. I don't hate the sister. All right, so that was my bad. I was trying to get this thing together real quick, and I picked the wrong video. So we're gonna come back. Rob Watkins said, "Where do you disagree? Still, are you still? Are you reading the book? Where do I disagree? Well, one of the things I disagree with her, Brother Watkins, is and shout out to Brother Watkins, glad to have you in the building, brother. And I ain't forgot that fish dinner, man. One of the things I disagree with her on is the using the threat of violence against your woman to motivate her to listen. Being violent with your woman to the open hand slap or whatever, saying, hey, that's her giving that her blessing on that. I in particular don't agree with that. I think if I don't agree with it at all, but I really see it as a bad thing in a long-term relationship. Because what's going to happen to you, man, if you do that in a long-term relationship, what happens is at a certain point, the woman's going to lose fear, right? When she finally loses that fear, and she's going to want to, the resentment is much stronger than the fear that she have, she's going to lose the fear. And then now you're in trouble, Brother Watkins, because this woman will, she will strike back. The only question is, will she strike back, in an outright manner, or will she do it very passive aggressively, doing something you don't even see it coming? See, to me, you setting yourself up. You create an enemy for yourself in your own home by doing that, right? right? You creating. Minister Farrakhan taught us that mistreatment creates dysfunction, right? It makes the person it's going to breed hatred from the person. Mistreatment breeds hatred, right? And eventually the hatred is going to breed resentment, and the resentment is going to breed a desire for retaliation, and they're going to retaliate at some point. And the question is, how they're going to retaliate? Are they going to poison your food, right? Are they going to do like Al Green's wife and just throw the hot grits on you, right, while you laying in the bed, right? how is she going to strike back? That's the question, because you just creating an enemy for your own self. Especially you out here and you trying to be in a long-term relationship. You try to be in a relationship for 20, 30 years. I'm telling you, putting your hands on your woman for 20 or 30 years, you are really going to put yourself in a bad way. And then what happens if you get in an accident, you get in a car accident, you're quadriplegic, and you dependent on this person to take care of you? How's that going to go? How is that going to go? That's exactly what happened to my wife's grandfather. My wife's grandfather was in that situation, right? Where he was just manhandling this woman for most of the marriage, right? He had a stroke and he couldn't do nothing for himself. She had to do everything for herself. She had to do everything for him. So when he was all together, they had one lifestyle. After he had that stroke, she'd feed him, wheel him in a corner, she's gone, right? She'd be out of there, man. She go do whatever she gonna do, hang out with whoever she gonna hang out with. And then the poor fella's just sitting there by himself for hours, right? See, we set ourselves up for that, and anything can happen, brother. Anything can happen. Anything could happen, man, where, an unfortunate situation can happen. That's why, Clint, why you always tell me we got to pray to God? Why we got to ask God for? Because we got to go to the one that has the most mercy, right? God is often returning the mercy, right? So says the Quran, right? He's the most merciful, the beneficent, right? That means he ain't getting nothing back. He's giving it all to you with nothing in return. Whether he get it or not, he's just doing it, right? So we got to go to that person, man, and say, hey, man, we need your help. Please help me, right? Sister Annie say, thank you, Quantum. Sister Annie said, did she say that in a speech or in the book? In the book, Sister Annie, in the book. She said it. If you go to watch her Oprah interviews, they questioned her about it in the Oprah interviews. But yeah, she said it in the book, and that's what I don't agree with. I don't agree with her stance on that, where she says that's at that point. Now to qualify that, Sister Annie, I don't know if she still holds that same position, right? She might not hold that position at this point in the game. But at that time, when she was doing all the rounds on Oprah and Montel and all these different shows, she was in the book. She's put in the book, hey, might have to use an open hand on the sister. She said, you're too strong to use your closed fist, but your open hand, you can use your open hand on her, right? If she ain't listening to you. I disagree with that. If you got a sister that ain't listening to her, go get you one that will listen to you, right? Go get you a sister that will listen to you. That way you don't got to put your hands on nobody, man. You put your hands on somebody, in the long run, you're going to pay the price for it. Because I don't care how weak and meek that sister is. I don't care how little and tiny she is going to strike back at some point. Right? When the resentment outweighs the fear, that's when you're in trouble, because she's going to be sitting around just thinking of ways to put you in agony. She's going to be just sitting around. She got all day to think about how she can agonize you, how she can put you in agony. Definitely at some point, sex is coming off the table. I mean, you're just making the situation bad for yourself, right? Not you, Brother Watkins, but I'm just saying a person that thinks that way, you're just going to put yourself in that, you're just putting yourself in a bad. That's the structural thing I disagree with Kevin Samuels, where he said, if you're making a certain amount of money, you should be able to do whatever you want to do. Be physically violent, have multiple women, have no moral code. You should be able to do whatever you want to do, right? I don't see how you can do that and raise decent children not having a moral code. I don't see how you're gonna do that. It's hard when you do have a moral code and you're trying to raise children in a wicked world like this. Because anybody could say to your child, that anybody could pull your child to the side, and next thing you know, they got them corrupted too. It's hard. Anyway, y'all, let me, Brother Watkins say, I agree with you, Brother C. I agree with you. He said, Watkins said, not the grits. Check out Green's story. Grits hit him, man. Burning hot. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, keep doing these women a certain kind of way, man. They're going to strike back. You think just because you're making all this money that they just going to sit back and take it because they're driving a G-Wagon. They might be driving a G-Wagon, but eventually, man, especially if you're putting your hands on them, consistently, at some point, their fear is going to dissipate. The resentment is going to overtake them, and the resentment is going to run into thoughts of retaliation, and the retaliation is going to be ugly, man. It's going to be ugly. That's why that's one reason why I disagree with Kevin Samuels on, because I said, man, that's crazy. Just because I'm making more money, I can be as wicked as possible. That's Nimrod, man. that's teaching from Nimrod. I ain't with the Nimrod teaching. OG she said it would be better if a man had to hit the woman to hit her with an open hand and not a closed fist. I greatly disagree with that. Of course. That's crazy. But like anything, that's a garden you growing for yourself that's gonna have nothing but destructive fruit in it. You know what I'm saying? You hitting somebody, even with an open hand, you hitting somebody. Nobody wants to be hit. You know what I'm saying? We people. We want to be talked to. We want to be rationally discuss something, right? We're not animals on that level where animals don't discuss things between each other, right? Whoever's the biggest, right? That's the winner, right? That's the winner, right? They did this experiment with these hammerhead sharks, man. These hammerhead sharks, they put them all, the hammerhead sharks came all around, right? They go to where these hammerhead sharks came in. And, this one female bull shark came in. I mean, them hammerheads was like, pew. Because they know the bull sharks will get them. You know what I'm saying? That female hammerhead came in. That female bull shark came in. Them hammerheads was out of there, man. And they were huge. But that bull shark, they know, man. The bull sharks, man, they don't care. They don't care how big you are. They especially the bigger them bull sharks are, man. They don't care that you a big hammerhead. They'll get you, right? So we're not like that, man. We're human beings. We can communicate with each other on a verbal level. It doesn't have to be like Brother Malcolm said, violence is the lowest form of communication, right? And so we don't need to go to the lowest form of communication. We can go to a higher form of communication as, yeah, Brother Watkins said, thanks for the clarity, y'all. No problem, Brother Watkins. In other words, it's okay to pop her in the mouth a little bit. I don't think so. Yeah, man, that's what she was saying. And well, that's what I took from what she was saying. Now, if she want to, if Sister Shahrazad, if you're out there, you want to come up in here and explain yourself, come on up here. I'll listen to you. But like I said, that was my understanding. She said, "You're not going to like how I strike back if you put your hands on me." Period. Period. I heard that, Patrice. I heard that, man. I think I ain't even talking about the sisters like Patrice, man, that got a little something for you, right? I'm talking about just a regular average sister that's just in your house, that you have in your house, that's you think is really small and really meek, and at some point, man, you hit on somebody so much and they get used to your aggressive assaults. At a certain point, they just be like, "Oh, that's this side." They don't even fear it no more. At a certain point, they just get to a point where they feel like, okay, every hit is they thinking about to retaliate 1,000 times for every hit, and you just stoking the fire for yourself. So they said, so sound like we all agree that the first option is no hitting at all. That's the only option, Sister Annie. If you gotta think about it like this. If I have to hit you to get my point across every time I try to tell you something, I gotta hit you, I'm with the wrong woman. I shouldn't be with a person that I have to hit them. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't be with a person that I have to hit to communicate with them. Right? If I gotta be hitting on you all the time, and you got to be hitting on me all the time, we may get along on other topics, right? That's where people get it wrong. Okay, well, on these other things we get along well. It's just this situation that we start fussing and fighting about, but we all hugged up. That's crazy. People do that. Crazy people do that. They excuse that crazy behavior and say, we both hit each other. It's just the way we do things. Okay. I don't want to be with nobody crazy. I want to be with somebody who I could talk to, and they could talk to me. Clarence, this is wrong. What you're doing here, it's going to mess up, and here's why. They can communicate to me. I don't want somebody that's got to be like, you ain't leaving me, and you're going to jump on me, and you ain't leaving this house. Come on, man. And me doing the same thing, right? Girl, I thought I told you to wash some dishes. Smack, right? Well, I said the point is keep your hands to yourself, period. Only self-defense is the exception. There you go, Vaughn. That's the only exception. That's why I always say I would never attack no woman, but I never say I wouldn't put my hands on no woman. I'm not saying that, because if I had to put my hands on her to defend myself or to make sure she wasn't going to, delete me, I'm going to put my hands on her, right? If she's a woman like Patrice or Risa that got a little something extra, and she said, "Don't, just stay right here. I'll be right back." You ain't going nowhere. you ain't going nowhere. I'm definitely gonna stop you from going anywhere. She said, I also don't agree with her saying women should accept her man and husband having multiple women if he's a good man. He missed me with that BS. Well, Patrice, like I said, man, that's the part I don't have an issue with that. Because why? Because you're dealing with grown people. If grown people want to accept something and it's not the violence against them, they're walking in there saying, "Hey, I agree with this. I'm willing to do this to be with you." If they want to do it, they want to do it. Same thing with men. I think it's dysfunctional, but hey, if you want to do it, that's on you. Nobody's forcing you to do it. Hey, you do what you want to do. So I personally don't have no issue with that end of it, right? I've never seen multiple women in a relationship turn out good. I've never seen that. But hey, some people, especially in today's world, you don't need to do it because a woman can take care of herself if she really need to. But it's just but like I said, there was a point in the world order where women weren't allowed to work. They weren't allowed to take care of themselves. And if the husband died in war or accident or something like that, they'd just be out there. Right. So yeah, it was opening for having multiple women. But now the average woman can take care of herself, man. She can go get a job. Right. There's so many things for women to help a woman, man. There's she can get housing, she can get money, she can get food, she can get shelter, she can get education. A woman can get almost any of these stuff for almost free, right? There's really no reason to take care of more than one woman that I see. Clarence, you just a hater. What about Kevin Wesley? Well, that's good. I mean, he got the situation where he got the 2 wives or whatever, and it's all working for him. Cool. I don't micromanage nobody's household. Whatever they want to do, if it works for them, it works for them. As long as there's no abuse, hey, I'm with whatever works for you, right? It's the abuse I have the problem with. It's the abuse I have the issue. And I think hitting somebody, that's abusive, in my opinion. But that's just me. So, that's the way I look at it anyway. Risa said, please don't hit me, because not 1920, but now I will fire back, not hit. Yeah, I know already. I know about you and Patrice, right? I already know about you and Patrice, Risa. I know you guys, you and Patrice ain't asking no questions, right? Smack, pew, 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 right? I already know. Quantum said 100%. So then he said, I don't mean that this shouldn't be your only option. What I was saying was that I tried to understand her position. I pray we're able to miraculously stop any domestic violence ASAP. Oh, of course, Sister Annie, we know that. We know you ain't co-signing nothing like that. But here's the thing, though. See, her position is that you may need to do that. See, that was her position. Her position is, hey, a lot of these black women don't listen. And a good smack might just like snap them out of it, right? But what I'm saying is that's not going to, you are setting yourself up for that. Kevin Samuel said the same thing. Hey, you could pop them, whatever, right? You making $200,000, $300,000, you can just smack, right? I disagree with that. I believe you making an enemy for yourself, and you won't even know. You won't even see it coming. By the time this enemy gets strong, that's the worst kind of enemy. An enemy that's right behind your walls. You don't even see this enemy, and by the time they so strong, when they finally face and attack you, they know all your weaknesses because they're right there with you. They know everywhere where you weak, and they're gonna attack you. And you won't even see it coming. By the time you grab your musket, it's too late. It's too late. The poison is coursing through your veins. You ain't even got enough strength to pull the trigger because they got you. But you set it up for yourself by abusing that person. It is what it is, man. But you said, hey, Clarence, did you not hear me say, as in me, miss me with that? I heard you, Patrice. I heard you. I'm just talking about me. I'm clarifying my position. Did you not hear me say me? This is my position? I know you don't agree with that. I already know. Remember, you made that very clear last show. I got it. Well, I'm just telling you about me. I don't really trip on what people do, As long as there ain't no abuse, Now we talking about grown-ups. We're talking about grown-ups. You know what I'm saying? We're not talking about putting a little kid in those grown-up situation. We're talking about grown-ups, right? Hey, grown people that can say, hey, I as a grown adult agree and accept to do this. Okay. Even though we already told you this is probably going to be the outcome, it's probably going to be not that good. Okay, but you agreed to do it. You could, y'all know this girl Patrice. She gonna come here and say it again, right? You gonna get like, hey man, I don't like that. Okay, Patrice. Okay, can I say my opinion? Patrice? Please. She said, well, Clarence, I can hear you. You know that, right? All right, I know she'll be up here in a little while, man. When I get to Polight situation, she'll be up here. So don't y'all go away. Don't go away. I'm telling you, man. The good news about this Polight situation is me and Patrice are pretty familiar with him. You know what I'm saying? Well, we don't know the brother personally. At least, let me speak for myself. I don't. I never met him. I don't think Patrice has met him either. But we know, and we got a lot of information about the brother. So when she comes up here in a little while, don't go away, because we had a great conversation last time, and we're going to have another great one today. Okay, we got to get moving, y'all. We got to get moving. We already at an hour, 15 minutes, so we got to do this. Okay, so, yeah, y'all go and check out Sister Shahrazad Ali. Order her book. And see for yourself. And if I got it wrong, one of y'all come up here and tell me, hey, look, Clarence, no, this is what she meant. She meant this. Because maybe I took it the wrong way, right? Maybe I took it the wrong way because, misunderstandings happen. So maybe I took it the wrong way. But as far as violence, I don't think violence is the way to motivate anybody to do anything, except when you're defending yourself. When you're self-defense, then that's when you can, do that. But other than that, whew. All right, y'all, let's do the Black History Minute, y'all. Let's do the Black History Minute. Can we do the Black History Minute, y'all? Patrice, can I do the Black History Minute? Can I do the Black History Minute? Let's do the Black History Minute. Let's see. Here we go. All right, let's see. Here's your Black History Minute, y'all. Let me see. July 9th, Dr. Daniel Hale Williams performed the first open heart surgery. On July 9, 1893, Dr. Daniel Hale Williams performed the first successful open heart surgery. Dr. Williams founded Providence Hospital and Training School for Nurses in Chicago, Illinois on May 4th, 1891. The nation's first interracial hospital and nursing school, right? Because, back in 1893, right, there was the white hospital and the black hospital, right? They wouldn't take you as a black person into the white hospital, right? You know that, right? But as a white person, if all the white hospitals were full, they might take you to the black hospital. It is what it is, man. But that's how they was rolling back then, right? So we had to have our own training centers because they wouldn't train us how to do it. They wouldn't train us how to get to be nurses and doctors and stuff like that, right? So we had to have our own stuff, right? All right, so the nation's first interracial hospital and nursing school. 2 years later, on July 9th, 1893, James Cornish was admitted to the hospital after being stabbed in the chest. Dr. Williams performed the first successful open heart surgery on Cornish. Dr. Williams repaired and severed a severed artery and a gash in the pericardium, and the sac that encloses the heart. James Cornish was released from the hospital 51 days after surgery and lived for decades after the incident. Dr. Williams was born on January 18th, 1856 in Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania, and died on August 4th, 1931 in Idlewild, Michigan at age 75. All right, y'all, that's your Black History Minute. Daniel Hale Williams, black man, performed the first open heart surgery, right? I think Mos Def did a movie where he played this Dr. Williams. I think Mos Def played that person. So go check out that movie. I forgot the name of the movie, man. Anyway, all right, so that's your Black History Minute. But hey, don't take my word for it. Dig that. Go check it out for yourself. Go check it out for yourself. But Clarence, why is you always doing the Black History Minute? Because, man, when I was coming up, PBS would always do the Black History Minute. They always had a Black History Minute. But nobody, I'm not saying nobody, but we are not in a situation where Black history is, Black history is under attack right now, right? They don't want, a lot of these white people, they don't want, especially in the South, they do not want Black history taught in the school. They only want white history taught in the school, right? So, unfortunately, we gotta pick up the pieces on our own, man. But that's cool. I mean, like the Jews, man. The Jews don't expect to send their children. That's why the Jews don't send their children to regular schools, because they know they're not going to teach Jewish history, right? So the Jews want to teach their own children. They said we got to teach our own children. So they have their own schools. really what we should do, but another day for that's another day, another topic, right? Patrice said, you got to chew the meat and spit out the bones with her book. Okay, I see what you're saying, Patrice. And most of the time I have, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I disagree with her some stuff. Some stuff I disagree with her as well, right? You know what I mean? But you know, the well goes a little deeper with me because we have some Islamic differences, and we have differences about the Nation of Islam. And so those are a little more in depth, you know. But overall, I think she's a fine sister. I think she's really heart is in the right place. So shout out to Sister Saazad Ali. Sister Eddie said, Brother Clarence, you Patrice is gonna get me. I know. I gotta slow. I gotta slow down, man, because Patrice is gonna get me. Man. Patrice be like, hey, wait a minute, Clarence. I know, Sister Eddie. I know. But she loved me. What can she do with me? She loved me, right? She'll pop me on the head, right? But she ain't gonna pop me too hard. If she loved me, what can she do with me? Crown said Dr. Hill, Daniel Hill Williams, right? Yeah, y'all know on the Sunday show, we always gonna give you the Black History Minute. Okay, now what comes after the Black History Minute? Usually the job, right? Usually the jobs. So I'm not gonna do the job thing today because we got to get to this Polight thing. We have to get to Polight. We're about 20 minutes behind on this Polight situation, so we got to get there. I'm going to play again the what I played in the beginning, and so y'all could see the situation that Polight is in. It is pretty bad. Quantum said, Black History Minute is valuable for those of us homeschooled. Thank you. Oh, shout out to you, Quantum. Thank you. Appreciate that. I hope I'm doing something to help the community, man. Even if it's however small it is, that's my little, here, take my little 2 cents and put it in the pot. You know what I'm saying? So we get it good. So if it helps you, Quantum, I appreciate you. Appreciate you for that. All right. Let's go to Brother Polight. Let's go to Brother Polight. Let's see. Hit the wrong button on that one. Let's see. Here we go, y'all. Here we go, family. Think about it. By the way, this is footage from a brother called Go Black to Africa, and go check his channel out. I'm gonna try to remember to put his what do you call that web address in the comment, not the comments, but in the, oh man, you know, down there. All right, y'all. I've been drawing blanks right now.
Attention for his online post, but now the social media influencer and motivational speaker is making headlines for the wrong reason. NBC6 reporter Kim Nguyen is live at Miami Beach tonight with more on the arrest of the man known as Brother Polight. Kim.
Yeah, well, Jawan, the suspect surrendered here at the Miami Beach Police Department earlier this week. Police charged him with sexual battery of a 14-year-old girl. We did speak with his lawyer earlier tonight, who says that these charges are false. This is the mugshot of 37-year-old Michael Nowak Jr., also known as Brother Polight, to his more than 300,000 Instagram followers. Miami Beach police arrested Nowak this week for alleged sexual battery of a 14-year-old girl in a hotel room in February. Police say the alleged victim was the daughter of a woman he was romantically linked to. Defense attorney David Terrace says his client is innocent.
Once the evidence is produced, that he is going to be exonerated. So yeah, not guilty, nothing else.
According to the police report, Nowak, a
Oh man, this is so sad, man. This is so sad. It's so sad, man. It is so sad. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right, Patrice. Let me put that up there. Yeah, man. Let me see. It's so sad. It's so sad. Okay. So here's Polight, his lawyer saying, oh no, he's gonna be exonerated, not guilty. Really? How's that gonna work? Who else said the same thing? Eddie Long. right? Eddie Long said the same thing, right? And of course, what happened? He paid everybody off. Was he ever exonerated? No, right? I didn't do this stuff, but I'm giving all these people all this money, even though they lying on me, right? Who else? Dr. York. Dr. York. Hey, all these people are lying on me. They lying. My enemies have got together and they're making these people lie on me. I'm sitting in federal custody because they lying on me. I would never take a plea deal. Then the man took that plea deal. He was smart. He took that plea deal. That was the best. I mean, that was the only move he had on the chess table. Because if he would have brought all them kids in there to talk about what he had did is specifically to him, what he had done specifically to them, even in the Supermax, they would have got to him, right? Just now, Polight here is in the same situation, but the lawyer's saying, "Oh no, he's gonna be vindicated. He's gonna be exonerated. Right? He's gonna be exonerated, not guilty." I'm gonna play this a little bit from the from the last trial, right? from the last court date. He is not going to be exonerated, and he is not going to be found not guilty. When the facts come out, the facts are not going to come out because he's going to take this plea deal because he got half a brain in his head. He does not want to have at the time 14-year-old girl sitting on a witness stand explaining how she felt when she woke up and saw semen on her clothes and had it on her face. Yikes. That's going to be a tough one. I can't even see you as a lawyer cross-examining somebody like that. I don't see how that would even make any sense to even get involved in something like that. And I feel bad for Polight and his people, man. I feel bad for them. Not more than I feel bad for the victim, but I just feel bad for the people that surround him that believed in him. And then here they are. Here we are in this situation. See, people believed in Dr. York. They believed in his message because he started off with a good message. But then you got to see when it's going left. You got to see when it's going left. You got to say, okay, this is where I get off the boat. This is where I get off the boat. Because now the message is going left. Jim Jones has good message, but then it start going left. You know what I mean? Start going left. And you got to be able to recognize. How you going to be able to recognize? Because of your connection to God. So you got a lot of dudes that can come out here and talk, and they can rationally talk about stuff, but they can't talk from the vibration that God gives them. From the vibration that the connection to God will give them, will make them vibrate at a certain rate. They can't talk from that. They can only talk from a rational situation, a rational state, right? And you should be rational most of the time. You should be, right? But something about you, the way you vibrating, when you're talking about the Lord and you're talking about God, you should be vibrating at a different wavelength, right? Well, we can still accept you. We can still see you, but we see you vibrating at a different rate, right? And your vibration is creating a vibration in me, and we can all, and creates this big vibration where we can accept what God is saying and make it real in our lives. But when you have a person that they have all this information, but they can't make any of it work for themselves, that's suspect. YouTube is the only place I see, and well, now TikTok. YouTube and TikTok are the only places I see where you can have absolutely no results about what you say in your own life. You don't have to make it work in your own life. And you can be an expert. You can sell courses. You can, have talk shows, and you can have all this. You can have a whole channel built around something that you don't even know. You can't even make work in your own life. All right. So the lawyer has just told us that no way, man. Polight is innocent, and that's going to be proven. Let's go over that again.
In February, police say the alleged victim was the daughter of a woman he was romantically linked to. Defense attorney David Terrace says his client is innocent.
Once the evidence is produced, that he is going to be exonerated. So yeah, not guilty, nothing else.
According to the police report, Nowak, a motivational speaker and author who lives in LA, asked the woman if he could take her daughter to an after party at a club in Miami. The report states Nowak took the teen.
Okay, y'all. Now, why do we do the hit parade? Because I want y'all to recognize these weirdos be everywhere. They everywhere. And when you get that weird feeling in your stomach about something, that's to let you know that maybe you need to intervene. You may need to do something, say something. Right? If a grown man came to me and asked me about my 14-year-old granddaughter, say, hey, I want to take her to this after party, I don't know if he'd even make it to the door. I don't even know if he'd make it to the door in my house. You taking my granddaughter where? You? By yourself? Yeah. Yeah, by myself. See, but them weird dudes like that, they so caught up with these demons that the demons don't let them see how. They don't have no empathy. They can't see what the other person see. Other person looking at you like, you mother, why would I let you take my granddaughter? Like, but they look at it like, what's the problem? I'm a grown man. She's a teenager. What's the problem? Why can't I take her? So, we just two people going out. Why would I send my 14-year-old granddaughter or daughter, why would I send them out with a grown man, a 38-year-old grown man? Anywhere. Negro, you can't even take my granddaughter to the store by yourself. What the hell? Why would I do that? But see, we gotta see, just like, see, me and Patrice was talking about the last time we was up here. There's millions of undiagnosed people out here. They bipolar. They got different issues, mental issues. And they walk around undiagnosed. And all I need is a trigger, right? They see your 14-year-old baby, and they look at your 14-year-old baby as an opportunity to have some type of sexual entertainment. They don't see her as a child, right? They don't see your baby as a child. They see your baby as a sexual opportunity. We got to be able to recognize these weirdos. What's up, Patrice? What's going on, girl?
Hey, happy Sunday, brother. How are you?
I'm doing good. Happy Sunday to you as well, girl.
Good. Happy Sunday to everybody in the chat. Good conversation. Yeah, you were right. We were talking about people and, being evil and demonic and all of that. Mental illness plays a part in some scenarios, but I don't believe that.
Wait a minute, Patrice. You got to back up off your mic. I don't know. You're coming off kind of muffled.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? How about?
Yeah.
Is it better?
Yeah, that's much better.
We have to not, realize that we can't paint the picture of mental illness in a lot of these situations, because I honestly just believe that some people are just plain evil. They just mean spirited. They satanic, they demonic. They are just mean people. Do we have some sick people that are mentally ill that do things like this? Yes. But then again, some people are just evil and they demonic and they do things as well. Like, take Brother Polight for an instance, right? I believe he is a very narcissistic sociopath. I believe,
Agreed.
and I'm not a doctor, but if you look at behavior, and if you've ever read up on, because I've read like psychology books, and I've, saw films and documentaries on people that are, what's the difference between a sociopath and a psychopath, and there's a difference, right? So
Okay.
when you have people like Brother Polight, that to me is a narcissistic sociopath, is a person that preys upon people with little to no feelings about the consequences of what they do, and what they do to people. That
Right.
to me is Brother Polight. And I know, some people will say, well, narcissism is a mental illness, sociopath, psychopath is mental illness. And to the point, respectfully, I understand that. But there's also a demonic spirit in a lot of these people. Just like people believe in good spirits, there are demonic spirits. There are bad spirits that are in people that are walking around amongst us every single day. And it's people that are like the Brother Polights that have for years have preyed upon his own people, the community, the Black community, the conscious community, the people that he supposedly loved, and teaching all of these good things about, allegedly, how to come out of poverty, how to be better, how to be more conscious about what's going on to our people, and all this and that, are the same people that prey upon said people. So, and to me now, it's a lot of it is coming up in a different format, if you will. And I'm gonna give you a prime example, and that's why I say we have to be very careful about who we listen to and who we allow to influence us, whether it be on any social media platforms or anything that you ever watch or read or are associated with, because now today it's just in a different form, but it's the same type of scam artists like your Brother Polight. You got people that are in suits with titles, right? They
Right.
are they are pastors that claim to be pastors. They are attorneys, or claim to be. They are former law enforcement. They are former business people. They are business people that now are creating these large platforms to appease to the masses, for people to come and see them talk, but giving nothing tangible for solutions for people to do things in their lives on a macro level, right? So they come and they have these conferences or gathers or events or whatever, because I'm the biggest thing since sliced bread. So you should come and listen to me tell you what you need to do with your life. But are they really giving you anything tangible and of value for you to take for yourself and back into your communities and implement those very things? Or are you just going to see them and hear them talk, because pay a lot of money for a ticket to go hear them talk just because they are who they are on YouTube or on Instagram or on Twitter or on TikTok? Like, it's just a different form of scamming our community, right? They say they for the community, but they're really, really not. So we have to be careful. It's just a different form of it. And some of these people that are doing these very things are the same people that's doing some of the most nefarious things to other people behind the scenes. You will be amazed at what some of these people are doing. So I'm
Yeah.
just saying, be careful of who we follow, allow to influence us. The Brother Polights of the world are coming in a more sophisticated form now,
Yeah.
y'all. I'm
Agree.
telling you, They coming in a more sophisticated. They coming with the suit and tie on. They coming with the, oh, I was a police officer. Oh, I was an attorney. Oh, I was a this or that. Or I'm a pastor. You know, and because I preach God, you should listen to me. But you're a scam artist all in all at the same time. We got to be careful of who we are allowing to influence us. Very, very careful, because they very, very smart and meticulous on how they do it.
Yeah.
But because I got 200, 300,000 followers, 20,000, 30, 50, 80, however many. But they very, very meticulous on how they do it. We have to be careful of that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, that's real. That's why I keep doing the hit parade, because I want to show y'all these dudes come in every form, man. Firefighters, lawyers, like you said, lawyers, principals, coaches, they're everywhere. So
Yeah.
we got to always keep our eyes open. Okay, Patrice says, what we're going to do, we're going to finish, right? The lawyer has already told us that Polight is going to be exonerated, not guilty, right?
Right. Yeah, so good luck with that one.
glad I didn't put no money down on that.
Man, and he got to be one of the most sleazeballest type of attorneys ever to, you know, when evidence is there and DNA evidence is there. And that's the thing about a lot of attorneys, you know, they professional liars. Let's just be real. You know, just like a lot of police officers are. They're professional liars. They will lie and change and turn a narrative and almost have you believing it's the truth. I'm telling you what I know. This is what they do. This is their profession. For this attorney to sit and say that about he will be exonerated, he is innocent. Like, and now you and your attorney is looking like y'all about to take this plea deal.
Oh,
Stop
man.
it.
They got to, Patrice. Can you imagine if they sit that baby on the stand? Polight is done. If they sit that baby on the stand and they ask her,
he's toast.
I mean, he's toast. They told him to tell her, hey, look, you want that going around the social media networks? That baby sitting on the stand telling about how she felt when she woke up and found that semen on her? Come on, man.
And bro, Clarence,
run.
DNA is the fingerprint of who you are and your existence as a human being. And you are unique to your own DNA. That brother's DNA was on her person.
Yeah.
That brother's DNA, sperm, was on her person. How in the world are you going to explain that? And you an adult and she's an underage child. Make sense.
I don't know how that he could explain it where it was going to be okay. How is that going to be explained where it could be, everybody's going to say, oh, okay, we can understand that. There's no way. There's no way. but let's finish, because Patrice, we got a lot of stuff to get to. So let me finish the news story, and then we're going to move on to we're going to finish up with the guy that unfortunately passed away, and talking about Polight, a little bit more of him, and then we got some other stuff to get to.
To his hotel after seeing that the club was closed. Police say the suspect gave the teen alcohol and started dancing and touching the teen inappropriately, groping her breast, in her thighs, and buttocks. It goes on to say Nowak tried to force the teen to perform oral sex on him.
Oh my God!
The teen allegedly passed out and woke up to Nowak trying to make her throw up.
These are serious allegations, but in any situation, there is always motive. There is always a lot behind the scenes that the public is not going to be able to see.
The report states that the girl's mother found her intoxicated and possibly on drugs, with severe swelling on her mouth and lips. It later states Nowak told the mother not to call police because it would ruin his career. Nowak was served with a DNA warrant in June and surrendered to police on Monday. Terrorists.
Okay, y'all. Y'all heard that. He was served with a DNA warrant and then arrested subsequently, right? That means that there was a match, right?
Save me in my career. Don't tell, because I'll lose my career and my money, my bag. I'll get in trouble. Oh, say the black man. Now this is a save this black man.
That's
Stop
how
it.
they get over. That's how a lot of them get over, Patrice. Is they're saying, "Oh, see, you just another person trying to bring the black man down. You trying to bring the black man down? Yeah, we're gonna bring your ass
Right.
down. We
Yeah,
gonna
that
bring
part.
your ass down if you mess with
Deservingly
kids.
so.
Yeah, if you
Bring
mess with
them,
kids,
bring
right?
them down. Bring them down.
Yeah, I
Shut them
don't care
down.
what they teaching. I don't care what they teaching, man. I don't care if they teaching Islam. I don't care if I don't care what they teaching. If they are messing with kids, man, they need to be brought down. Oh, but Clarence, they so efficient on this end. I know. But once they start messing with kids, that wipes out what they're doing. It just wipes their slate clean. They don't have no more the good. We can't, fully enjoy their good anymore because now you put something in this, you put something in the sauce. We can't enjoy it no more. All right, so the lawyer says when the facts come out, Patrice, when the facts come out, Polight will be exonerated. But
Well, the facts are out, aren't they? I mean, the DNA. What more facts do you need than that? That is the fingerprint. That's your very being and fiber of who you are, your genes, chromosomes, your blood type, everything. Okay, yep, facts.
Hey, unless you got a twin brother that was running around in there with you, it's gonna be very difficult to explain. Very difficult. All right, so they got a DNA warrant for him. The police went out and got a DNA warrant for him, right? Obviously, they had DNA, right? The semen. They went out and got a DNA warrant, and after getting the DNA warrant, obviously they saw that there was a match, and they said we got probable cause to go and get the guy. And so that's what they did, right? I mean, when the DNA matches, that's going to be hard to explain. That's going to be hard to explain. So they went out and got a DNA warrant on. So that's where we're at now, right? Where they went out and got DNA warrant. Now, this happened a while. I think this happened about a year and a half ago or something like that. Well, no. The DNA warrant was recently. It was in June, right? So this happened in June. All right. So let's move along. Let's move along because we got a lot of footage to get to, y'all.
Says the police report is only an allegation. And Nowak claims to have written more than 90 books. In an interview, he also claims to have several wives. For now, we're reporting live in Miami Beach. Kim Wynn, NBC 6 News.
All right, Brother Watkins, I don't know, man. I don't think they had DNA on Michael. I don't think they had DNA on him.
On Michael Jackson?
Yeah, I don't think that.
No,
I don't think there was
never
DNA.
found no DNA on him.
Yeah,
never.
I don't think there was no DNA on him. I think this is a really open and shut case.
Right. What? Look, when the FBI scraped Michael Jackson's whole house, took computers and everything, they never found child porn on no computers. I'll say child corn. None of that. They never found magazine. They never found nothing on Michael ever.
Yeah. Yeah. So the question is always out there, right? Well, they made him do pictures. Yeah, they did. They made him do pictures. But see, that's the whole point, Brother Watkins. Ain't nobody making Polight do no pictures. It doesn't matter what his junk looks like. It doesn't matter. The girl don't need to describe it because his semen was found on her. His semen was found on the girl, Brother Watkins. Gonna be hard to explain that away. All right, y'all. So this is Polight. The news footage about Polight. We're gonna watch. Let's see. I got some other. Okay, we're gonna watch this part here. So we're gonna watch a little bit more of the brother that got scammed out of his mind. Let's see. Let's watch a little bit of that because what we're trying to do is set up that Polight's not thinking is probably not. It might be understandable that he may have done some of these things because, well, it's obviously that he did it, right? Because the DNA matched. That's why they went and picked him up. But we can see.
And I want to say something. I'm not saying because I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm not saying Michael Jackson wasn't guilty or anything. But it's not what you know and believe. It's what you can prove. And without evidence, concrete like DNA, like they got on Brother Polight. Hello, that's why they
Yeah,
could never prove anything with Michael. I just want to
yeah,
be clear on that.
yeah. That's why they was taking the pictures to try to say, well, get the little kid to look at the pictures and say, well, do you recognize this area of his body or whatever? Because they had to go to those extremes to do that, right? They don't even have to do all that in this situation, right? We got the DNA warrant, we got the DNA, case closed. Unless you got a twin brother running around up in there, case closed. Case closed. It's not even a question of who did it. Not even a question of who was there. Not a question of whose semen it is. There ain't no questions. The only question is, how many years is this guy gonna get? See, he should get at least 10, but he won't. I don't think he'll get that many. I think he'll probably get about 5, and maybe.
Which will be a shame, because that's just a
It
slap
will
on the
be.
wrist.
It will be.
He'll get out and he'll continue to do the nefarious things that
He'll just get
been
better at
doing
it.
for years. It's
He'll just get
ridiculous.
better at it. He'll just get, like you said, he just get more sophisticated at doing it. When these type of guys, they unfortunately, if they don't see the light, they just get more sophisticated in how they do it, how they roll, right? For every one chomo they catch, there's 1,000 more out there that's just refining their tools, refining their traps out there, right? So we got to just watch all these people. All right, Patrice, this is the mentee that got scammed. Remember, this is brother. He unfortunately passed away, man. But
Yeah, that poor young man. That was so sad. His story was
yeah,
sad.
he inherited $100 and some thousand from his father's life insurance, and unfortunately gave all of that money to Polight. All that money to Polight. So we're gonna listen to a little bit more of him, and then we're gonna go into what actually happened on Friday. Did Polight actually plead? Did he plead, or did he not plead? We're gonna find out. We're gonna look into that after this.
I get the ticket. And he's like, don't worry, put that in your trash, write it off, it's all good. So I get to, and then we drive to the studio. And
A minute. Shout out to Brother Anderson. I didn't see it. Brother Anderson slipped in. I didn't see him. Shout out to Brother Anderson. Glad to have you in the building, my brother, my Taurus brother. And shout out to Tristan. Glad to have you in the building, dude. Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, let me finish back.
And yeah, we get to the studio, and then we're just chilling. We're just chilling. And then check this out. So I stopped drinking. I was going clean because I'm thinking, well, Brother Polight, he doesn't even smoke weed. He doesn't drink alcohol. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn, I didn't even want to mention marijuana. Like, you know what I'm saying? And then he's like, yo, you drink, G? And I'm like, nah, I don't drink. He's like, oh, all right, well, can you run in the store and can you go grab some Hennessy for us? And I'm like, on the way there, and I was like, sorry, bro, but if I don't drink, that's my rule. I don't pay for other people's alcohol. And he just didn't say nothing. And so him and Nina, they go and they grab the Hennessy, and then he grabs like potato chips, a bunch of fucking garbage from the liquor store. Like, seriously, my health master teacher just eating a bunch of fucking garbage, grabbing a Hennessy bottle. And I'm thinking, damn, all right, whatever, you know? Like,
Hold on, y'all. Now remember, Polight was a staunch vegan. Right? No junk food, no sugar, none of that. No alcohol,
no weed.
None of that. Right?
But he asking him to go buy some Hennessy.
I think we got to recognize when these people, like you said, Patrice, when you see these people turn the corner, you got to say,
liars. They're liars.
See, at first they have a good program, and then at a certain point, if they not connected to if they're not really with the business or what they're talking about, behind the scenes, they start doing all this crazy stuff, right? Okay, so we knew. Now we at the point where this dude is drove these people to Vegas, and he done now They try to get him to go and buy some alcohol for him. And now you see Polight and them come out with potato chips and all kind of Cheetos and everything else, right? With all kind of stuff we don't know what's in it, right? so anyway, now here's at the start. This is where the man is, and you can see it's hard for him. Patrice, it's hard for him because this is his hero, and he's getting disillusioned as every step of the way, he's getting disillusioned. So it's hard.
Like a lot of people on these social media platforms and these YouTube streets, they disillusioned by some of these people that claim to be these great leaders and great people, that influencers. It's sad, and they are so taken in by it. It's sad, and his story should be a cautionary tale, because it's going to happen. It's going to happen to more people, and they're going to start coming forward talking about the people that they trust and believe to be about the community, to be about this and that and the other, and they were absolutely not.
Yeah, and see what they do is, like this situation that happened with this little girl. What they do is they say, "Hey, look, you know what? I'll give you such amount of money." And sometimes the people really need the money, right? So they'll take it. But then they feel bad because they feel like, man, I should have said something. I should have spoke up. But they feel bad, or they feel guilty about taking the money, because sometimes they're in real bad shape. They need it. And the victimizer or the offender can take advantage of them, that need in the family for the money, and pay for their silence. That happens a lot in these situations. A lot.
Absolutely.
A lot of times there's a lot more stuff that could be coming out about Polight, I'm sure. But I'm sure he has paid for a lot of people's silence. But anyway, we're going to get back to the mentee. The mentee says that, he saw here his hero is, his staunch vegan hero goes in and buys all this
eating all that junk food.
Potato chips. Now that's me. I'm going in and I'm buying the potato chips and stuff. Well, I won't buy a whole bunch, but I'll buy some potato chips, right? I'm working on that. But man, I mean, my man said, nah, man, because I remember Polight was a staunch vegan. Okay, so he's getting disillusioned because he's seeing Polight go in and buy a bunch of junk food.
You know what I'm saying? And then I apologized. I said, hey, I apologize if that made you feel uncomfortable about me. Just like, yo, you apologize too much. If we don't invite you around again, now you know why. He said this shit to me, and I'm like, damn, man. Like, I'm already fucking up with this dude. Like, I'm just gonna shut the fuck up and just.
You see how he played that reverse psychology on him? You apologize too much. You ain't gonna come around us. See, you ain't gonna be in our clique if you're gonna be weak like this, because we don't need weak people. See, and now the guy feeling bad, like, oh my God, I done really messed up with my mentor. I look up to you. You're like a god to me. Man. Oh my God, now I done messed up, and now he feel guilty. That's a reverse psychology. Man. And that's what a lot of these influencers are doing right now on these platforms. Y'all better peep game.
Oh my God, that is so terrible, the game that he playing on this dude, man. Unfortunately, man, wolves like that can see sheep coming. They see the sheep coming, and they just take advantage of the opportunity and the starstruckness that this man was having. Risa said he's telling the truth because SN already exposed him when he was upset on the stream that he had taken down. Yeah, you missed that. Patrice told us about that. And another person in the chat, I think Roseanne, told us about that, where he went off on because of his niece or something. Got a little gnat in here. He went off because of the niece. But the mentee is showing his growing disillusion at Polight, but at the same time, it's hard for his disillusion to grow at a fast pace because he got so much love for Polight. So it's a struggle in there, and a lot of us.
And he blaming himself, and people like that know how to work and tear on the heartstrings of people like him, because he looks up to Polight. He looked up to him so much, and he literally started blaming himself for something Polight was psychologically doing to him.
Polight
It's
is
sick.
doing it to you. Why are you apologizing? You funding this whole trip. Why does he have to apologize when he's funding the whole trip? But see, in his mind, he thinks, wow, this dude is doing more for me than I'm doing for him. I should be, thankful that he's even got me along. But he got you along just to abuse you, brother, unfortunately. All right, let's get back to the mentee, man. We're almost done with the mentee. And the mentee is telling us about the trip to Vegas that he funded, but yet he's somehow he had to apologize to Polight for watching Polight come in and go in the store and get because he wouldn't go in, and he apologized to Polight for not going into the liquor store and buying liquor for Polight and the crew.
Just don't say nothing. Like, I'm just shut up and don't say nothing. So we hit the music studio that night. I stayed up. I was attentive. Nina, the artist, his wife or whatever, fell asleep. I was because it was my dream to be with Brother Polight, and it was also my dream to be in a professional recording studio making a professional record. So Polight's like, hey, let's break out the shots. And then he's like, yo, it's spiritual. And, I'm like, yeah, it's kind of like Bobby Hammond. I get it. He's like, all right, cool, G. So I take some shots. I have, I didn't want to, literally, I felt some kind of peer pressure. I just didn't want to miss out on the vibe or ruin the vibe. So we did the Vegas thing. I obviously drove back. And what ended up happening was him and Nina got in a big fight. And Nina started disrespecting us. And so he flipped out on Nina really hard, like extremely hard, very hard. And I didn't say nothing. I didn't even look. I didn't say nothing. And I guess at that moment he felt like he could trust me because I act like nothing happened the whole time. I didn't tell him to calm down. I just didn't shut up. I ignored the whole situation. So it was afterwards, I drove him back and I bought them food, bought Nina food, and he was just.
Man, you talk about do anything to be in the clique. I'm just gonna shut up. I see you doing all this nefarious stuff. I see you getting into it with your woman or your wife or whatever, and you being so disrespectful, and you're doing all this nefarious stuff. But I look up to you. I want to be in your clique so bad. So I'm just gonna ignore all that. I'm not gonna say nothing.
That is terrible.
That's exactly what's going on right now.
That is terrible. That is terrible. I think, and it's a prison that we put ourselves in, right? Because we had this person at this side level, and we look at them as this high level person, right? And then we say to ourselves, oh man, this person is, and then when you start seeing the facade falling apart, you're like, what? Nah, I don't believe it. And you don't believe it. And it's right there in front of your face. The mask came off. But he's still like, I'm rolling with Polight no matter what. And that's just crazy, man. It cost him, unfortunately.
Because if I don't say nothing, bro, Clarence, that means he trusts me. I'm gaining his trust. See, you got to understand how it go. You understand? See, if I don't say nothing and I ignore the bullshit and the nefariousness, then he trusting me now. Now I could be accepted. I could be in the clique because I'm gonna just let him know that I roll with this BS and it's okay. I'm just gonna act like I don't see it and I don't hear it.
I know you're right, Patrice, but it just sounds crazy to hear it in English. It just sound crazy, but you are 100% right. You're 100% right. This Pope brother, man, you're right, Risa, man. God rest his soul, man, because this Pope brother, unfortunately put himself in around Polight, and it cost him his life. And man, may prayers go out to his family, him and his family, man. I mean, man. But it's like you said, it's a cautionary tale for all of us to We gotta just make sure that the people we listen to and the people we willing to go, like you say, pay money and go see this person, that when you see them, understand that they just a human being like the rest of us. They may say some faulty stuff from time to time. You got to be willing to, you know, 'cause like me, I would love to meet Sister Shahrazad Ali. I would be like in awe of her, right? But at the same time, I realize, hey man, she's just a human being. She says stuff that might need to be addressed too. That's like any other normal person might. So, but I at least look
Bro,
at it like
Clarence,
that.
you know me. I know a lot of well-known people that been around a party with them, work with them. Listen,
I
I
saw the
ain't.
picture.
I'm not one of them type of people. I have checked some celebrities before, and you know I've told some of my story, but you know it's a lot. It's a reason why I didn't have a lot of opportunities that
Of
I didn't
course,
have and things
of
like
course.
that. Is because I wasn't down with the clique. I wasn't
Right,
down with a lot of things that I saw in the entertainment business going on,
right,
and because of that. They make you pay for that. Like you
of
get shunned from a lot of stuff. Or if you
yeah,
say something or speak
right.
up for yourself, people have a problem with people like that.
Especially women.
And you see, I experienced that when I told the truth on somebody here. What did they
Right,
do? They had to create a whole video of lies on me. So
right,
if you have to create a lie and lie on somebody to prove a point, that is problematic. But these are the same people that are on platforms and at events talking about, oh, I'm trying to help our people in the community.
yeah,
But you lying, you're doing a bunch of nefarious stuff behind the scenes, and look what happens. And then when you don't get down with them and they click in what they are doing and you speak on it, now you're outcast. They try to silence you. You a problem, see, because they know that people like you see through them. I've been around these type of people my whole life, bro, Clarence.
yeah,
I know them when I see them. I don't care
yeah.
how dressed up they are. I don't care if they got a suit and tie on. I don't care if they say they're attorney. I don't care if they say they're a cop. I don't care if they say they're a lawyer, a doctor, an Indian chief. You
Yeah,
still a crook.
yeah, yeah. It's bad. It's really bad. And but it's sad to see when a grown man, you know, got this kind of, you know, kind of childlike, innocent love for a person that you know this person has some issues, right? I knew Polight had issues, especially by the time he got to LA, his whole thing had changed, right? He was forget the whole black power, black people coming together, make the black family strong thing. That was done. Now it was all about getting up close to these people that got money, right? I get it. Okay, he pivoted. Okay, that's what you do. But just tell the truth, man. Don't be out here scamming people like this person. I'm gonna give you what do you say? I'm gonna give you the mentor program, right? Hey,
Yeah, the celebrity. I get that to all the celebrities, to Mayweather and all of them. See, you understand? So you know that means if you in the clique and I give you that level of mentorship, man, that means you in. You in.
yeah,
You a part of the family. Welcome to the fold.
man. Oh man. Okay, Patrice. Let's get back to the mentee, man. That's unfortunately this young brother was scammed by Polight, but let's let him finish his story a little bit.
Just like, y'all, this was the angriest I've ever been in years, and da 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 da. And I felt like at that moment he opened up more to me. He really, you know. And so, is it still going? All right, man. I don't even know. Like, the story goes so deep. It goes so deep. So it ended up happening where we get back and we ended up going to dinner. It was one of the other live streams, and at the end of the meal, I had to pay for everything. It was like a $400 bill. You know what I'm saying? And I was just like, whoa. He was like, oh, that's an investment, G. That's putting into your trust. Put into your trust. I'm gonna try to keep this as chronologically as in order that I can, but there's so many different times and situations. And every time I was driving him I'm from the jungle. I'm from Hawaii. Yeah, I'm originally from LA, but I spent the last.
I heard that wrong, Patrice. I heard that wrong. I know I heard that wrong. This man did not
What
say
part?
the part where he said he paid for a $400 meal for Polight and all his crew.
Yeah, it's a
'Cause I was
part of
thinking
his
something in the
trust.
microwave.
That's the part. That's a part of the trust that we gonna tally that up at the end, and you gonna get that back seat.
Oh man, I did not hear that right. Patrice, something wrong with your ears, because you didn't hear that right. We didn't hear that right.
I heard
$400,
what
a
I heard.
$400 meal. He had to pay for it.
Well, it looks like to me he footed the whole trip bill,
I don't know.
everything.
I didn't know vegans ate that much.
Yeah, that part.
I don't know, because according to him and his whole crew was vegan. So I didn't know vegans ate $400 worth of food. I don't know, man. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's us, Patrice. Maybe it's something wrong with us.
You already know that's the BS, right?
All right, let's finish up with the mentee.
12 years. So there was so much pressure to drive in LA and get to Polight to things on time, and just like, and then I was getting pressure from Raed, like, why are you going so slow? And, and I'm worried about driving his pregnant wife around Amanette, like, and so it was a lot of anxiety and stress on that. And then I'm paying for Airbnbs, and I'm just literally waiting on Polight to call me. I still don't have no car, by the way. Oh yeah, when we get back to Vegas, he's like, all right, G, you know what? You can keep the car right now. You can keep the car, you can do your thing, and yeah, just drop us off, right? So I ended up having the car for a little bit, but it was his car. I never got the car that I paid for. You know what I'm saying? So I was driving around a little bit. I had a little fun, but at the same time, I'm spending left and right Airbnbs and fast food, thinking like, all right, so when are we going to get this condo? Literally, like, weeks and weeks went by, and he was like, yo, pay for the furniture. Oh, also, I had to pay for the furniture. It was like $3 or $4 grand before I went out there. So I paid him that. And he was like, oh, there's real estate fees. I have people looking all over. So I paid him that. And then there ended up being storage fees for the furniture. So I had to pay him that. And I'm thinking, all right, like, I'm about to get all this back. And there's just so many times where I had to rush him and his wives, or him and Nina, to airport, had to go pay for the baggage. Yo, pay for this. Yo, pay for that. All this, I had to pay for him left and right. And I'm thinking, damn, like, and there was times, like the first time, I kept asking him for books. Yo, Polight, can I get a book? When can I set up the trust? When we can get the condo? And at that point, I felt it was kind of cheaper just to sleep in the car. You know what I'm saying? So and then I hit a point where I'm like, yo, honestly, like, I can't do. And he just flipped out. And he was just like, you know what? I'm giving you your refund back. I got a private interest holdings account. I'm just going to refund you your money. How disrespectful. I did all this work for you. And I'm thinking, like, about to cry. Like, fuck, did I just ruin this opportunity? It like changed my life. Like, and man. And he was just like, yo, we need to meet up. So he goes, we meet up, and we start building and start talking. And I don't know. This is what he does. He's a magician with words. But he ended up calming me down. And I said, all right, cool, no worry. He's like, yo, oh yeah, and you just need a little bit more investment, right? So I gave him like a couple $1,000, $2,000.
Oh my
Man.
God. Oh my God,
man.
bro. Like, God rest his soul, but my God, how naive and gullible can you be?
Man.
I mean, do you want to be accepted and in the fold of somebody so bad till you know that every fiber in your being is telling you something ain't right? And he said he questioned himself. He doubted himself. He knew in his heart of hearts that something wasn't right, but he wanted to be in this guy's presence and fold so bad.
Yeah.
Like, and this is exactly what I see in people right now.
Yeah.
Right now on these YouTube streets. Like, oh my God, like, God rest his soul, but my God, how naive, how gullible, how cognitive dissonance can you be? Like, oh my God, like, and And Polight is such a narcissist. He working this brother. He working him like the pro that he is. Did you hear him say he was a magician with words?
Oh man.
He remind me of one of them charismatic preachers or motivational speakers that ripped off so many people with the get rich quick schemes. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Bro,
Well,
this is
they
bad.
look for people like this, man. They look for people
This
like
is
this.
bad.
They look for people like this where they don't they look for people that they can spot other hurt people. They can spot people who are hurt and need help and need guidance and need direction, and they mislead them, right? They're bad shepherds. They looking for sheep that's looking for a shepherd. And when they find one, hey, you the shepherd I've been looking for, right? And they take advantage of that and they say, okay.
And that's the thing. This brother ignored all the signs. He ignored his own second guessing. He ignored his own intuition. He ignored his own gut feeling. He ignored everything that God gives us within us as a common, as a human being, to say something ain't right. This ain't right.
Yeah, it's not right. It's not
Something
right.
ain't right.
And sometimes you gotta move on that. Sometimes you gotta move on the fact that, hey man, something ain't right here. Something is not right here. Now, unfortunately, that poor brother passed away, before he had the time to take action, because what he did was he tried to sue Polight. He tried to sue Polight
Right.
I think it was out of Hawaii. He tried to sue Polight in Hawaii, and they told him, well, he didn't steal your money here. And really, it was difficult because he had no case, because he physically gave Polight the money, so it made things harder. But they told him in Hawaii, hey, that's not our jurisdiction. You got to sue him, wherever he committed the crime, right? And he was trying to figure out how to get to that point, and then unfortunately, like I said, this brother had some health challenges, and he unfortunately passed away. But just a cautionary tale, y'all. Y'all got to pay attention to who y'all listen to, because they start out good. Almost all of these guys, they always start out good. I'm for the Black community. I want the people to go. My queen, sister, queen, king, and they queen and king us to death, right? And we fall in love with them because they singing a good song. But then as time goes on, that's when you go see who you really dealing with. And when the money comes, see, that's when you really see who you dealing with. When the money and the fame comes, are they still on the same program, or are they gonna switch up? Are they gonna pivot? That's what you're gonna see. All right, so now we're gonna talk about Polight, what happened on Friday, right? Why and why he may plea. Now, it's my understanding, it's my feeling that with the DNA evidence, I don't think any lawyer with his worth of salt is going to try to fight that. So I think that what the lawyer even told him to plea, right? But they're saying that the subpoenas might have something to do with it. So let's listen to what this particular content creator is saying.
Hey, everybody, it's Layla. I hope you're having a great weekend and everything. I'll be back soon so that we can just do a live stream. I'd love to hear from you, but honestly, it feels good not to revisit a lot of things right now. There are really no pertinent updates just yet, but there are a lot of details that we can discuss. Tonight, I just wanted to chime in on this whole, not even chime in with my opinion, but just to say that in the Polight case, it seems to me that the prosecution, sent out a slew of subpoenas, and that is what triggered the plea arrangement that we will all be listening for on the 7th. There wasn't a lot of activity in the Polight case, Michael Polight Nowak case since April. But then on June 5th, the prosecution they filed a bunch of subpoenas in the court to let the court know that they had these subpoenas. The people who were subpoenaed responded, and they were all set to testify and would be present in court on July 3rd. If you look at some of the subpoenas and who these people are, you would surmise, as I have, that that's what triggered this. Polight's attorney probably called the prosecutors and said, "Hey, what can we do here?" And then they started those negotiations, and we'll see what the plea arrangement is. But if you look at some of those people, one is starting from the top: Holly Meyer, crime lab analyst; John Reddick, forensic scientist; Nuria Diaz, records custodian; Courtney Venecia, crime scene technician. There's a whole bunch of names on there. So these would be the people analyzing the DNA. They probably have nurses and other people who may have taken the victim's statement at that time, the alleged victim, who I believe Polight is totally guilty. And we're going to talk about that also. And it's just shameful.
Man, that's
Did you
a
know about that,
plethora.
Maurice? Did you know about all these subpoenas?
No, but that's a plethora of people that's going to have to get on the stand to testify. Did you hear these people credentials?
Yes.
Like, oh my God. And shout out to Layla. Shout out to Layla. I like her platform.
Yeah,
So,
man. If you get a chance, go on and subscribe to the sister, man. Good content creator, right? So, hey, I mean, I think you and I kind of surmised that he was going to have to plead just off the girl herself, right? I didn't know all these other people. I knew they were going to probably bring at least one expert in. Now they bringing all these experts in. Oh,
okay. But what were you saying, Brother Clay? And you were saying something. I'm trying to remember what you were saying that may be the reason why something with the plea or something.
Why Polight was gonna plead?
No. I think it was something else. Like his attorneys is trying to say something regarding the plea or something. I don't know. Anyway, it may come to me in a minute. But I thought I heard you say something. But go ahead.
Yeah. I don't see no other alternative for Polight but to plea. Shout out to Dale Long, by the way. I don't see no other option for Polight than pleading. Right? He has no other way to go, especially with this DNA stuff. Like, they're getting prepared, they digging in. They because I think what the prosecution is doing by subpoenaing all of these experts, they saying, okay, maybe you're gonna fight us on this DNA thing. Maybe you're stupid enough to do that. We're gonna load up so many experts. You ain't gonna be able to go expert for expert with us, because that's gonna cost you too much money.
Exactly.
And then you ain't gonna be able to do that, even just to try to fight it. But ain't no other expert gonna come in and say another expert is wrong. These people are all in the same industry. They ain't gonna work together. They ain't gonna call one of their peers wrong.
And you right, Brother Clarence. He gonna have to cop the plea, and I'm pretty sure, like you saying, his attorney is telling him, look, cop this plea, because if we go to trial and that girl get on the stand, you toast,
dead.
bro.
You dead.
You toast. if that young lady has the strength to get on the stand and her mother say cool, and the young lady has been psychologically evaluated to say she's psychologically strong enough to get on the stand, he's toast. Because even though his attorney may try to trip that young lady up, try to trip her up in lies or try to trip her up in something, that DNA is it, bro. DNA speaking for itself. It was on her person, period.
Ain't no way you can explain that.
How you going to explain that? You going to say she put it there? Oh, so in other words, even if she put it there, why would you allow a 14-year-old girl to be in a position to handle you to even put it on herself?
Exactly.
I mean, either way it go, bro, you toast.
You done.
So let's take this plea, right? Let's cop this plea, and you'll be out in 4 to 6 or
You can
whatever.
release.
Whatever little low ball number he gonna end up getting, which is a slap on the wrist, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But this your best bet here, because if we go to trial, you're gonna be looking at
Oh man,
you're gonna be looking at 15 to 25 years, bro. Like,
bury him in the trial. They bury him in the trial.
that part.
And then a lot more details will come out that he won't, like right now he can still lie. Oh no, it's just a misunderstanding. You can still lie about it right now. Even if you take the plea, you can go to prison and you can lie about it. Well, just misunderstanding.
Yeah, because the mother may get on the stand. Listen, the people that were witnesses that saw him with the young lady when they were when they went to the he was trying to take her to this after party, and the people told him that it was over or it was closed or whatever. So these were all witnesses that saw him with this underage woman.
Yeah.
The people in the hotel when he got caught, when he signed in, whether he signed in under his name or even illegal, there's cameras.
He's done.
Come on, bro.
And that's why I was laughing when I see that lawyer saying he will be exonerated. I'm like, come on, man. Come on, man. But see, I don't think
I guess that's the big dollars that he paid for a jacked up attorney like him to say.
Well, I mean, I think at that time they didn't know that attorney didn't know about the DNA situation. I think if he would have known about the DNA
that was early on. Exactly. Yeah.
He would have been like, he wouldn't have been so, he probably would have did the standard attorney thing. Well, when the facts come out, that's when we're gonna hold back making a comment until the facts come out, right? That's the standard attorney line.
Because they definitely singing a different song now, ain't they?
Oh yeah, man. They like, please, let's do this plea agreement, right? Please, right? Okay, let's get back to the sister, man. Shout out to the sister, man, the excellent content creator.
The reaction of some people, I'm seeing all of it that's going down, but this is why we're also going to talk about new legislation in New York that you can get behind to help change the statute of limitations in New York for these kinds of criminal activities. Too. In my state of Illinois, the statute of limitations was removed from all sex crimes. In 2017, it was either I think it was 2017. Our attorney general, she was not taking any prisoners, and there are no statute of limitations now for sex crimes in Illinois. And that should be the movement in every state. And Polight committed these offenses allegedly in the state of Florida, who is very harsh. So we'll see what the plea arrangement is when he shows up on the 7th, and what the mitigation will be, and all that kind of stuff. And they are asking for 60 days, but he could be very well taken into custody right then and there. That's up to the judge and other details that we're not privy to. But back to his docket, I know a lot of you are looking up his case. Don't just look at the charges. Go down and look at the docket. Look at all the people who were subpoenaed, who all responded to the subpoena on June 5th. That's the date of the filing. And then on June 21st, you get a motion for a continuance. And now on July 7th, there's going to be a plea hearing. So just do a little bit of just look at some of those people. And because I believe that's what triggered the plea arrangement that we will hear about. Okay. And I hope you guys are good, and I'll see you soon. I'm working it in a live stream where we can just hang out and talk about stuff. Okay.
Oh boy. It's not looking good for the Polight camp at all. At all. I didn't even know about the subpoenas. I was just saying he's gonna take the plea just off the little girl herself and maybe the mother, right? I had no clue about all this stuff, but I knew they would probably bring one expert in. But all these extras, 6 or 7 of them, good night, Polight.
And bro, I'm gonna say this because you said something, that I don't agree with, and I'm gonna say this because you was like, I feel bad for Brother Polight, you know, and his people. I don't. I don't. I don't feel bad for him. I don't feel bad for the people and people that continue to follow people that do nefarious things like this. I don't feel bad when the
Well, I
end
didn't mean his
result is
followers,
they
Patrice.
get
I mean his family. I mean
they
the
get
family,
what they get.
innocent family members that was around him, not the people that was actually participating into taking advantage of this man that was giving him money. I'm talking about the innocent people, the kids, right?
Oh
It's
yeah,
like the
children.
kids.
Of course,
Yeah,
children.
you know,
Children are
that's
innocent.
what I meant.
But there are grown adults, bro. Let's just be real. See, this the part with us that we gotta be real. It is grown people that was around this dude know what he was doing.
Right.
And they acquiesced. They said
Right.
nothing. They did nothing. Matter of fact, they help enjoy off of some of the fruits of the labor of other people that he has scammed. So come on now. So when we try to have these conversations, we got to be real honest. People that acquiesce to that type of crap, I don't feel sorry for them.
No. I don't feel sorry for them either.
Why should we?
Yeah.
They got
No. That's not what I was
got
talking about.
lucky. They got lucky that they get to walk away because they didn't actually commit the crime, but they acquiesced to the person that did. They are a piece of garbage.
No. Well, I'm glad you're making me clear that up. No, I
That's
wasn't.
that.
I
Yeah,
didn't
I
mean
want
that.
to be clear. I'm not talking about children at all, because children are
Yeah, that's
innocent
who I
in
was
this
talking about.
situation. But there are adult children people like that know what this brother was doing for years. That was around this brother that partaked in that crap.
Right.
That knew he was scamming people.
Right.
But it was cool when it was good when they was running with the click. That's what I'm saying. It is people like that every day that do this type of stuff. When you are a grown adult and you know somebody doing wrong and you know they committing crimes and committing crimes against other people, supposedly be your own community that you're supposed to love and uphold and uplift and talk about, but you know they are doing this. Come on, I don't feel sorry for them. You're a piece of crap. You're a piece of crap.
I agree. Agreed on that. So let me make myself clear, because maybe people did take it the way you took it. So I never meant to say that I feel sorry for Polight. Personally, I feel sorry for his children. I feel sorry for the innocent people that are surrounding him that think that some kind of way he's a legitimate businessman. And when now it's all coming out that it was blood money that he was spending on them. I'm buying them cars and buying them this and buying them that. It's blood money that he's spending on them. And I feel sorry for them that they have to find
Ill-gotten gains. Ill-gotten
they have
gains.
to come to the realization that their father is not who they thought their father was, right? So that's what I feel bad about, man. Not specifically the people that was, in bed in cahoots with him and his behavior. So thank you for making me clear that up, Patrice. All right, let's get to Brother Polight. He's going to respond to the allegations. These are all lies, Patrice. These are all lies. That's not my semen.
That's what people
lies.
like him do. They are liars, professional liars.
Well, he's going to say Polight is saying that everybody else is lying on him, right? The police, the girl, the mother, everybody's lying on him. All right, let's take a look.
What's going on, world? It's your boy Sensei Rippin'. I'm back again with another video. Man, oh man, what can I say, man? Yesterday, we talking Kwame Brown, and out of nowhere, there's reports that Brother Polight has been charged with some very spicy crimes, if you will. So we're going to check out what Tasha K got to say. You know what I mean? We got a Brother Polight response on Sinetta platform. And I'm going to give y'all my opinion afterwards. All right?
I'm going to just jump to Sinetta, y'all.
This is James. James left his 9-to-5 job and is now making over $50,000 a month online. James is implementing a two-part.
Reported to Miami-Dade County Forensic Lab, where it was analyzed on.
Oh, peace, Brother Polight.
Hey, what's up, King?
Well, I want you to know I'm live. Do you want to talk or no?
I'm actually traveling, but what's going on?
All right, I'm quite sure you see the internet is lit up. People is talking crazy. And
yeah, Uncle just told me something crazy.
Yeah, people are talking crazy that you had molested a 14-year-old girl. I don't know how true it is. That's why I said I'm not going to jump out the window. I'm not saying none of that until we can find out what's really good. And I don't know if you want to talk, or we could set something up probably tomorrow whenever you stop traveling or whatever.
You know, we don't play those games. Just like when niggas was coming at me with all the goofy shit before.
Okay.
You know, when people make serious allegations like that, you know, YouTube ain't the place where you deal with it.
Got you. I
You know,
got
I
you,
stay
brother.
with our
Say
whole
less.
fucking legal team. You know what I'm saying?
Say less.
But what I'll tell you is this. You know, I ain't no fucking weirdo. You see all the beautiful, voluptuous people I be with.
Yeah.
So I ain't a weirdo. That's what it is. But I know what it is for people.
Yeah.
When you make a very negative accusation against somebody, some accusations are so negative, you be like, yo, that shit's so negative, it gotta be true, because who would say something that negative?
Damn.
That's it. You know what I'm saying? So that's how that shit is. But you know, I ain't gonna speak on it any further. But I tell you this: if I accuse somebody of some shit, niggas don't buy into it because niggas hate me. But if somebody accuses me of something, it's always true. But I'm always walking around free.
Right.
It's always true, but I'm always free. So you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But I just got wind of it.
Say no more, man.
But you know, love you, man. Thank you for even just asking me.
All right.
You know, and being a brother, just asking.
Yes.
But I thank you very much. But you know how we got to do when it comes to this type of goofy shit. You got to leave it in the hands of the people that deal with that kind of negativity.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree. I agree. All right. Peace.
Yes, I can't do it in the world of YouTube. Peace.
All right. So that's why I was saying, Sutek, that I'm not going to jump out the window and just say some crazy shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm not going to put my foot in my mouth. I let them niggas do that. Y'all can do all that shit.
Well, that's it, y'all. That's Brother Polight's response to the reports of the charges. Of course, initially when I heard it, I was, looking like, where is this coming from? TMZ. They say Tasha K. Now, we all know Tasha K is good at her job. Salute to her. But I was a little, struck for a second, like, well, why only Tasha K? You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure there's a lot of other platforms out here that would love to put that man's face up. You know what I mean? But of course, Tasha was the first to break it to everyone. Of course, some people I noticed in the comments on other people's videos was talking about Sinetta exposing us. So, of course.
All right. So at that point, that's probably about a year or so ago.
Okay, that's what I was going to say when it kind of first the charges first came about. Okay, so what is brother Sonetta saying now? Is he talking now? Now that the DNA
I don't
and
think so.
like, what is the brother saying now?
Let me look something up. Let me see if I can find something that he's talking about. Meanwhile, let's watch what happened on the 7th. On the 7th, he was supposed to Polight was supposed to go to court and allegedly plead to allegedly plead to some lesser charge, right? Or some other deal, take a plea, some plea deal, right? He had I think he had 4 charges that stuck. I think they charged him initially with 7. I think that 4 stuck, right? So he got, I think, possibly about 4 charges out there that they're gonna get him for. And he was supposed to take a plea deal, probably to plead those 4 into maybe 2 or less charges, right? Maybe all in one charge, right? Who knows? All right, because we haven't seen the deal, right? So we're gonna check out while I'm looking up Sonetta, we're gonna check out Brother Polight and what happened on July 7th when he was supposed to go into court and plead.
On page 13 of your Honor's calendar, Michael Noah.
You're okay.
Rating staff on behalf of the state.
All right, page 13. Counsel, state your name for the record.
David Terrace on behalf of the defendant, Michael Noah.
Okay, thank you. And I believe there may have been a couple of people on Zoom. I don't know what the relationship was on the case. Okay, yes, ma'am. State.
Your Honor, I believe at this time, we'll be asking for a joint continuance, but to set this case briefly, either sometime within the next 2 weeks, we have come to a plea agreement. I've sent over a written plea agreement to defense counsel. Just so that Your Honor is aware, what we wish to happen is for the defendant to enter into the plea within the next 2 weeks, but we are going to starting the Nelson hearing as possible to call a case out of jail. Thank you. On page 13 of Your Honor's calendar, Michael Noah.
You're okay.
Leading staff on behalf of the state.
All right, page 13. Counsel, state your name for the record.
David Terrace on behalf of the defendant, Michael Nowak.
Okay, thank you. And I believe there may have been a couple of people on Zoom. I don't know what the relationship was on the case.
So I see you got a new attorney. That's not the same attorney that he had before, right?
Right. And it sounds like he got a continuance, right? From on July 7th, correct? Is that what I heard?
They got a continuance to September, I think, sometime in September. Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course they're gonna try to stretch it out as long as they can. That's kind of what happened. That's kind of how court, when the attorney trying to work out something or whatever,
they're trying
to do right. They just continue trying to stretch it out. So
the attorneys make more money. Now you can if you go in just at one time, but the attorney can bill you every time this case goes to the court. They can bill you. Those are billable hours.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
So they're gonna make a ton of money off of this dude. Okay. I'm sorry, I'll interrupt you, Patrice. What are you saying?
No, I was just saying that's what it sounds like, that it's a continuance, like you're saying, for another date. But my question is, like I was saying, that was when he was first charged, that situation where he went on Brother Sanetta's platform. So my question is, what is Brother Sanetta saying now? And my question is, I know that they was giving Sanetta at one time all the smoke when that situation came out about his niece-in-law, which was his wife, Sanetta's wife. It was her niece that ran off with Brother Polight when she was underage, and they was trying to cover that up, and they was giving Sanetta a lot of smoke back then. So my question is, bro, if you know that, you and your wife or whoever, your family members knew that this underage girl had ran away with Brother Polight, I don't know if nothing ever came of that. I think she ended up being one of the young girls that stayed.
Oh man, holy smokes! Well, I guess what, I found Sanetta's talking about it, so we'll see. We'll play a little bit of that, and we'll see. All right, so this is Sanetta. This is Polight court hearing. He did not show up because they just continued it to till September, but he was supposed to sign a plea deal. He did not sign the plea deal, so he still has not pled to anything. They gave him 60 more days, right? And I think what his lawyer was doing is trying to some kind of way cut down the jail time and
buy some time.
Yeah, and remove some of the stipulations from his probation, because I'm sure in Florida he's going to have to register, and I'm sure that the attorney is trying some kind of way,
right, as an SA offender. As an S offender.
Yes,
so you're right. They probably trying to negotiate even the plea, right? So that would make sense why possibly the continuation is going on, because they trying to work out a lot of stuff.
They know he's dead. He's dead in the water. So there's nothing to negotiate as far as
Yeah, they know he's gonna get some time.
Right.
They just trying to negotiate how much time.
They just trying to negotiate. They just trying to shave off as much time as they can and try. And I believe wholeheartedly they're trying to take him having to register off the table, because that is going to, if you think his career is dead now, it's going to just bury it. He'll never crawl out from under that. He will never.
Man, bro, I pray to God that they don't do that. I pray to God that they don't do that.
Oh no.
This man. Yeah, he needs to be. Listen.
Not unless he got like $10 billion to give to a judge or something, he's going to register.
He ain't got that kind of money. He probably
ain't got that
damn
kind
near.
of money.
He probably damn near, if he not going broke now, even with this case, fighting
Exactly.
this case.
Exactly, because ain't nobody else, especially after the dude that we saw kicked in all that money, ain't nobody giving Polight that kind of money. Maybe there's still a few dudes paying for these little kits that he got, but other than that, I don't think it's nobody giving him no big money like they used to. That's over with. And so now he's just out there.
Well, right. When you up on these kind of charges, even all the people that rocked with you, supported you, and all of that, they start slowly backing away.
Yeah, it's a
Slowly, because
believe in you
they
and
creep away, because it's not like, oh God, it looked like he now gonna be found guilty and he gonna have to take this plea and get some time. So let me just slowly back away
You're
now.
throwing good money after bad, right? You're throwing good money after bad money, because why keep throwing money at his legal defense when he's guilty? He's guilty. It's not no question of his guilt. The only question is, how much time is he going to do, and what's going to be the stipulations of his probation when he get out? So that's the only thing we got to negotiate. That's all, right? So I believe that's what they're trying to do. And
Well, if you look at right, and excuse me for cutting you off, I want to say that because you look at the case with Nicki Minaj's husband now, who she's married to, his case of what he did to that young lady when they were teenagers, and he pleaded to a lesser charge, but he still had to register as an S offender, and that was the whole issue that came out when Nicki Minaj and her husband moved to California. He did not notify them, and that's why he got in trouble. So
don't play out here.
he needs to absolutely, that needs to be absolutely kept on the table as a part of that plea, is that
you ain't
Brother
getting out of that.
Polight need to register as a S offender.
They're
Period.
not going to get. He's not going to get out of that. And because you know why? Because it's too many moving parts, Patrice. It's just too many moving parts. You're not going to be able to explain as a prosecutor why you took that off the table. There's just too many moving parts. Now, I know that happens for rich kids and stuff like that. Sometimes they do stuff like this, and then everybody, their families all know each other. The prosecutor and the judge and the person, they know, and they get together and they say, "Okay, we're gonna take this off. This kid just made a mistake or whatever, right?" But that's when you know people. When you Polight, you don't know nobody, right? You walking in there, you don't know nobody. They're not going to take that stuff off the table. And unfortunately for him and his true believers, that it's just a bad deal all the way around. But the good news is he won't be able to be out there doing this to anyone else, and then he won't be able to scam no one else, and he won't be able to cause no issues for no one else. And
and people like that, even if when they get out, they really need to be ostracized out of our communities, like seriously.
Well, I think they need to be
men and women
healed.
That too, but they need to be ostracized out the community. Because some people, bro, Clarence, let's be real. Come on. Some people can't be healed from this, because if that brother get out and continue to do the same thing he doing, this is why people like him need to be ostracized out of the community. I'm not saying if he want to go get him some help or play that game of I'm gonna go get some help, I'm gonna get some therapy, because a lot of them use that. Let's be real. A lot of them use that as an excuse to get off light, as a part of their plea. Oh, he got to get counseling. He got to get this, and they play that game. They will play that game in the justice system, but they don't actually mean it, and they don't get the help, and they come back and they do the same thing. They become repeat offenders.
But I understand that, Patrice. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying you don't do nothing. I'm just saying that ultimately, just pushing them out does not really. You're just pushing them to someplace else. They're gonna do the same thing someplace else. In my opinion, the more effective thing to do is let's monitor them, but let's put them in a position where they have to go to these meetings. They have to go get this help. They have to get the help. because if we just let them go, we just
Right,
say,
I
"Oh,
know what you're saying, like going to an NA or AA meeting, like
yeah,
like to
or
make
the
that,
counselor or
like
whatever,
make that a part of
probation,
the
right?
probation
Yeah,
or a part even
parole,
of the plea bargain or parole when he
exactly,
get out. Like I
exactly.
understand all that, and I understand that. I get it. I'm not saying
Because
that, but I'm
that's what the
saying
church did.
right, but people with a history like Polight that is been a habitual, like over and over
Right.
again. Look at all the trouble after what he did to this brother. He didn't stop scamming people.
I understand that. See,
I know what you're saying. I know
but
what you're saying,
that's a
though.
different issue to scamming. I only showed the scamming to show the mentality where he was open to doing crazy stuff like that. But my point is that
I
to
don't
make,
believe this young lady is the first person he did this
I
to. I
don't
believe
either. I agree with you on
I
that,
believe that for some reason these other children and their parents are not coming
because
forward.
it's
But I just
usually
don't
never
believe
that.
that she's the only one.
Right. It's usually never like that, right? It's usually never the person they get caught with is the first one. That usually never happens. Usually the person they get caught with is like way down the line, right? But I'm saying if the if we want to make the thing safer, make it more safer, just a suggestion. I think that, in my opinion, yes, we got to remove them from certain places like schools and stuff like that. We got to remove them from places like that because that's a zone of there's a threat there that they may act out on something, right? So we got to remove them, but to just push them, sweep them just sweep them away without forcing them to get help. I think
Right.
it would be better if we force them to get help.
Yeah, I
Okay.
understand your point in that. And
Yeah.
anywhere he moved, because it's so easy today to find out who are the SA offenders in your
Yeah.
community. We have a registry. It's public knowledge. You can go on and get that information. But he's such a public figure, you know what I mean, in the
He's
community
done.
and everything. So yeah, he pretty much gonna
He's
be
done.
self
He's done.
demising
I mean,
himself. Yeah.
it's so many communities that won't even allow you to move into their communities because you have this registration that you got to
Oh,
go through.
well, that's what happened to Nicki Minaj and her husband. They was trying to
Right.
buy this house in California, honey. And when them rich people, some content creator went around with flyers all in California and speaking to people in the community of where Nicki and her husband was trying to buy that mansion, and baby, they signed the petition. Nicki couldn't buy that house. They said,
Oh,
we don't want your ex offending husband in our community. See, but we don't do that. We don't do that. We don't do, baby, them rich white people wasn't having it. Nikki couldn't get that house.
yeah,
Okay. They
man, that's
wasn't
crazy.
playing.
Yeah, and and you can understand. You can understand. Hey, I want my children to be safe, and if you got this kind of person running around, even if they don't know what the charges was or what the situation was, who cares? As long as you got that SA on you, you just you got what? You remember that book, The Scarlet Letter? You ever read that book?
Yeah, I read it in school. Yeah,
Yeah, right.
many years
Remember,
ago. Mhm.
the girls walking around with that scarlet letter on their shirt. They had to just leave them alone, right? So I'm just saying this. So it's like once you got that scarlet letter, you're done, right? So that his career is over. It's done. I mean, I think it's grinding to a halt now. The true believers are, like you said, they finally at this point finally starting to jump out the window.
But you know what's gonna happen, bro? We got to be honest, and this happens a lot in our community. It's
What's
gonna
that?
be somebody in our community when he gets out that's gonna protect him. It's gonna allow him to be in a protected community, and they're gonna take care of him the same way they doing African Bambaataa. Let's be real.
Yeah,
Come
yeah,
on now. This man was never brought up on charges, and
yeah.
he is so protected now. You can't even get to this brother. Like, it's so hard to get to this brother after the nefarious things he did to a lot of underage children that are now grown men that spoke out about what he did to them. And he's almost underground protected. This is what we do to people that do this. And that's the exact same thing they're gonna do to Brother Polight. It's always gonna be somebody that do that.
Can't even. It hurts to even say that, but it's true. I believe you're right. Okay, let's look at what happened. I just had it here. What happened? Oh man, let me go back.
Was you trying to pull up the Sonetta thing?
Yeah, I had it right here. What happened? What happened? No, that's not it. Yeah, I had to. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay, let me go back. I got it. Okay, here we go. Okay, this is Sonetta. He's talking about Polight. Come on, Sonetta.
Powers of consciousness. Get it off your chest. Information through the city streets. Traveling street to street. Got to be complete. Check out the room to see how raw it be. Over TVDs. Sit back, relax, and let your mind be free. So you got that info and safely. Just come correct, this here ain't for the weak. Yeah.
Damn, let me get that shit one more time. I ain't here. Our opportunity to get the nigga who we really hate, because he's the man that's making these moves. So we need to get him. And so that's what they did. They tried to go at me, and I see them trying to do it again. So I come to you today, family, and let you know we are not going to let them get away with it this time. Whatever Polight is charged with, that's on him, not on the House of Consciousness. How many times have I said it? I've said it once. I've said it twice. I said it 5. I said it 10 times. And God damn it, I will say it again for you all to hear this. Chop this up and play it. But for some reason, they're not playing what I said, because that's not the narrative that they want out. I'm going to say it one more time. If Polight is found guilty for molesting a baby, a child, his ass need to be put under the jail next to Dr. York and throw away the key. Therefore, I said it again. But they didn't hear that. That shit went through the ears, because we got to find a way to connect Polight to Sonetta. Check. We got to find a way to connect Polight with Sonetta. Here's the thing, y'all. I told y'all that I speak to Polight damn near every week or every 2 weeks, because I am interested in finding out what the hell is going on. So therefore, I already got the inside information. I already knew about this shit. Listen to me when I tell you. I knew about this shit. I knew about what was going to happen. Y'all just finding out, and that's why it's crazy to y'all. Ask Zoriak if I knew about this already, because I speak to my people. So I already knew what was going down. I knew what was going to happen before it happened. I know what he copped out to. Y'all don't know what he copped out to. Y'all don't know what he pleaded guilty for. Once again, I am here not to defend this motherfucker. I'm not here to cape for Polight.
Wait a minute. We don't know what he pleaded to. And shout
So
to
how do he know?
Hold on.
How do he know? I mean,
hold on, Patrice.
It's not.
Hold on, Patrice.
Like, oh God. Okay.
Hold on. All right, Brother Watkins. I forgot. I believe they put the girls to death. I believe they put the girls with the scarlet letters to death. That's how I believe the book ended. I'm not sure if I got it wrong, Brother Watkins. Tell me how it ended, because we all read that book in junior high school. So I'm sure you ain't gonna be spoiling the book for nobody up here. You tell us how it ended, but I believe they put the girls to death. That was a long time ago for me. All right, now back to what you were saying, Patrice.
No, I was saying he was saying, okay, I understand he have a relationship with Polight. He been talking to him every week or 2 weeks or whatever he's saying, so he can know what's going on. But you know what's going on based on what Polight is allegedly telling you that's
Correct.
gonna happen or he gonna do. You really
Correct.
don't know what exactly him and his attorney is gonna plead to. You don't know that.
Okay.
You can't. I'm saying because if that was the case, bro, we would know by now. Because when he went to court July 7th, or his attorney went to court on his behalf, it was a continuous. So
Right.
nobody knows right now. Now, if he having a conversation with Polight and Polight saying, "Yeah, man, I'm just gonna plea out to whatever, something lesser, uh, contributing to the delinquency of a minor." I'm just throwing that out there, right?
Right.
That's what we gonna cop a plea to. If but even if he said that to Sonetta, that is not necessarily what it's going to be whenever the plea come out. He could say anything. So Sinetta is acting like, because he have conversations with Polight, he knows what the end result is going to be. No, you don't, bro. No, you don't. None of us know yet. We're
Right.
not gonna know until we know.
Right.
Until you know what I'm saying.
Right. Until it's a
So
public record, right?
exactly. But
Right.
my question, my question would be to Brother Sinetta, because I know, Brother Polight was funding a lot of things, where you were concerned. So
Ah.
at what point, I would ask on that. So at what point did your narrative change? Now that the money ain't coming in no more, now that the funding and the
Ah.
different things not coming in anymore. So now at what point, and what's your stance on what was the end results of happened to your niece-in-law? How about that?
Yeah,
Who
that's a
was
good question.
underage, that ran off in the middle of the night with
That's a
said
good
Brother
question.
Polite. Like, come
Well,
on.
my
So
issue with the situation is I don't like how when cats like this try to characterize, and I don't have no personal issue with Sonetta, but I don't like when people try to characterize it. They say, "Yeah, I know what he pled to," but that don't mean he didn't do what they charging him with. That doesn't
exactly,
mean he
and,
didn't
and
do
you
that.
just and you just know he just know what he may have told
Yeah,
him he gonna plead to. He
yeah,
hasn't actually, you know what I'm saying? It ain't came
yeah.
out yet what he actually pled to. Because if Sonetta knew, why ain't Sonetta saying, "Oh, he gonna plead to contributing to the delinquency of a minor guy"? So watch when it come out. I'm telling y'all know what
Well,
I
guess
know,
what? He gonna
because
learn too. He gonna find out too. He don't know. Like you
exactly,
said, he gonna find out
exactly.
exactly what's going on
My
when
point,
it becomes
exactly.
when it come out
That's
public.
that's all I'm
No,
saying.
like you
So
said, he
just
just know
because
what
you having a
polite telling him.
conversation with somebody and somebody telling you something, I could tell you anything, bro. Class, I say, look, me and my attorney, we just gonna plead to this ABC, and then it comes out and it's totally not what I told you, or it's half of what I told you. It ain't everything. People like Polite ain't being totally honest with nobody. He never have. Like, people like him can never be completely honest with people. Not even the people like majority of the time that rock with him, like the Sonettas. They all are like, come on, bro. They professional liars, right? And we all know that many times Polite said on his platform, he and was a support of his platform, support of put a lot of money into a
Yeah,
lot of things that they
yeah.
were doing together or
He made
separate or whatever.
Sonetta a lot of money.
Yeah, come on,
Yeah,
come on.
yeah.
Now the narrative has changed because you know what's about to go down. So you got to slowly disconnect yourself, and now you got to say, "Hey, that's on him. Whatever he get, he get."
Right. Well, see, that
Stop
was
it.
that now it was easy to say, oh yeah, they probably put this thing together and they trying to do this, and I support some Polite all the way until this DNA came up. And that is what I think when everybody finds out about that,
Mm-hmm.
I think even the first lawyer was like, hey, what? Is DNA on the baby? Okay. Maybe you need to get
on the
another.
clothes. Exactly.
Maybe you need to get another lawyer, right?
Yeah, I
Maybe you
mean,
need to get another lawyer, right?
she wake up, her mouth, face all swollen,
Oh
mouth all
man,
swollen.
come on.
She was drugged. She was. Let's talk about
Yeah,
when they ran a toxicology test on her, and what did he drug her with? Like, come on. It's like,
yeah. I know that now. That makes sense why he was trying to make her throw up. I can get that. I can
exactly,
makes him, try to get
exactly.
try to get the alcohol and them drugs out of her. All right.
Right, but I'm pretty sure when they ran some type of toxicology test, when they ran the SA test, I'm pretty sure that it's probably some traces of something that was still left in her system.
Yeah,
Like
definitely.
that long list of witnesses, those are people that's gonna say she had this in her system, she had this on her person, she had that on her clothes, she had this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's just, and they got all them experts. Polite, lucky if you make it out of the courtroom. All right, shout out to Brother Watkins. Brother Watkins said, "No, sir, not laughing at you, but she left the country with her child." Oh yeah, that's right. The mother left the child after her husband died, trying to find the adulterous man. Yeah, man. That was a long time ago, man. I forgot a lot of the book, but I do remember that scarlet letter, the big scarlet letter. She had to sew on all her clothes. I definitely remember that. All right, man. So thank you, Mr. Watkins, for bringing that up to me, though, brother. Appreciate you, man. Straightening me out on that. Okay, so let's listen to a little bit more of Sonetta, right? Like you said, he's cutting the cord, slowly cutting the cord by saying, "Hey, look, wait. At first it was like, hey, this is all a misunderstanding. I'm with my brother Polight. Now he got good sense, at least a little bit of good sense, saying, hey, man, wait a minute, hold on. This is not looking good for Polight. So let me separate the House of Consciousness from Polight. Let me push Polight out of the way and let him take all his own arrows, and we don't want to take none of his arrows over here." But let's listen to a little bit more of Sonetta.
But I'm telling you shit that I know that none of y'all know. And so therefore, I agreed. Polight don't really want me saying anything until the 7th. On the 7th, y'all, that's when Polight is going to come out. He's going to come to my platform and let the world know what the fuck is going on. Some people are saying, no, Sonetta, don't do the interview with him.
I don't know. The 7th and came to pass.
Hey,
has he been on the platform?
I put everything this week. I put everything this week with Sonetta, and no 7th, no nothing. This is the only thing that came up.
No interview. No interview because
right?
it got continued.
It got continued. Well, still, he could have came out and said, "Hey, brother, we continued it, so we're not gonna do that," right? But he didn't even do that, right?
Right.
He gonna come on in. He said Sonetta just said he gonna come up on the 7th. Okay, see, so man, that's a sketchy right there. But we know what's going on because Polight, man, his people are trying to shave off as much as they can. And I think, in my opinion, they're really trying to get that registration off the table. They're trying to figure some kind of way. Can we pay money? Can we do this? Can we do that? Can we take that off the? Can we take that off the? Because that's a lifetime registration in Florida. So can we take it off the table some kind of way? Right?
Yeah, and it follow him anywhere he move in other states. Do you know? Like I said, Nicki Minaj's husband case is the same way. The situation happened in New York, but when he moved to California, or they tried to move to California, he did not register as a S offender, and that's the problem. That's what got him in trouble.
What gets you in trouble when if you register. And then people can look up the case and see what happened. Maybe they say, okay, you was a teenager when that happened. Okay, whatever. But the fact that you didn't register, that makes people already go, uh-oh.
But this is the thing that blew me away. Now, it's all cool when Sonetta was in the clique and all it is, and in the conscious community. But then as soon as they do some nefarious, hey, that's on you, don't. Hey, the conscious community ain't got nothing to do with it. Ain't got nothing. Listen, that's separate. Come on. The conscious community knew and condoned it. Stop it.
I don't know if they condoned it, but they definitely knew about it. I don't know if they condoned it. But hey, let's bring Vaughn into Patrice. Patrice, can we bring Vaughn into the conversation?
Yeah. Hey, brother Vaughn.
What's going on,
What
Big
is
Vaughn?
going on, man? You know, I've been behind the scenes listening. You know, I had to kind of dip in and out because I had some things that I was doing. But
of course,
you know, the topic is very thick. You know, it's all across YouTube now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's kind of crazy to me for you to get, you know, when people get themselves in a place where they make a name for them. You see what I'm saying? And then what they were doing in the dark comes to the light, man. You know, it just kind of hits you a certain way, right? Because there's a lot of people that put a lot of stock in this brother, if I'm incorrect, right?
Absolutely, and that's
Man,
why I'm
yeah.
saying now they saying don't blame the conscious community. Don't that ain't got nothing to do with us what he did. But a lot of this was condoned. A lot of this they knew he was scamming people. They knew he had a history of things, brother Vaughn. So at some point, yes, the conscious community need to be held accountable. Yes, it's people like Sonnet and people like them that knew a lot of nefarious things this brother was doing, and they acquiesced or they said nothing.
Yeah, because they was making money with him. Yeah.
Exactly.
And, you know, and that's the thing, you know, it's your sins will soon find you out. You see what I'm saying? Now you can run and you can hide and play that game. You see, but at some point you're going to be exposed.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Yeah. And so, wow, this is listen, you know, I wasn't too familiar with Brother Polight. You see what I'm saying? But his name definitely doesn't suit him. According to this scenario, as to what he's doing. You see what
exactly.
I'm saying?
He's not polite at all.
You know,
definitely.
And for you to be in that position, and you all know my story, you know, having been taken advantage of as a young boy, you see what I'm saying? And sexually assaulted. See, these things, you know, I
know they got to hit you differently, bro.
I don't take too kindly to that.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because you know, how dare you take advantage of the innocence, you know, of these young people? You see what I'm saying? You know,
this is a type of stuff, though, unfortunately, that is being condoned, that is being acquiesced into. And again, when this brother get out of the trouble that he's in, and whenever he gets set free, I'm telling you, it's gonna be somebody in that very conscious community that is gonna take him in and put him underground, the same way they doing Africa Bambaataa. It's just known in our community that we harbor, obey, and allow and still harbor people that do these type of things. It's just crazy.
Or OG Patrice, it may turn out the way that we see it turning out for Mr. Kelly. See what I'm saying? You're gonna get hemmed up. You see,
he ain't gonna get as much time. Nowhere near as to the time as R. Kelly looking at, unfortunately.
Oh, so you think he's gonna get away scot-free?
No. I'm not saying that, but I'm telling you, he said, he will get under 10 years. I guarantee you that when they flee, he gonna get under 10 years. I believe with every fiber in my being, he might not even get 10 years. I'm telling you.
They're gonna try to get him on the back end with the registration and the, you know, checking in and all that. That's what they're gonna try to get him at. Because how many years can they give him, right? If they don't go to trial,
wow,
they would give him a whole bunch more years if they went to trial. But they're not even gonna go to trial, so they're gonna save all that money. Plus, they're gonna give him, like I agree, like with Patrice, under 10 years, something like 7, maybe even 5. He do 2.5. Get good behavior, he's out.
Right, 4 to 6, he'd be out in 3, shit like that.
It's just crazy because, you know, I was just on the phone with my cousin and, you know, and she was like, they're not talking about, I told her about the channel. And, you know, she said, they're not talking about Brother Polight, are they? You know, because she was in shock. You see what I'm saying?
So she's familiar with Brother Polight?
She's familiar with Brother Polight. And she
see what I'm saying?
He's this law-abiding, you know, a good person that's trying to promote positivity. You see what I mean?
Maybe about 8 years ago.
Well, maybe that's what she knows about him.
Yeah, maybe
but
about
at the
8
same
years
time,
ago.
yeah, but at the same time, she was very shocked. You know, that wow, this brother's doing this and that. Yeah, see.
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
you got a lot of wolves in sheep's clothing, man.
Unfortunately.
See what I'm saying? They
All
look
right,
the
Tell me
part.
about it.
Yeah,
let's
they look the part and sound the part, but
Anybody that's in the conscious community, anybody like Hebrew Israelites, Hoteps, and whatever they calling them, that's in that conscious community, know of Polight. Believe me, they do.
Yeah, but I don't think most of them. I don't think they know Polight like that, like Sonetta does.
No, I mean they know of this situation. They know of him in the community.
But
okay, go ahead, Brother Clarence. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I just had a
okay. Well, what I
question.
was saying is that I think Sonetta. I think I will agree with you, Patrice, that Sonetta probably knows a lot more than he's letting on. Right? Oh, I don't know nothing about what's going on behind it, and you know a lot more than you letting on. But I don't know about the other guys, Captain Tazariak and all the rest of those guys. I don't think they are as intimately acquainted with the situation. In my opinion, that's just me. I don't know if they know Polight like that, but they might. I don't know. But anyway, go ahead, Vaughn, and then we're gonna play some more Sonetta.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just saying, the DNA. Don't they have DNA evidence?
Yes.
Is that what they're saying?
That's why they picked him up, Vaughn. That's why they picked him up.
Okay, well now listen. DNA doesn't lie, man. That's a science that is exact, just about. Unless somebody's tampering with the goods, but that's not always the case.
Well, Vaughn, did you see the
see
part
what I'm saying?
where they subpoenaed all of those experts? All of them people are not gonna cross their lines and say.
Now, I didn't know it was possible to have that many subpoenas. How many was it?
It was 7.
Wow, that's quite a bit. Yeah,
well, they can subpoena how many people they want to, Vaughn.
Yeah, no, I get it, but wow.
But I mean, the question is who's going to respond. So if you see that everybody responded, everybody's like, yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
But you know what? It's unfortunate, man, that these things are taking place, and people have positions, and they're influencers, they're content creators, they're influencing people, and they're leading them down the wrong path. You see what I'm saying? And so God is not going to allow that to continue. He's going to always bring some light to that darkness and expose it. So, hey, it is what it is.
All right, man. We're going to play a little bit more Sonetta, and then we're going to, if anybody wants to come up and talk about the Polight situation, we're going to spend about a few minutes doing that, and then we're going to probably start wrapping up. All right, y'all. So here's more of Sonetta.
I'm a goddamn journalist. What does journalists do? I'm not going to do the interview with him and just get on here and say, yeah, Polight, you right. I knew it, brother. I know you ain't do that. I'm not doing any of that shit. I'm going to interview him, have a professional interview, and let the chips fall where they may. Check it. Did y'all hear me? This is what I've been doing for years, and why stop now? So if anybody deserved to get this exclusive interview, it is me. And that's why these niggas are mad. Y'all heard Garfield? I ain't shitting on Garfield. I'm not banging on Garfield. I asked Garfield, I went on his platform. Check this out, man. But it seems like hate to me. I went on Garfield platform where they all going crazy at. And I asked Garfield, I said, Garfield, if Polight was the one to do the interview with you, wouldn't you do the interview? He said, nope. He said it real confident. Nope. I said, yeah, see, because nigga, you're not like me. You're not like me. You scared of what niggas gonna say on the outside, nigga. I'm my own fucking man. I'm not afraid of what these niggas say. I'm a journalist. And then I asked him, well, would you at least watch the interview that I do with him? He said, nope. I'm not watching the interview either. I'm like, what the fuck? You gonna hate on me like that? You still wouldn't even watch the damn interview? Guess what happened 15 minutes later, y'all? 20 minutes later, guess what happened? Y'all ready for this? Somebody hit his panel. Listen to me, this happened today, y'all, about like an hour ago. Somebody hit his panel and made like it was Polight. It was a fake account. Somebody say, yo, Polight is in the back. Garfield's at what? Polight in the back? Yo, let me drop the link. Let me drop the link and get Polight up in here. People was ready to leave so Polight could get in the room. I said, hold the fuck up. Garfield, you told me 40 minutes ago that you will not interview Polight. And you wouldn't even want to see the interview. He said, well, sir, you know, this is not an interview. He's just in the chat. Nigga, stop. You hating, nigga. Stop it. Because if Polight come in and hit your chat, you know damn well that that's going to turn into a fucking interview. Am I right, y'all? Am I right, y'all? Am I right, y'all? And I looked and everybody started laughing and say, oh shit, Garfield, he got you. He got you. So Garfield said it in front of all of his people, fronting, capping, like he's so fucking high and mighty above everybody, and said, no, I will not interview Brother Polight. Come on, bro. Garfield said that's not hating. Well, hit the panel, Garfield, when you tell me what it is. Garfield said it's not hating. Well, Garfield, if you bring him in your chat, don't you know that that is still interviewing him? It's going to turn into an interview, Garfield. Whether you want it to not or it is. And I don't understand why.
All right, obviously he getting into it with some dude, right, that obviously don't want to deal with Polight or does want to interview Polight, but he said he won't interview him because he got such a bad taste in his mouth for him. So what I want to do, y'all, is I want to see what other people are thinking on this panel. So I'm going to move it up here just a little bit so we can see what other people are thinking.
Attention, there's an event of biblical proportions happening on July 26th, and it's nowhere seen on the news.
None of that. I'm doing a damn interview. Smash Rockwell, peace to you, beloved. What's up with you?
What's up with it? Peace, peace, peace.
Peace, man.
I definitely wouldn't be mad at you doing a damn interview. I would watch it. But look, I think he working you. And I think he working, I'm just talking on some Oakland shit. He working you. I thought Filthy Frank was sharper than this. See,
when you say he working me, what you mean, brother?
That's what I think. I think that he know that you the last thing he got, bro. If Frank go bad, then it's over all the way, right? So he keeping you on the back line and making sure it's it. He might even be telling you some.
Okay. We got a brother that's about to go on trial for child M, right? And they talking about him and some other dude going at it. So obviously they're not concerned about the situation with this little girl or Polight or none of that stuff.
That's what I was going to say. What do all of that got to do with the price of tea in China, honey? Because at the end of the day, let's be real. Polight is going to go. Polight is going to go to a platform where he's comfortable, where he feel like he can get a fair shake, and that is with Brother Sinetta. Let's just be real. He's not going to go to a platform where the tough questions probably going to be asked about some of the accusations, et cetera, et cetera. He's going to go to where Sinetta is just going to basically let him talk and say his point of view and his narrative without asking the tough conversation questions and having the tough conversations that need to be had. They are friends. Let's keep it a bean. They are friends, right? Like there's going to be some biases there. I remember when I interviewed Jaguar, right? Y'all know she my friend. Y'all know that I thought about it later. I was like, I should have asked her more tough questions. I asked her some questions, but I should have like really got deep down into some questions regarding the industry and things like that, people in entertainment, why she didn't like certain people, stuff like that. And I didn't, and it's because I realized she's my friend too.
You were being respectful. You know
exactly. But if I'm really doing an interview and he's saying he's a journalist, y'all heard him say, "I'm a journalist. I'm a journalist." No matter what, you have to be unbiased. You have to ask the tough conversations. You have to ask the uncomfortable conversations. You have to, like, you can't get up there and be his damn friend. You can't.
Yeah,
but you know what? Some people have a problem separating the two, though. You see what I'm saying? Because it's a close family member, because it's a close colleague, because it's a close individual. You see what I'm saying?
And that's why it's
So now
always best to let somebody else do it that won't be biased. It really is.
Exactly.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, that's when you get more truth. That's when you get more truth out of the conversation.
Don't ask me,
right?
because I'm gonna be biased, man. I'm gonna really try to paint you in a better light than what you really it's in reality, right? So don't let me interview you. Let somebody else interview you, because I love you. I'm gonna try to bring you in a better light and I really shouldn't. I shouldn't do that if I'm interviewing you. But Sonetta's his friend, so Sonetta's gonna try to look out for him. Plus, he makes Sonetta a lot of money. Over the years, he made Sonetta a lot of money. So that means something.
That part.
That means
Exactly.
something.
So he gonna go where he feel comfortable going. That's the platform. He know that the deep down tough question is not gonna be asked, but Sonetta's just gonna allow him to talk. And would he allow Brother Polight to do that without asking the deeper questions? A narrative gets spent on Brother Polight's behalf.
And that's all he wants to do is get up there and spin a narrative and say, "Oh, well, they lying on me, the FBI paying them money and all this and that." But nobody ever gets you never see nobody driving a Maserati after all of this stuff, man. It's still like living, hand to mouth. So obviously it's not the money. Well, what is it? Well, it's obviously somebody sat him down, the prosecutor sat him down and said, "Do you want this to happen to anyone else? Then we gotta draw the line right here." And the girl probably said, "You're right. I don't want this to happen to nobody else. Even if I gotta, take the heat for it, I'm gonna do it." Right. And then she stood tall. Right. Nobody's going to the girl and saying, "Man, if you hadn't stood tall on this, we wouldn't even be here right now." I think the girl deserves some accolades for being strong enough to be able to say, "I will testify," because none of this other stuff is ever going to happen if the girl don't testify, right? The girl just says, "Nah, I don't want to," and it happens a lot, right? They get intimidated or they get scared and they say, "Nah, I'm not going to do it," and the person go free and they do it again 3 or 4 more times, and then they feel bad because they said, "Damn, if I would have just testified, I could have stopped this other situation from happening," right?
Or some people just take the money. You see what I'm saying? When you're offered money in order to keep silent, right?
That's another.
You know what I'm saying? It's called hush money. That's what they call it, hush money. And so you see that happening with a lot of these celebrities with these indiscretions. You see what I'm saying? They offer the hush money. And they do the NDA. What did they call it? NDA.
NDA, non-disclosure agreement.
They do all of that to cover up the sin.
Right.
But he who covers his sin will not prosper. That part right there.
Brother Vaughn, I have had to sign NDAs for some of the celebrity parties I went to in the entertainment industry. Let's be real. I have had to sign, and I'm admitting this myself,
imagine
NDAs, because if I saw something, and I saw some things, but I couldn't talk about them. And a lot of times I said, and I still can't talk about some of the things that I saw. And y'all know I've told y'all some stories, right? But some of the things that even
we got some good ones.
Some of the things that I even saw and it signed the NDA on. Like to this day, if I talk about some of the things that I saw or witnessed or knew about, my phone wouldn't ring to come and I couldn't be on a tour. I couldn't background for people. They would stop inviting me to parties. Like it would be so much, like y'all have no idea. And y'all know I've told you some stuff, but yeah, you're right. When And I understand. I'm not saying, because I went to some parties and signed NDAs, but nothing happened. I want to be clear on that. Like, nothing nefarious has happened, right? But and I think they do that as a part of an insurance or protection or whatever, and I get it. But a lot of times when it goes on now in the industry and have been going on for decades, it's because a lot of stuff has happened. Y'all know I've said stuff about there's the party and then there's the after party, right? So now, if you know that you don't want to be a part of the after party, then you know you have to leave at a certain time, right?
Right.
And I've done that. And if I didn't acquiesce
And
to
you know what, this is
something
how,
and spoke up on it or
yeah.
disagree with it, then I couldn't be a part of the clique. I couldn't be on this tour. I couldn't get this background gig. Let's be real. And that has happened to me a lot in the industry, right?
And this
So
is how a lot of these things get pushed under the rug. You see what I'm saying? Because we are coerced into hush. You see what I'm saying? Be silent. Don't say nothing about what you saw. You know, if you want to continue in this particular field, you see what I'm saying? Don't say nothing. Sign this paper, because it's going to be a whole bunch of nefariousness going on. You see what I'm saying? Whole bunch of debauchery, whole bunch of stuff that you're going to witness. And guess what? We don't want you bringing it public. We don't want you bringing it to the forefront. See, that's how the devil, that's one of his devices right there, is to give you something to pacify you enough to shut up.
yeah,
That's a problem. And listen, that's a problem right now, because there's a lot of young people that are being hurt. You see what I'm saying? While in the visions of many.
absolutely.
And
You're absolutely right.
ain't nobody saying nothing. That's a
Saying
problem.
nothing. I
That's a
mean,
problem.
that is a big major problem, especially in our community, unfortunately, is that we're either are under NDA or we either took the bag, right? Or we either took the bag.
Yeah, but you know, and I get it. I get it. I understand, because you know, a lot of people want to keep their, you know, they don't want to, you know, darken or dampen their careers. You know what I'm saying? You know,
Yeah,
and sometimes you
yeah,
have to be at these functions in order to network and do different things. So you know, you
right.
close an eye to certain things that's going on, and you overlook certain things because you're trying to get somewhere yourself.
Yeah, and the NDAs too are because, just say for instance, like I know somebody that worked for Mariah Carey's people, right? And they literally just went skiing in the same area that Mariah Carey and her crew were. They had to sign an NDA because if they saw her, they, you know, or they couldn't say anything, they couldn't take no pictures, they couldn't go within a certain amount of a distance or anything like that from her people and her camp. So I get NDAs in certain instances, right?
Yeah, I get
For
it. Yeah, I get it
celebrities,
too.
for their privacy and their
Yeah,
protection as well. But
I get
but
it. Get it.
but of course, now if you was ever invited, let me say this: if you was ever invited to a Jamie Foxx party, if you was ever invited to a Diddy party, people like that, those are the, or the Smiths parties, the Jadas and the Will Smiths part. If you ever invited to those, or maybe the Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade party, if you were ever invited to, I'll say those are like the top 4 people parties. If you've ever invited to, believe me, you were signing NDAs for a lot more reasons than just you can't, you know, say nothing. They don't want a picture. They don't want to, you know, you can't go so far with them in a conversation. Trust me, it's other stuff. Trust me, the reason why a lot of people were signing NDAs. I'll just say that, and y'all read between the lines, okay?
Well, Patrice, I want to interview you so you can tell us some more of those stories. Are you gonna let me interview you?
Well, you know the stories that I told y'all. I can't tell them on the platform because y'all know why I can't tell those stories, right?
No, Patrice. I mean stories that you can tell.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Stories that I can tell. Yeah, I got no problem
Just
with that.
just talk about the entertainment industry and
Oh
how
yeah, because
how
there's
you
stories
bounced
I could
around in them.
like the pictures that I showed you, the parts like
Yeah,
some of the
man.
parties that I went to, some of the people I know, like I can talk about those
We ain't trying
because
to get in trouble.
there was no NDAs that I had to sign.
Yeah,
So I
right.
could just say, that this person was there and we hung out,
Yeah,
we performed, we sang, we did this
yeah,
and that. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
yeah. That's
But
all I'm
y'all know the story I told y'all.
Hey,
I
I'm not
told
trying to
y'all
get
a
you to
couple
do
of
that,
stories.
Patrice.
I cannot tell that
Yeah,
story.
we're not trying to get you in no
But I
trouble.
told
We just
y'all
want to
because I
talk about
trust y'all. And if y'all,
it. Yeah,
if y'all, hey, I'm a
we try
deny
to
it.
talk about
I'm
the
a
best
deny it.
we
I'm gonna say I
can,
don't know what they
Well,
talking about. I'm gonna say I don't know what they talking about.
wait. Listen, Patrice, you can always tell the story without divulging an individual's name.
I don't know about that one, Ron.
No, Vaughn, because Vaughn, because if the story that I told y'all, it's stories that I can tell. Y'all will know exactly who I'm talking about.
It
You know
depends on
what I'm
how you
come
tell the
on.
story. It depends on how you tell the story. See, listen, I could say, well, you know what? There's this individual that I was able to be around on such and such a day, and went over there and big time celebrity,
But see,
right?
y'all will be like, give me a hint. What kind of music did they sing? What was their favorite color?
Yeah.
Oh,
See,
where they from? Where
we
did
gonna
they
ask
grow
20
up?
questions. Yeah.
Exactly, because y'all trying to figure out who it is.
No, we're not. We're not gonna do none
Oh
of that.
man.
You just tell us good stuff, Patrice. That's just stuff that people will be like, "Oh, okay, yeah." No, we don't want you to dig deep into the Rolodex. We don't want you to go deep. We don't want you to get in no trouble.
Well,
So,
I'll tell you this. I can tell y'all stories when I was on tour with my cousin, Tyrone Davis. I can tell those because he's deceased now. And a lot of the people that was around during that time is deceased. And we didn't have NDAs. I can tell you some of those stories when I was heavily touring in the blues sector, right? I could tell some of those stories.
okay, all right. That's all I'm saying. We need some. In this time, we need some funny stories. We need some stuff that's lighthearted too, man. I mean, we can't just be talking about greasy issues like the situation with Polight, man. We can't. We gotta get it.
Well, I got a funny story I can tell y'all too. When I hung out with y'all know I told y'all that my play brother, like my god brother, is Bernie Mac's real brother. So I could tell y'all a story about when I lived in Vegas and they was filming Ocean 11. One of them, I don't know which one it was, and we hung out with Bernie Mac and his brother, right? Because I know them personally from growing up in Chicago or whatever. I wasn't close with Bernie, I will say that, but I know him. I know of him. I was closer with his brother, and like even right to this day, like literally. But yeah, I could tell y'all stories like that though. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then that's what. One of y'all did something. One of y'all did something. Y'all in trouble.
What?
One of y'all is in trouble.
Sister, and then, wait, I'm just waiting on her to say, "Excuse me."
Excuse me. One of y'all in trouble. I'm coming up there. One of y'all did it.
I said,
What's
wait,
going
let me
on,
make sure I
sis?
come up here so OG don't. If I say then you gotta stop, okay?
Okay. I'll take that hint, sis. I'll take that hint.
Well, Cecilia, we're not gonna get in no trouble. We ask her about little funny, lighthearted things, man. We're not telling you, hey, tell us about Russell Simmons party you went to. We ain't talking about that though.
I honestly never went to a Russell Simmons party. Never went to a Russell Simmons party. Never went to a Diddy party. Now I know people that did. I know people that went to Jamie Foxx party, but yeah, I don't. Not me personally. No.
Okay, Patrice. Okay, you never went. Okay.
I didn't. I'm innocent.
That's that NDA talking right now. That's that
Hey,
NDA.
you know what? Hey, we with you, Patrice. You never went, and we with you. We gonna push that line with you all the way.
Hey, look, brother Clarence, that NDA is in full effect right now.
All right, y'all.
Stop, y'all stop. I'm in my feelings right now. Stop it. No, I'm just playing. I'm just
Well,
playing. I love y'all. I love
I'm
y'all.
gonna interview you, Patrice. I'm gonna interview you, and we're gonna talk about, just some of the funnier stories. You know what I'm saying? Some of the, bring a lighter-hearted mood to the situation around here. But I don't know what day I'm gonna do that. I don't know if it's gonna be next week or a couple weeks from now. I don't know. All right, but we're gonna do that. Can we agree to that?
That's cool. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. All right.
You see, I had to go drag her into it, Vaughn. I had to drag her into it. But I got
gonna
it.
be.
Yeah, we gotta have the pre-discussion, the prelude to what
Okay, yeah, of course.
what I could discuss and what I can't.
Patrice, you can't discuss nothing where you have to bring somebody's name into it. If you have to bring somebody's name into it, we don't want to hear about that. We want to hear
Right,
about
and I'm gonna try my best to like paint a scenario picture because I don't want y'all to like guess, be so easily to guess who it is. You know what I mean?
You have to do that. See, you have to just make it so that I can tell you this funny story. I fell off a chair. I was at this person's party. I was at an industry party and I fell off a chair. Just stuff that we could say, oh, okay, yeah, that's the regular stuff that happen to anybody, right? Or this happened, or this person got in the car and drove somebody else's car around, or whatever. I mean, just. You had to get into the deep. I was walking by a room and I saw these two people together. No, you don't have to tell us that stuff.
Wait, what? I was walking by a room. No, bro. Listen, that's the after parties. I was already gone, so I don't know nothing about that.
After party, huh?
Yeah,
all right, man.
Listen, it gets real weird after 2 a.m., right?
Yes. Okay, listen, I got all of you guys up here. Well, first, let me ask Sister Annie if she has anything specific you want to talk about before I go into this.
This is just a very disturbing story for me.
Yeah.
Like I almost didn't come up because it's just y'all know how hypersensitive I am about kids, and I don't, the person that does the heinous act or accused of doing it, but with the parents, we got to do better too. We talk about,
I'll ask you this question.
we talk about, I hear a lot on different panels where people talk about vetting, who they're with. You got to have discernment in the vetting process and in the maintenance process, even once you're with somebody, because you don't know what situation has happened since you've met a person and you're in the relationship that may have them where they shift and they do something totally out of character. So, being with somebody is an ever evaluating process, at least in my opinion, because life can happen and somebody can just become desperate, perverted, so you gotta, when you see the signs, like nobody's safe when it comes to me, with kids. I'm looking at everybody's eyes.
Yeah.
You staring too long, where you staring. So we have to be, as parents, as people who care about other people, because even if it's not your child, if you have access to being able to protect them or reporting something, I would definitely say do that. But we have to do a whole lot better with protecting our kids, and I just want the consequence of people who don't take that seriously to be very stern, something that's long. I agree with you about the register. I think that you do something, if he's actually guilty of that, I think that he should have to register. Like, I want to know what type of people are around me, and I want to make sure that they don't have the access to stay in areas that they could potentially do the same thing again. And maybe, look, I know, because I believe in the power of prayer, and I know people can change. Some people, I think it's a little harder for them to change and they get tempted. I don't think they should be in environments that, if they are trying to do better, that they're more tempted. So that's just my thought on it. This, I'm very like this. These kind of topics like make me kind of emotional because, one, sometimes kids are not believed, so aside from the fact that they go through that situation, when they go and tell someone, they may not be believed. So, they had the courage finally to say something, have that protection once they do. So you know, that's why I just love all of us on this panel, and a lot of people in the chat. We feel very strongly about, you know, it's not just, oh, I'm only responsible for what I'm supposed to be responsible for, you know, or the people in my immediate circle. When it comes to kids, we kind of like, we expand our scope
Right.
of protection. So I thank y'all for doing that, and I thank you for even bringing this topic up and doing the hit parade, because we need to notice some of this stuff that you bring up. I'm like, what? You know, but sometimes when you're like, when you are in a shell, like I know about protection. I know about, you know, like, you know, monitoring the people or trying to have discernment, but some things you just don't even fathom that people would do, or people
Right. Right.
and sometimes, and I'm not saying, I don't want to make this like a woman thing, so forgive me for this, but sometimes, like say in relationships where women or whoever the partner is in a relationship that they really desire to be in a relationship with somebody, they get really desperate and get very careless in their monitoring. So I just want us to do better, protect kids more. So
Okay. I got a question for all of you guys. And thank you for that, Sister Cindy. I got a question for all of you guys. Okay. Now we all know Polight was wrong as hell for even asking to take a 14-year-old girl someplace, in my opinion. I know some people say, oh, well, he was the stepfather, quote unquote, so he could, what's the problem? No. Just, you know, some things are just a bad look, right? And we as black men, we have gotten so detached from the family that we've forgotten just what a bad look is. That's just a bad look. You don't want to do something like that, because it's not that anything would happen. Like maybe 99 or 89% of the time, nothing would ever happen. But just the look of it is not good. I don't want to be at a after party with my stepdaughter, partying, dancing, drinking. Them people that told Polight that the girl couldn't come in, or that the club was full. Why do you think they did that? They could see Polight was bringing an underage girl in there.
No, when he brought her there, it was over. It was, they had already closed it over. It was a few witnesses, like I guess, hanging in around it or whatever. But it was an after party, and the after party was over. But he was trying to take her into an after party where grown adults were.
And then we're not gonna let that girl go in there. Okay. So because once the girl's in there, the police can come in there. So they wasn't gonna let them do that. But here's my question to you guys. Obviously it's Polight's fault for even thinking that he was gonna be okay to be hanging around a 14-year-old girl, right? In that certain type of circumstance where alcohol was going to be flowing and people was going to be, you know, it was just that kind of setting, right? That's not where you want to be, having a 14-year-old on your hip there. And so, and it's not even your child. So, but does the mother have any blame in this situation? Does the mother have any responsibility in this situation? What do you guys say?
Okay, can I answer that?
Of course.
I don't want this scenario to be a reflection of where the mother is being blamed. I don't want this narrative to be spent or turned into that, because she was in a relationship with Polight. There was a trust built up already, because Polight had already taken this young lady somewhere before and nothing happened. So I believe that was a grooming and a trust that he was building up for what was to come. And I believe that the woman that he was involved in this relationship with had felt comfortable at that point with allowing her daughter to even be with Polight.
Okay. There
had to be, in my opinion, because he had taken the young lady somewhere before and there was no incidents, that he was building up the trust with the mother.
Agreed.
So if he's with this woman for a particular amount of time, trust is built up. I'm trusting you now. You know, to the point where, yeah, you hanging out with me and my child. Then I'm trusting you to the point where, you know, we built up a rapport where I trust you to take my child somewhere by yourself. Then that trust is there. It's built up already. And I believe that he preyed upon that. He preyed upon that and groomed and got the trust of the mother and the daughter. Because I believe if it's something would have it would have ever been any increment of anything before, I believe that something would have been said or done about it before. Because this young lady had been with Polight before by herself. The mother had trusted him to take her daughter and hang out with him somewhere else before, right? And now all of a sudden, when this incident happens, she trusts him to take her daughter, right? I think, yes, this is the scenario. I remember it now. The mother and the daughter got into it. I remember now. Because, guys, I'm trying to go back 2+ years from when it first came out, when I used to be on Uncle Suge's platform, because he was one of the first ones shed light to this. And shout out to Uncle Suge. The mother and the daughter had got into it. I guess they had a little squabble or whatever. And Polight was like, well, let me take her. You know, y'all need to separate. Y'all need some air right now, blah, blah, blah. And that's when the incident happened. He goes and take the girl. I guess they get in the car and say, maybe we're going to take a drive till your mom calm down, till you calm down, whatever that situation was. But the mother and daughter had got into it. I remember it now. And then he took the daughter. And then that's when this situation happened. I believe at that point, trust was built up with the mother and the daughter. She goes with him. First, they go to this after party from some party it's supposed to have happened in Miami, and it was over or shut down or closed or whatever. And these were witnesses that said yes, Polight was with this girl. Then they couldn't do that. So then he takes her. They stop at a liquor store to get alcohol, right? So now if he taking her to an after party, y'all know alcohol is there. Maybe he was intending to slip whatever drug he had on him then, allegedly, there at the party, and then later take her to the hotel. But because the after party was closed, they stops at a liquor store. He buys liquor and take it to the hotel. And then that's where that happened. That incident happened with the young lady. So I believe the intentions was there already. But that's the story. I remember it now. The mother and the daughter got into it. So I just want to say that. Everything else I'm saying is allegedly, because it ain't, the court case is still fresh. But yes, that's the alleged story.
Okay, let me ask any.
So no, so my I'm sorry, I went into a tent with that, but no, I absolutely do not believe that the mother should be made at fault. I know a lot of people did try to do that. But again, to me, that's a way of trying to spin a narrative, blaming the mother for what his actions or what a grown man did to an underage girl. No.
Okay, so
wow. Okay, so now, okay, well, I will be able to chime in on this in a minute, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I can wait. I can wait.
No. Go ahead, Vaughn, because I'll ask you guys the same question, everybody again. So
I thought we were answering the question that you asked.
You answered the first question, and then the question that Patrice posed, I'm going to answer that. I'm going to ask you guys all that question again after you guys all answer this question. So go ahead and answer the first question.
Well, I kind of wanted to comment on what Patrice is saying, and
go ahead.
I respectfully disagree, with her on this particular point, because but I do agree with what you said when you said that he was grooming the mother and the daughter. You see what I'm saying? That's how sneaky the devil is. You know what I'm saying? That he preys on the mother so that he can get to the daughter. See, this is craziness right here. But I will say this. Anytime you have a 14-year-old daughter, because back in the day, Brother Clarence, and I'm pretty sure Patrice remembers this. Remember the whole slogan that used to come on TV? It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?
Your children are.
Does anybody
Oh
remember
yeah,
that
of course.
campaign?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
they had different celebrities, that would get up and they would just do that real quick snippet of, it's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? In other words, are you aware of what your children are doing at this time of night? And as parents, we should be responsible for knowing that. Now, me on the listen, I'll just be honest. As a parent, I raised a son. You know what I'm saying? But if I had a daughter, I would do the same. You're not going to be out at no ungodly hour. What is the purpose of you going to any type of party at 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 a.m.?
At 14 years old?
At 14 years old. Did you do your homework? Did you do your chores? What is it around here that you should be doing? And why would a grown ass man be taking a 14-year-old young girl out in such situations? So no, I don't condone it. You see what I'm saying? But I do say that the mother, and I heard Patrice say that it's not fair to blame the mother. Well, I do blame her. See, because she's got blinders on. And I don't know what type of mother is going to send her daughter out with some nigga in the street at 1:30 and 2 a.m. in the morning. I don't
Can
care
I
what
speak
type of
on that?
argument. Well,
Because I
let me finish.
believe the scenario was
Okay,
spent.
let me finish.
That's not what I said.
Okay, well, let me finish. I know we ain't gonna fight today, but I love you, right? Patrice, I love you, but I'm just saying, I'm not trying to misinterpret what you're saying. It just kind of struck me in some type of way.
Tell to chill.
And you can come back and express whatever it is that you're saying, but man, come on. It's like, what would your daughter be out at 2:30 in the morning going to an after party? She's 14. I mean, are we doing that as mothers, as fathers, as parents? What responsibility do we have in respect to that? So I'll just land it there, and then Patrice, I know you got a lot to say. So
No, I just no. I understand your stance, but that's not the picture that I painted. I said when I thought about it and remember what happened, the mother and daughter got into it. They got into a big fight. His stance was, let me separate y'all. Let me take the daughter to go cool off. So listen, the mother had no idea where he was taking her daughter. They had just got into a fight. So I'm pretty sure if you think about it, the mother was unaware of where he was taking her. It was supposed to be, I'm taking her for a drive. Y'all need to cool out. Y'all need to separate. The mother did not know that he was going to end up taking her to an after party and then to a hotel and drug her and do what he did to her. That's why I'm saying the mother should not be blamed for that situation, right? Now, if you want to question after her and the daughter got into a fight, should the mother have let the daughter go with Polight to cool off or whatever? Now you could question that, and I think that's a fair assumption in it. But I would still say the trust was already built up. Polight had already taken this young lady places before without her mother. So in the fact that they had got into a fight, and Polight was like, nah, I need to separate y'all. Y'all need some air. This is crazy. Whatever. I'm just building scenario, right? That let me take her. We gonna go for a drive or whatever till y'all cool down. That was what was said that happened, right? That is what he said and what they saying that the mother ended up saying, that they had got into a fight and Polight separated them and took her to cool off, right? So now, if that is the case, the mother don't know that Polight have plans to take the daughter to an after party and drug her and do the things that he did. So that's what I was saying. I didn't want that
No, I
scenario
get
to be spent to the fact where the mother is being blamed in that sense. Now, if you want to question the fact that she still allowed the girl to go with Polight even after they had a fight, I can say, okay, that's your opinion, how you feel about that. But my point of view is the trust was already built up with the mother and with the daughter, because Polight had been with her before alone and been with the mother and both of them and the daughter alone. That's the only reason why I'm saying I don't want that narrative to be spent where the mother is getting blamed, because of course she knew where her daughter was. Her daughter was with Polight, somebody she trusted already. So she knew where
Well,
her
let me
daughter
just say
was.
this. Let me just say this, and this is where it gets real. And I don't even want to use the F word, but
Murky,
yeah,
maybe
it
murky.
gets real messed up. Let's just say that. It's because the mothers are not paying attention. See, a lot of them are so interested in what the nigga is doing that they're not paying attention to what kind of relationship this brother is having with the children. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like you overlook it because you're trying to keep it cool between you and this person. And now the children, the innocence of the child weighs in the balance. It's because we as parents are not really paying attention. Now I'm speaking from experience. You see what I'm saying? And for years I blamed my mother for this happening to me. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, I do understand it's because you're not paying attention. You're not looking at the red flags. All you see is that man, that individual, and you don't see what could possibly take place. So I get it. I get it when you say, hey, there was a trust built up. Of course, that's how they get the kids. They build up a trust. And in order for them to get the kids, they got to build up a trust with the parents. See what I'm saying? School teacher, see what I'm saying? Bible teacher, see what I'm saying? Pastor,
Coach,
see what I'm
I
saying?
agree.
Coach,
Pastor, coach, yeah, I agree.
do you see
I
what I'm
agree to
saying?
that. I agree to that. I absolutely agree. But when you put your trust in someone and they break that trust, do
No,
you
no,
blame the
no.
person that trusted them, or you
Now
blame the person that did the action?
let me say this.
That's my point.
Right. No. The person that did the action is definitely wrong. Period. You see what I'm saying? No matter how blind I am to whatever it is that you're trying to groom, see what I'm saying? You're still responsible for the ill that you commit. But at the same time, man, it's no way in the hell that I would let my 14-year-old leave. I don't care what kind of argument we had. You better go sit down in that room.
Right.
Don't even come out until I tell you to come out. I'm a parent. You're not running nothing over here. 14. I don't know how you're going to be running it at 14. Not up in here. Come on. And so we get lackadaisical.
I agree with that stance, but can we say that two things can be right at the same time? Can we say I agree with what you're saying, but not blaming the mother though? I just don't. I don't want that narrative. Like it's not her fault. He did the action.
Right.
Like
I'm not
that's
trying to
all I'm
blame the
saying.
mother. I'm not
Wait,
trying to blame.
I say this.
Wait.
Yeah,
Let me
it
finish
sound
this. Let me
I
finish
just I
saying
didn't think
this
you were
real
doing
quick.
that.
Let me just say this real quick. I'm not trying to blame the mother. I'm giving warning to mothers that are listening. Pay attention.
We're gonna go to Sister Annie after Vaughn.
Yeah, just pay attention. Pay strict attention to what your young girls are partaking, who are around your young girls. I don't care if it's your boyfriend and he's been your boyfriend for 5, 7 years. Pay attention. Don't become so lackadaisical. You see what I'm saying? To where you
I
allow
agree with
any
that.
old thing to happen. And these are how these things occur. This poor young girl has to suffer now for God knows how long with counseling. Because this adult chose to misuse. You see what I'm saying? That this is just not cool, man. And I forgive me for my passion about it, but I'm just saying it's just not cool.
No,
It's not cool.
I appreciate it, bro, and I respect it. You remember growing up, right? When we used to spend a night at our friend's house, right? So there was a trust built up with adults. I'm trusting that when I send my daughter or my son over to spend a night at your pajama party of your son and daughter, that they're going to be safe, they're going to be secure. And then somebody in that house violates that child while they're over there at a pajama party or spending the night. whether it be a friend, a relative, whatever, right? We know that that scenario has happened so many times. Are we gonna say, well, the parents should have let them win? I
I
mean,
never
we
let
have
my
to
kid
really.
go. I never,
No, no,
I never
I
let
know
my
that
kid
there's
go. Never
parents that
let him
have
go.
never let their kids do that, but you know that there are parents that have. So my
Oh yeah.
question is, we cannot spin the narrative all the time of saying it's the parent fault. That's my thing.
Okay,
That's the
okay,
only thing I'm
okay.
saying.
Okay, let's let Sister Annie get her chance in, and then we'll clear it up. We'll try to make sense of it and try to open it up to see how we can make it make sense. All right, Sister Annie.
So first, I agree that two things can be happening at the same time. I didn't think that Vaughn was saying that it's the mother's fault. I also believe that we have to, in situations, assess what could have been done differently. So, to Vaughn's point, where he was saying that, like, that she had to leave, I'm trying to think when I was 14 if I had some option to leave my house because my mom or my dad and I, we didn't agree with something. Or we had a disagreement about something, didn't see anything eye to eye. I don't recall that being an option. I know kids, run out the house or but unless the mom's life was in danger, I'm thinking to just separate into another room could have been an option. But I wasn't there, so I don't know what the situation was. So maybe the tension, when they've had tension before, that's how they handle things. I don't think that that's a healthy way, because you don't want it to be where and I know that this is not on the subject, but like, say, like in a relationship, when people are upset with each other and they go out upset and then they, do something very not healthy to themselves, or that will have consequences after they leave out. Sometimes we don't give ourselves the proper space that we need to um pause long enough to discern or have a reflection of the conversation that we've had. I don't know if leaving, like I said, that may have been something that they did. I'm just saying that just leaves room for so many other things to happen. So as a parent, what I would just say for parents, period, I'm not blaming her. I'm just saying, when you assess a situation, we got hindsight's 2020, even with parents. What is something that could have been done differently? What has happened may be something that opens the door for other parents for how maybe they can handle stuff. The person that does this action, if this is actually what he did and, it's not looking good, he is totally to blame for the actions that he caused. It's totally on him. But people around need to make an assessment of what they can maybe spot in the future, or ways that they would not repeat what they did in that situation. So I hope that that's something that, as the mother, as people that are hearing this story, and Vaughn, I thank you so much for just being so transparent. It makes me so emotional with this. Thank you for being so transparent, with your past. I thank you so much. And that's what I think about. I think about the child, from when we are doing things that we maybe need to be more proactive in our thought process. So I just thank you for just, always being a voice of just a reminder of it. It's not even just that it happens in that moment, how it lives with you for your life. That's what we got to be thinking about, y'all. That's what, it's just, we got to be more proactive. That's all I would say.
Wow.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that totally 100%. And I understand.
But I do agree with you, Patrice, too, that, you shouldn't just automatically blame, you know what I'm saying, the parent all the time. But it just, man, I don't know. It's just something about it.
Right. I get it, because I get your point of view, Vaughn. Respect, bro. I definitely get your point of view, especially from someone that is a victim, because like you said, for a long time you blamed your mother. But let me ask you this question, bro. Was it your mother's fault?
Well, you know what? When I look back on it, my mother, when we moved out here, I was really young, and we moved out here from Chicago. You see what I'm saying? That's where all my family is. As you know, when I got older, I moved back there to live. But the point is, because she was so busy working and had to leave me with this person and that person, she was very busy with trying to provide as a single parent. You see what I'm saying? And that wasn't her intention for me to fall prey to something like that.
Absolutely.
Of course it wasn't.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, when you're growing up, you don't understand until you come to a certain type of awareness. You
Right.
see
So
what I'm
that's
saying?
all I'm saying. We can't blame your mother either. That's all I'm.
No,
That's
no,
that's the
no.
only light. Because honestly, when you look at it, stuff like that happen to kids and children, and they parents find out about it, y'all already know the parent automatically feel guilty and blame themselves. You know that once they know and find out about it, I don't care if it was 15, 20 years later, you grown and you tell them that happened to you, whether they find out soon as it happened or right after it happened or 15, 20 years, they automatically blame themselves anyway. So why are we shifting the narrative to blame the parent for something that another adult did to a child when the parent or someone else, like you said, Vaughn, your mother had to work, she had to provide. It's so many scenarios that goes on. She put you around people that she trusts, people in the church. Hello. So listen. So again, that's why I'm saying we should not spin these narratives of blaming the parent or
But
trying to shift.
OG Patrice,
Now,
Well,
can
wait,
we have conversations?
has somebody
Can
shifted the
no no
narrative
no
on the
no
on the parent?
no. I'm speaking in
Oh, okay.
general. I'm just
Okay.
speaking in
Okay.
general
okay,
because
because I want to
no
address it
no
after you're done.
yeah,
After
because
you're done.
I've definitely heard people say it's the mama fault. She shouldn't have did this. She shouldn't have did that. Right. But I just gave perfect examples because I know it happened a lot when I was coming up. I told y'all the story about my best friend, one of my good friends, that is just life is just total in ruins, and all they doing is just waiting for her to leave this earth because of what happened to her in the church over and over and over again. Right. Now, I would say that it's a fault of an adult once a child tells that adult and that adult denies them, don't believe them, and continues to put them in that position, then hell yeah, it's the fault of that adult person that knew, allowed, or acquiesced, or whether they didn't believe them or not. Because I am one of those people that been around people that have been abused and they went to the parent or went told somebody and they weren't believed. And then
Wait,
when
OG
it happened
Patrice. Wait, I'm sorry.
again, hmm
Are
Okay, because
you
I do want to comment, but go ahead,
are
sister.
you at least open to the scenarios where there are some parents that place their child in vulnerable situations that make it where they are prey? There are
I just
like
said
it's not,
that. Yeah, that's yep.
because I'm saying maybe this scenario not particularly, but to the point
hmm
of where I'm saying we all on. I say we all have to be on watch.
Oh yeah,
We all
sis.
have
I
to be
just
on
said
watch.
that there are parents and people that
You
put
said
their
after the
children.
child says it and doesn't believe it. I'm saying that before. I'm saying not
hmm
after the child has told them. I'm saying that parents get sloppy with who they're allowing to keep their kids. Not in
Exactly.
Vaughn's scenario where he just said. I'm saying some parents that will let people that they know are not healthy and safe for their
hmm
kids, and they allow them to watch it. So I'm not talking about after it's happened
Oh
and
yes,
the parent is leaving.
absolutely.
So I'm talking about those scenarios too.
Okay, well
Oh
let me
yeah, absolutely, sis.
Okay.
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yes.
Well, let me just say this. There was some sloppiness involved with how my mom dealt with the situation. I would have to acknowledge that. It wasn't her choice that this would happen to me. But did you really vet the people that you're leaving your kid around? That part right there. Because see,
Okay,
you
so
can
let me ask
wait,
you
wait,
this, Vaughn. Are you saying
well,
because your
okay.
mother didn't vet them properly, she was sloppy? I'm just trying to understand.
What I will say is this, okay? A lot of times when you're caught up in work, quote unquote, trying to provide, there's a lot of things that are negated with children. because that's all you see is provision, trying to provide. You don't know if your child is mentally struggling. You don't know if your child has endured this or that because you're very busy. You know what I'm saying? Then when you get home, you have to rest because you got to get up and do it all over again. Nobody's helping you do anything. I get it. I get it. So I'm not purposely putting blame on my mother, but at the same time, when it comes to this situation that we're talking about, I just don't see me as a parent letting my 14-year-old daughter go out of the house just because we had an argument. Let's get that together right there. You need to go sit down, young lady.
Okay,
Until
I see what you're saying,
I
but
tell you to get up. Now what?
but you just said too in the same breath that in some instances your
I
mother
was not
was
a
sloppy.
14-year-old. I wasn't a 14-year-old child at the time. I was 5 and 7.
Right, and which is younger, right? But again, I'm trying to understand because you just said in some instances your mother was sloppy, and I want to know in what way when she was trying to provide for
Well,
you.
maybe
She worked a lot.
maybe that's a poor choice of words.
Okay. Oh,
But
okay.
what I
Okay.
will say is this. What I will say is this is, sometimes because we're paying attention over here so much, we become neglectful over here. And it's not really your fault. It's because you're drawn to do what it is that you know how to do to survive the best way that you can. I don't know if that makes sense. But
No, yeah, that make perfect sense.
when we get in that mode like that, then sometimes it's not like we're overlooking things. It's just we don't see it occurring. We don't see it happening. We don't see.
Now I'm
How
gonna
is your
give it. Go ahead, Vaughn. I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Yeah. So maybe it was a mischoice of words that I used when I said sloppy, but at
Okay.
the same time, I don't blame her for the occurrence. You know what I'm saying? But at the same
Right.
time, as parents, we do have to literally, in spite of whatever we're struggling with, if we have children, we need to pay attention to what's going on with those children because we
Absolutely.
are responsible for them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I grew up, like I said, because of what I knew happened to my girlfriend when I was in the church. I had survivor's remorse, right? Like, because I was around those same people, and she and I was so close, played together, Sunday school, the whole. And I was like, why they didn't choose me? Why it didn't happen to me? So I had like survivor's remorse because every time I would go see her in rehab or the hospital and just look at what that done to her and everything. And then the last time I saw her, I just literally lost it. And I said to me, now, perfect scenario of what Sister Ine is saying about sloppiness is because I know for a fact that she confided in me when we were young. And I told her to tell her mother, encouraged her to tell. She was scared to tell her mother, but she went to school and told a counselor. And then that's when the whole snowball effect happened. They got child service involved and the parents, da, da, da. But for a long time, her mother did not believe her. So that to me, because her mother was so indoctrinated in the church, she'd rather believe the deacons that did it, the pastor, and all the people. And to me, that is the worst form of being sloppy. Is when your child come to you and telling you that she's been molested and are repeatedly by these people in the church, but because her mother was so I called it like what do you call it? It was almost like those people that get so holier than thou. Like she was so it was almost like she was hypnotized in this church, right? And the belief of these pastors and deacons and stuff that was doing this to her daughter, right? And to the fact that now, right to this day, her mother's is dead, dead and gone and everything, but they never had a relationship after that. After she they took her away I didn't see my friend for a long time. Then when I did see her again, she was a teenager, right? And going, and how about being tossed back and forth through the foster care and getting abused in that sense. She was a different person, guys.
Man.
When I saw her, she was not my same best friend. And I knew she was always shy and reserved and stuff, but she would open up around me and confide and tell me. And I was a little girl myself. So imagine me. And the only thing I could say was tell your mommy, tell your mommy, tell your mommy, because that's what I would have done. That's all I would have known to do. So now, after that, and her and her mother never spoke again, never had a relationship again. She was repeatedly abused in the system. She became a alcoholic and a drug addict, and she still is to this day, right? And like I said, last time I went home to Chicago and saw y'all, I just literally, I'm telling you, she looked so bad. So it was so small. If you blow, it looked like she'll fall down and that be it. That's how bad she looked. And it just broke down. But I went to see her, and I'll never forget. She said stuff to me like that's why she didn't believe in God anymore, and she never trust people in any religious sectors anymore, right? And I will say for a while I was bitter in that sense too. I was. And that's why that played a part in the reason why one of the reasons why I got out of organized religion, because I watched how it became a cultish like where the mothers and people in the church would rather believe the deacon and the pastor over their own children, over they, you know what I mean? It just was so much. So we're talking about sloppy. If you put your child, just say, even though that was after the fact, I'm gonna give you a good scenario of doing or before the fact scenario, Sister Annie, like you said, when the parent are being sloppy. I grew up in the crack era, so I knew a lot of my friends who parents got hooked on that. My own sister got addicted to it. I watched a woman leave her baby in the crack house. Now you talk about sloppy, right? You can't get no more sloppier than that, because you leaving her in a house where people that are getting high, doing drugs, and ain't no telling what type of stuff that could have been done to that child. So that's a scenario of being sloppy, like right off the bat sloppy. And then there's some cases after
I
the fact
agree. I
where
agree
the
with that.
where the parents don't believe. So there's different scenarios, and yes, nowadays we have to be better at more diligent about who we trusting and leaving around our children. Because let's be real, it's parents right to this day that, like Bro Clarence saying, him and Brother Rico are coaches or were coaches. They leave their kids every day with coaches. After school programs, baseball, their children want to be involved in sports, and or the girl want to be involved in dance. They leaving her at the after school program or the community center or whatever their scenario, and it's happening sometimes. I'm saying sometimes these things cannot be avoided, and when they are not, we cannot spin the narrative, like I've heard a lot of people say, of where it is the parents' fault. So if my daughter has a passion for dance, and I say, okay, I'm gonna sign you up, but you got to go. This is the only time you can go. It's after school or on the weekends. But I got to work. I'm doing at work doing these hours. But I'm gonna entrust, because this is your passion, what you want to do. Am I going to deprive my child, or am I going to look into this school, look into people, vet them? And you could do all of that. You could do all of that, and it still can happen to your child. So again,
It's true. I agree. I
we
agree.
cannot blame and say, well, that parent
Well,
should have vetted better. They should have
yeah.
vetted better. The
Well,
people can
listen.
come up
Okay.
clean in this system. They got
All right.
clean records and all of that, and they are still doing these type of things to children.
All right. Now, can I say something real quick here?
And then I'm gonna say,
I don't want to. I don't want to cut you off, Patrice. But are you finished? Because I want you
I
to
am.
get that
Yeah, I'm
all
done.
out.
I'm done. I'm gonna land that
Because I
plane
want to
right
say.
now. I'm done.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. With this thing about not holding parents accountable. We're not going to do that one. You see, because some of these parents are definitely accountable, for what happens to their children. You see what I'm saying? Because they become quite neglectful now, you see. Come on, let's be real about it. And Chicago is a great area to talk about that, the neglect of the children. You see what I'm saying? Like you just mentioned how, this child was left over here and was done over there. You know what I'm saying? I understand. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, we do have to put some type of what can I say? Acknowledgement. You see what I'm saying? On the parent as well. Now what should we do? Just say, oh, well, no, it's not your fault, parent, at all. You're in the clear. Nothing you did was wrong at all. Nothing. It's the predator that was at fault. It's nothing you did wrong. But I beg to differ with that. Did you pay attention? And this is how sex trafficking happens. See what I'm saying? Because people aren't paying attention. These little girls are groomed and allowed to go with this one and that one. Next thing you know, they're caught up into the sex trafficking.
Shout out to Abel's Journey.
And listen, I know it's a difficult conversation to have. You know what I'm saying? And listen, it's the predator's fault. It's the predator's fault that these things are happening to these children. You know what I'm saying? But me as a parent, I would still have to honestly examine myself and say, hey, what could I have done better? Because I don't know what parent that wouldn't feel bad if they knew that something like this happened to their child. Because I would have to go to look at myself and say, well, wow, what did I miss? I didn't know that, but it was my favorite cousin. I would never expect that would have happened. You see what I'm saying? Because there's a trust buildup, just like Patrice said. And so my thing is just to send out a warning to the parent. I'm not really trying to blame the parents, but I'm trying to send a warning out to all of you parents who are raising these children. Pay close attention. See what I'm saying? Because just because they have a mansion and a yacht and they have an amusement park in their front yard doesn't mean that it's proper for your children to spend the night at their house.
All right, Vaughn. I've been listening to y'all, man. I've been listening to everybody. Everybody's making good
passionate
point.
conversation.
Wait, can I
right?
say one more thing, Brother Clarence, before you go? And because I didn't talk much. Just one more thing.
Oh, of course.
Okay. Oh, please let this come out right. Okay.
None of mine came out right. So I was trying to do it a different way. But
when I think about the earlier part of this conversation, when we were talking about Shahrazad Ali, where she was saying, now, I'm not going to go back into what I thought I understood from what she was saying. But where you say that where you disagree, where she says that, hey, maybe it may take an open hand, right? And you're like, no, none of that. And I'm with you, none of that. I wish we felt the same way about kids, but we can dismiss and we can say, oh, Proverbs, I think it's 13:24. Oh, spare the rod, spoil the child. So now, people feel like, or parents feel like they can just do whatever they want with their kid, spanking kids and beating kids out of their frustration because they can't figure out another way to discipline their child. But scripture also says, I think it's Proverbs 26:12. It says, take the rod to the back of a fool. And I've met some fools. So are we doing that too? It's like when it comes to kids, we just do. We got to listen, some parents, it may not feel good to have to hear that you should have done something differently, but you may have had to do something differently. Kids are innocent. They're vulnerable. They're trusting. They're around adults and they think that, oh, if my parent said that I can go here, that I should be able to trust this place, that my mom or dad or my grandparent said that I can come here and be myself, be innocent. kids, you see little girls, they have on skirts, they have their dress open wide. You got to be careful about people that's around with that, because they so innocent. They don't realize that they may be around some pervert that's looking between their legs. So what I'm saying is, sometimes, listen, sometimes a parent just has to take it. You got to take that you were, I'm saying sloppy, but it's some worse words that I want to say. Sometimes you got to stand in front of that mirror and say, I dropped the ball here, and it made my child vulnerable. So we got to be open to that. We so busy wanting to be okay with putting our hands on kids, and take stronger stances about not putting hands on some adult that might have the opportunity to maybe defend themselves a little bit better than a child. And then what a child has is the rest of their life having that memory. This girl at 14 got to
I
think
agree.
about semen on her
I agree.
the rest of her life.
100%. I agree 100% with that. I have no pushback, no nothing. Like, I agree 100% with what y'all saying. And I'm not trying to paint a
That's what
scenario of where the parents shouldn't look at it or question or say, I should have did something different. I should have said something. I should have moved. I should have maybe made a phone call. I should have maybe wrote a letter. I should have maybe asked somebody. I believe that a lot of times in those incidents, most parents, that scenario does go through their brain, right? When they realize that something like this has happened to their child, right? I do believe that. Do we need to move better? Absolutely. Do we need to think better, vet better, all these things, check up, backgrounds? Absolutely. Absolutely. But I am saying there are incidents where parents have done everything that they supposed to do and by the book. And these things can still happen to their child. What's the name is a prime example of that. That the young black girl that's the world skater, the world athlete, the gymnastic girl. What's her name? Just got married. Um, can't think of her name, but she came out and said she was a victim of,
Simone Biles.
yes, one of her coaches that did that to her. She got strict upbringing, parents, always on her, clockwork, know where you at, vetting people, checking out background, da 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 da. But she got this one gymnastic coach guy. Never had a record. He was clean, y'all.
Well,
But he
can
was,
I
but it came out that he was doing this to her and a lot of other young gymnastic girls.
say something now? I mean, I've been
Yes,
listening to
sir.
y'all for
Yes,
a
sir.
long time.
Yes, you have,
Like
brother.
that
And
lady
you
said,
you got
a
the
little.
flow, brother, for as long as you want to have it. You got the flow as long as you want to have it. You got the panel flow. Go ahead, do your thing.
But
That's
wait a
why I
minute.
love
Let me
y'all,
just say
man.
this. Let me just say, no, I'm just
Oh
playing.
my
Go
God.
ahead. I'm
Okay.
just playing. I'm joking. It's a joke. It's a joke. I'm joking. I'm
That's why I love
joking.
y'all, man. Okay, look. Y'all all made some good points. And so I don't think so. I just want to uh kind of smooth over the situation. Okay, so I don't think anybody's trying to say that the mother's 100% to blame. I don't think that's what we're saying. I think what we're saying is she has to recognize that she has some responsibility in allowing the situation to develop like it did. And we're not saying it's her fault or she had intentions on having this happen to her. But when we as parents do stuff, sometimes whether we intended that or not, we had a good intention and it don't work out that way. We got to say to ourselves, I remember my son was going to school and it was these two other boys that were that he was going to school with. And we got pretty close with their family. So when I picked my son up, if their mother wasn't able to pick them up because she was working, she'd call me and say, "Hey, Clarence, can you pick up Alex and Edgar?" I said, "Okay, no problem. I'll pick them up," right? Because they was in the same grade as my son. So I said, "Okay." And I pick them up. So this particular time, she said, "Hey, Clarence, I'm going to be working all week. Can you pick them up?" I said, "Sure, I'll pick them up this whole week." So I picked them up the whole week, right? And the place where I was supposed to drop them off was at an uncle or aunt's house or whatever, right? So I just picked them up from the school, and their place was like maybe I would say, you know, not even a mile away, right? So, it wasn't that far away, maybe about 5-6 minutes away from the school. So I drive down there, and the way the way it was set up was the major street was this way, and then out off the major street, there was another little street that people could park because it was apartments. People could park on both sides of the street, both sides of this little major street. I mean, this little sub street that was on the side of the major street, right? So what I would do is pull over on the side of the street where I could drive on. It wasn't the curb side; it was the side of the street closest to the major street, and I would let them out and let them just go across. No, I would. Excuse me, back that up. I would go all the way down, turn around, and pull over on the curb side, and let them out on the curb side, right? And let them get on the curb side. Well, all week long, Alex and Edgar was saying, why don't you you don't have to go all the way down there and turn around and drop us off right here. You can just drop us off right here on this side and we could run across the street. And I was like, nah, I don't want to do that. Let's just go ahead and do it. And so on Friday, they was on me. Hey, you ain't got to do all that. You can just stop us off right here and let us just go across the street. Okay, so it's a Friday. So I said, okay, it's Friday. It's the last day I'm going to be picking them up. Let me just let them go. They're so excited they want to go in there. They don't even want to wait for me to go around and turn around and come back and park on the curb. So I stopped, let the kids out. And so what I told them to do was wait for us to walk them across the street. But the one kid, Alex, he runs out in the street. Next thing you know, boom, we hear boom. He goes flying about 15, 20 feet in the air, lands down on the top of the car. Bam! Right? And, he has to go to the hospital, right? Fortunately, he survived, right? What they said was the good thing was it popped him up instead of running over him. It popped him up in the air. So he really get hurt that bad. He just popped him up in the air. And so, but he was in the hospital. And I was just sitting there like, I'm at the hospital waiting for their father to get here. Their father was a good friend of mine. So I was like, we had became good friends over the years. And I was like, oh, man, how am I going to explain to this man that I put his son in the hospital? And so I was feeling real bad. And I was like, man, and then, so I ended up not going to the dojo because I was supposed to teach or something. And I didn't go that day because I was sitting in the hospital with them. And, so finally the man comes and I was just like, man, I don't know what to say. He said, don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. He said, you didn't try to make that happen. And he was really, trying to make me relax because I was like, man, I was, shook off of that, right? Shout out to Bolo TV. Glad to have you in the building. And shout out to your Abel's Journey if you haven't already heard that I cut out. Anyway, were they twin? No, they were they're a year apart, but one of them was real smart and he got skipped into the next grade. Edgar, I think Edgar was the smart one. So he got skipped into Alex's grade, right? So but they're like a year apart. Anyway, so and all of them were in the same grade as my oldest boy. So anyway, so I'm at the hospital and he's telling me all that. And so then the next day I did go to the dojo, right? Just to get my mind off of it, man. And so I'm talking to my teacher and I'm telling my teacher, he said, man, I was like, man, I didn't mean to do that. I really didn't intend for that to happen. And so he said, it was your fault. I said, what? He said, it was your fault. He said, you was an adult, right? He said, you didn't have to stop there. You didn't have to listen to them. You could have went and parked where you had been parking. But you listened to them. You gave them the control of how things was going to go. You put them in that situation. And I was pissed because I was like, man, how come you ain't saying, you should be saying like, oh, it's okay, Clarence, to step in. But he was like, your fault. But that taught me, and I learned from that. I got mad at first, but then I figured and said, I did bring them in that situation. I did. Even though I didn't intend for that to happen, by me not being safe and just driving them and having them walk right out the car onto the curb, I put them in that situation, right? And I had to wrestle with that ever since then. It was just a bad situation. But anyway, I mean, for me, the kid's okay. He just got popped up on the hood because basically the doctor said he's lucky. It just popped him up and he landed back on the hood. He's a kid. He's gonna cover. It's no big deal. But kid could have lost his life because I was that careless. So I think we have to not blame the mother, but at least show some area of responsibility so that other people can learn from that and not put their children in questionable situations like that. Don't you agree, Patrice? Or do you agree?
Yeah, oh yeah, I said that I agree that we have to be critical thinkers and realize that when we're dealing with children, we have to analyze our position. We have to analyze every scenario that we think a child is going to be susceptible to once they are no longer in our care. So absolutely. And even when they in our care, like we still got to keep our eyes and ears open, right? Because a kid, you could turn around and you be in the store, turn around in 2.5 seconds, they in another aisle. You be like, well,
Yeah,
they was just right here. So I get it. I get it. Absolutely.
Right. So that's all. I think that's all we're trying to say is that there's some slither of responsibility that goes with us as parents because these children are in our custody and in our care. We have some responsibility of where they go and what they do. And so the mother, even though she didn't intend for this situation to happen, by letting her go with a man. Now I agree with you that she probably felt that she could trust Polight in this situation because Polight probably set the stage that, oh, okay, I can take her because he probably was planning on doing that anyway, right? And she was none the wiser that this was going to happen. But I got taught by old school dudes. There's no reason why a 38-year-old man needs to be around a 14-year-old girl that's not his biological daughter or that's not his stepdaughter that he has, he's not going to some place that's, how can I say, not nefarious. He shouldn't be taking her to no party.
Let's talk about it because it's many stepfathers that did things to their stepdaughters and sons now. Come on.
That's what I'm saying. So I think that any kind of weird situation like that, where, hey, I'm gonna take your daughter to this after party here.
I agree.
Or put it like that, because like you said, I'm gonna go with your setup where the lady didn't know where he was taking her. So let's say she didn't know where he was taking her. Just the fact that she was leaving with this 38-year-old man and going out the house. That to me.
At what time of night? At what time of night? At what time of night?
What time was it? What, 2, 3, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning?
Where you going? Where are you going?
Yeah, and you don't know where he's taking her. That's to me, those are things that we need to watch out for as parents. Even though I'm mad at my child ain't going nowhere with you. And you know what I'm saying? And then unless I know where you're going. If you tell me where you're taking my child, then maybe I got more of a reason to allow it to happen, right? Oh, I'm taking her to an ice skating practice. Oh, okay, that's different. But you just put my child in your car and I'm just gonna take her out of here so y'all can cool off. That don't sound too good to me. I think at any point, and I think most of us is like this. I think most of us, even if we was mad and hollering and screaming at our child, if some 38-year-old man tried to take our 14-year-old daughter out the house, even if we had a relationship with that person, we would at least say, "Where are you going?" Right? I think most of us would at least say that, right?
And Brother Clarence, listen, once again, they used to say that on TV, it's 10 p.m.
Yeah, do you know where your children are?
Do you know where your 14-year-old daughter is? Do you know where your 14-year-old son is?
Yeah.
Do you know where
I
your
agree.
minor
I agree
children are?
with what y'all saying. I'm just saying two things can be right at the same time. Even in that
Right.
scenario, I'm still
Yeah.
saying that I'm not going to blame the mother. That's all I'm saying.
I hear you. I hear
The
you.
100%
what you're
blame
saying.
We don't
is
blame her. We
on
ain't blame her either.
the person that did the action.
Yeah,
Period.
we're not,
Point blank.
But
we're
let me
not
let me
blaming
let me
her.
let me just say this real quick, brother Clarence. You know, and I understand what Patrice is saying, but you know, do you know how many stories I've heard of these young women who grew up and say, "Hey, I tried to tell my mother that, her boyfriend raped me." And she just wouldn't believe me. I don't know why she would believe me. She took his word over mine. Do you know how many young ladies have that story? And all of the
Oh yeah.
sign, wait, let me finish. And all of the sign and the evidence was there. She would have to be blind not to see it. Even
Oh
Stevie
yeah.
Wonder would have saw that.
Yeah, there are scenarios. I agree. 100.
So
Of
so
course,
so
there are
listen,
scenarios. Yeah.
listen, so we do have to address the parents as well. Wake up,
Absolutely.
parents. Let's wake up.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Because if
Do.
your children are coming to you and telling you that this happened to them, why are
Hmm.
you turning a deaf ear?
Right. And
Just
whether it
because
be
it's your
for
man.
exactly, whether it be for you want to stay with that. Listen, I've heard women say, yeah, because well, he was a good provider and I had 5 kids, 11 kids. What was I gonna do? And da da da. And it's no excuse, right? Like it's no excuse. I remember watching an Oprah segment where a young man was on there confronting his mother that knew that the stepfather was doing this to the son, and the son
Oh
ended up
shoot!
and the son ended up
Here
being
we go. Here we go.
straight
Come
up
on.
gay. And she broke down on Oprah. Yes, I knew, but I had so many kids, and
You
and
see?
and he was a provider, and what was I gonna do?
So
And
that's what I'm
he was
addressing.
beating me. He was beating
Yeah.
me too. Like I feel
This
like
is what
yes,
I'm speaking to.
in those
This is what
instances,
I'm speaking to.
absolutely, there's no excuses. I agree.
That's what I'm speaking to.
There are exceptions to the rule.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So I agree with you all on that.
Yeah.
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 All right, y'all. I think we all made our points. I think we all hit some good points. Made some good points.
No. I ain't finished with Patrice. No, I'm just
Oh, you made some
listen,
good
brother
points.
Clarence, we
Man.
need to get these
Wait,
likes, clicks, and
bring it,
views.
brother
Come on.
Vaughn. Bring
That's
it.
right.
Bring
Come
it,
on.
brother Vaughn. Bring
And
it.
another thing, Patrice, let me tell you this. See what I'm saying?
I told you
Let's
this
get the
girl's
likes,
crazy.
clicks, and views because they love that, right?
I
Come on.
told you this girl's crazy. This girl's off the hook, man. All right, so all right, y'all. We had 4 hours 44 minutes, so let's start wrapping up, man. We had a good conversation. Everybody did really well. So let's start getting some closing remarks so we can get out of here and everybody can enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thank you guys for coming up here, man. I always love it when you guys come up here. It makes it so much better. And like I said, the time just goes by. I turn to look up, and it's 4 hours and 44 minutes. The last time I looked up, it was like 2 hours and 30 minutes, right? It was just me and Patrice. I was like, oh, okay, we about to wrap it up. And then now look, it's like 2.5 hours later, right? So thank
I
y'all.
know.
Appreciate
I know.
y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all
All
were
right,
doing
y'all.
it, man.
All right, y'all. So let's get some closing remarks. Anybody wants to go because we all the home team, so anybody can go if they want to.
I can go.
Okay.
I would just say that it's definitely good that we make the opportunities or try to do as much as we can to have the opportunities to have these conversations out loud. I think that it's important for us to make an assessment of not just the person that has done the act, but try to figure out how we around can be supportive and protective as much as possible. So to walk away and because just to sit in guilt, whether it was the parent that could have done that placed the child in a situation that made it more likely, or what the possibility of something happening, or whatever the scenario is, wherever that child is placed in that situation, we need to definitely figure out ways where we can lessen the chances of placing a child in a situation where they are not able to defend themselves. We need to be supportive of people who have experienced being placed in that vulnerable position and having our innocence stripped away. And we also have to be supportive of the parents that feel guilt even when it's not their fault. We need to be supportive of them there. We don't want to just beat up on the parent, because then it can make them even more careless, or have them to be careless because they're feeling so much guilt, or so protective or overprotective that they don't even allow the child space to breathe. So I just think that we need to do what we can to be protective and supportive. So, but thank every one of y'all for bringing up points, because it's some things that each one of y'all have said that either I didn't think about before, or I need to think more about. And every conversation, I hope that we all grow. And that's all I have to say. But I love all of y'all.
Absolutely, sis. Love you too. And
All right.
ditto. Same
Okay.
thing. Same thing with you.
All right.
I
Bye-bye.
appreciate you, sis.
All right, sis.
Love you, sis. Excuse me, I'm leaving.
I was trying to say goodbye, but I didn't get a chance. But see you, Sister NA. See you later.
Yeah, of course. She's still out there in the chat.
I'm pretty
Right.
sure she in the chat. Yeah. I didn't brother Clarence, you was bringing up some comments, and I but you wasn't reading them, and I'm on my phone, so I can't see them out, because I wanted to see what Risa was saying. Yeah, or anybody else for that matter. It would have been interesting to like hear some of the comments.
Okay, let me bring up the one I put up of what Risa said.
You can always scroll back.
Yeah, Risa said, I was never able to spend the night at anyone's house. My daddy didn't play that because of Punk's purse. He was not my friend. He was my damn daddy. I understand that, because I was the same way with my boys. I never let them spend the night.
I know a lot of parents that didn't do it either. Yeah, I know a lot of parents that didn't do it, but I know a lot of parents that did, you know, and I know that a lot of things happen to a lot of kids when that did happen, you know. So yeah, I get it. I get people that parents didn't play that, you know, and I get it that people that parents, they of course they let their child, you know what I mean, spend the night with their best friend, or go to a pajama party, or either of relatives. Like let's talk about the relatives who you trust. So come on. So I'm just saying that it's just certain things sometimes, unfortunately, that we can't see and get and know 24/7. We just can't. I mean,
of course.
And that's the only thing that I'm saying. When it's certain scenarios and cases, I just don't want that reflection, because I already know that a lot of times, 9 times out of 10, it's eating that parent up. They already feel guilty and bad enough, and saying the same thing, blaming themselves, feeling guilty, wish they could have did something different, and all of that. I'm just saying, let's not paint that scenario with every parent that as to say that they're to blame because they didn't protect their child, when there is absolutely parents out there that's protecting their child to the best of their ability, and their child still have gotten violated. So when you can't be there 24/7 with your child, you just don't know. That's the thing. You hope and pray that, and I will say this, you know, having conversations with your child about, you know, if somebody touches you inappropriately in your private part, or having a conversation with your child if somebody's saying stuff to you inappropriate, or sending you inappropriate texts or emails or messages or phone calls, like whatever the scenario be, because we know a lot of times it starts with the grooming, and children don't necessarily have the mind capacity to know when they're being groomed. Hell, it's some adults being groomed right today don't even know they're being groomed. Okay. So imagine children not knowing when they're being groomed. So having a conversation is like one of the most important things that you can have with your child, and letting them know and being open with them, to no matter what that person say to them, if they threaten to kill, you know, them, the family, or you, or anybody, that still come and tell me, talk to me. We got to have those type of conversations. I would say that.
Okay, Abel's Journey says, it seems females are quick to give pushback when it comes to owning the responsibility for the roles that they play in these situations. So men need to become more demanding, not less. Okay, Abel, I agree. I agree that you know, we see, this is where I see where Patrice is coming from. We don't want to put the we don't want to put the focus on the mother because the mother's not the one that actually did the crime, right? However,
I'm not saying the focus shouldn't be on them to a certain extent. I'm saying the blame.
okay,
Like if like you saying though, if I literally go and put my child in a crack house, then yeah, I'm sloppy. I'm the blame. Like that's a no brainer, right? And I do agree that women need to be more cognizant of when they allowing their children to be left with the boyfriend and the stepfather. And I'm not saying that we need not to be more critical thinkers and being more cognizant of that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying there is narratives being pushed where they are absolutely and that convolutes and takes the blame off of who it really needs to be on, the perpetrator. That's all I'm saying. When you say,
and I
"Whoa, it's the
understand that.
mother fault," the mother shouldn't have
Yeah.
never left the child at the after school program, and knowing that it's a
Nah,
possibility that the coach could, I'm just making scenarios up. That's what I'm
right.
saying. Like it's
Yeah,
people
no, but see,
literally shifting the narrative, like completely.
yeah, but Patrice, we're not gonna conflate all that together. We're saying this particular situation where she allowed her 14-year-old girl to leave out the house at such a late hour and not knowing where she was going to go, not questioning the man that was allegedly in her life. Hey, where are you taking my daughter? Right? That to me.
But see, that's the thing, bro. It never was talked about the time. See, because you got the time that it happened. We're thinking just because he ended up taking her to an after party, it was nighttime. What if they argument happened in the daytime and he kept her like out and about all that day, and then once it turned night, no. I'm saying you're saying nighttime. It was nighttime when he took her. I'm saying what if it wasn't? That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not making an excuse. I'm saying
I hear you.
I think our conversations are getting like, that's all. I'm just saying because y'all saying I understand why y'all saying it was at night because of after party. Of course, most after parties are at night. But I'm saying, what if when they got in when the mother and daughter got into an argument and it was daytime during that time when he trusted her when they left? That's the only thing I'm saying.
I hear you, Patrice.
Right.
But
I'm not making an excuse. No, absolutely. It's no excuse.
Okay, let me ask you this question. If you had a 14-year-old daughter, you were seeing some man, and the man said, I got to give y'all some air. It's the daytime. It's like right now. It's 4:30. The man says, I'm gonna take your daughter out of here so that we can get some air. And he just takes your daughter, or he just intends on taking your daughter. I think the first thing out of your mouth, my mouth, Vaughn's mouth, Annie's mouth, any of our mouths would be, where are you taking my daughter? Not just, hey, okay, all right, I'm so mad, because that would bring me out of my madness that you taking my child out of this house and I don't know where they're going.
Absolutely, but we're talking about you being Vaughn. We're not talking about this mother, right? Who already had a relationship and built up a trust with Polight. See, it's different. People do different things. They're raising their kids differently. They're doing different traditions or ways of doing things. And don't get me wrong, guys. I'm not saying that she was right. I'm just saying that she did it differently than what you or I would have done. And just because she did and made that choice to let her daughter go with him, I'm still not saying it's her fault of what happened to her daughter. That's what I'm saying.
We're not saying that either. We're not saying that it's her fault. What we're saying is she has some responsibility in allowing the opportunity to occur, because if she had at least just questioned, hey, where are you going? I'm taking the daughter to the after party. Oh, no, you're not. Like, if he had made his plans clear.
But see, y'all making it look, see, again, y'all paint this scenario, and listen, we know Brother Polight didn't come to her and say, y'all need some air, I'm going to take her to this after party. Y'all know he didn't say that to that mother. Come on now. Y'all know he didn't say that, right? What basically whether the conversation was, look, y'all need some air, y'all getting into it, y'all being crazy, acting crazy right now. Let me just take her to get some air. We finna go get some, whatever the scenario was, guys. Like, let's not say that she knew that he was taking her to an after party, because that's just
I don't
absolutely
think she
not
knew
true.
that. Of course, I don't think she knew that. What I'm saying, Patrice, is that so even though, here's the lesson, even though we're upset, we still need to know where our children are going, what's going on. That just because we're upset, that doesn't
Oh,
absolve us
absolutely.
of
Now,
knowing.
100.
So
I
that's the
agree.
lesson. So we don't want to say, well, it's okay for you to let other people, certain situations develop just because you feel like it's okay. Yeah, you feel like it's okay. I understand that, but at the same time, we still gotta check and make sure that everything's on the up and up. I don't care, even if you do trust this person, that you still gotta, if that's not their biological father or biological mother, you still gotta find out what's going on. And then you gotta say to yourself, okay, if this person we know he didn't kidnap her because the police wasn't called for kidnapping, right? So he didn't just take her against the parents' will, right? That would have been kidnapping. She obviously was okay. Like you said, the trust was built. She was okay. Now, unfortunately, so that other people can learn this same lesson, because you can trust who you want to, like you said, the gym coach, the piano teacher, whoever, but you still got to watch them. You still got to watch these people. It doesn't, and this is what I do the.
But of course, you gotta watch them to the best of your ability, but you can't watch them 24/7 when you're not there. Is
No,
that
that's
not
what I'm
correct?
saying. You always gonna be there. If you taking them to the practice, you taking them to this, you taking them that, you're gonna be there, right? You should
Okay,
be there.
so if you are a parent that can always be there, right there, sitting there every time, 24/7, then man, hallelujah to you. That's very unlikely that I know that parents are going to be there with their child 24/7 from no matter what it is they're doing. I find that almost not humanly impossible when they have to work jobs and do other things. But okay,
Right.
let's
No,
say
I'm not saying that. I'm just
let's
saying
say that.
that
Let's
the
say that.
times where you can't be there, they can't go. Right? The times you
Okay,
can't be
so
there to make sure they can't
okay.
go.
Come on, bro. Let's be real. So you gonna say just because I can't be there and I done been there with you 20 times, but every time when I can't be there, you can't go. You gonna say that to your child and deprive your child from whatever favorite activity, hobby, whatever they into that they love to do. You gonna deprive your child just because you can't be there. Come on,
Well,
now I think
I'm
we
gonna
need
do
to be real here.
we gotta
That's
be
not
real. Okay.
realistic. Come on,
Let
bro.
me explain to you what I'm
You know
talking
you
about.
can't be there 24/7, and just because you can't, you gonna
Well,
tell your child they can't too.
let me explain what I'm talking about, Patrice. What I'm saying is you have to do a risk assessment, and in that risk assessment, you have to weigh your child's feelings against their total safety. And if you can't be there to confirm their safety, then you have to make a decision. Do I risk their safety and let them not have their feelings hurt, or do I have to hurt their feelings and be 100% sure of their safety? Now,
Now I agree with that, the decision.
wait, let
But
me say,
when the parent do decide that one time to allow that child to go and something happens, it's automatically the parent's fault.
well, I'm gonna just say it like this: who else is the person that gave the okay for the person to go? See, the parent's the one that said okay. Otherwise, it's kidnapping. If your child is taken from your
But okay,
custody,
so bro,
then it's
Clarence, you
kidnapping.
saying anytime a parent let a child do something or go somewhere by themselves and something happen, it's the parent's fault. That's literally what you kind of
I know,
saying here.
okay, but I'm saying, who else is there to say it's? Who else is there that gave the okay to go? If you go,
Okay.
it's like me. If I tell you, I say, Patrice, come to my house for this. We having a big party. You come to my house and somebody violates you at my house. God forbid, somebody violates you there. Guess what? I'm the person that invited that person in. So
I get
Obviously,
that.
when the,
I,
when the
I, I
police,
get the
when the
responsibility
police,
that you feel. I get that.
wait, no.
I,
When I'm
but
talking about the police, when the police
uh-huh.
come and try to find out what's going on, they're going to come to me because I was the
Exactly.
one that
But
brought you in
you're not
as
going to
well
go
as
to
the
jail.
person.
You're not going to go to jail for the
I
person
might,
that did it. The person that did it is going to go to jail, not you. Stop it. Come on,
okay,
bro,
no. I'm not saying. I'm not saying that. In most cases, no. But the point is, the person. If you're, see, we got to get a different mentality, in my opinion, on these kids, where they got to come first. Their safety has to
I
come
get it.
first,
You're right.
right?
I
So
understand that.
you can't be like, afraid of their feelings and afraid they're gonna get mad because we told them they can't go somewhere. So
Oh no, I
you
get
can't
it.
go. You just
Right.
can't go. If we can't, I can't be 100% square on
I
your
understand
safety.
about telling your child they can't go places a lot of time, but are we going to sit here and say that we are going to do that every time? Come on, we
No. I'm not saying
cannot.
no. I'm not saying it. As they get
That's what
older,
I'm saying.
as they get older, and you see, because as children grow, they show you different signs that responsibility is growing in them. When you see that more responsibility growing with them, and then on top of that, they may have a crew that's just as responsible as them, and you can see responsibility in the crew. You can say, okay, they're gonna go together, right? They with their little friends. You can drop them off at the mall. They're all together. They all got phones. Okay, and they're all typical, pretty responsible kids. Okay, this is probably, not gonna be that bad, right? And if they got a phone, they can call me. So that's a different scenario, right? Than a 38-year-old man taking a 14-year-old girl somewhere and you don't even know where they're going. That to me is a different situation, even if it's daytime or nighttime. So all I'm saying is we can't be scared of these kids. That's a problem
No,
with
I
what's
agree.
going on
I,
now.
I,
But we
I
scared of
agree.
their feelings and them. Well, they're gonna get mad because they couldn't go to so what, you can't go because my job is to put you in a safe situation as much as possible, right? Like you said, you can't do everything, right? You got to send them to school. Hell, the gym teacher might be out there trying to get at them. Whatever, right?
That's what I'm saying. So
you can't
so
do it.
we
You can't
know
do it
there's gonna
everywhere.
be right. We know that there's gonna be incidents where we cannot be with our kids 24/7.
Exactly.
That's the only
I
thing I'm
understand
saying.
that.
It is
I
not
understand that,
realistic.
Patrice.
Right.
I
Okay.
understand that,
I
Patrice.
don't know where our conversation got convoluted. I don't know.
Because we were specifically talking about the situation with Polight. That's what I was specifically talking about. That situation, and what I
Yeah, of
want,
course.
what I want us as a community to learn from that is that even though we may have good intentions and we might have the trust and we might have all of that, we still got to look for weird situations. We still got to have our minds open as parents when something weird is about to take place, right? Hey, I'm about to take your daughter to whatever, right? And we still got to question this person, even though we like them, we care about them. We don't
It's the
want a
same,
situation
bro.
to
It's the
occur,
same.
right?
It's the same as with anything or any relationship. Even in a relationship, we trust our mates. We trust our husband, wives. We trust our mates until they break that trust. I mean, that's life, right? We know that, right? And I'm not trying to compare the two from kids, please. So don't say that. I'm just saying, when it comes to trust, we trust people until they break that trust. She trusted him with her daughter because he had been with her daughter before by himself. Nothing ever happened. She built, again, that trust was built up with the mother and the daughter until he broke that trust. In that moment that he broke that trust, right? So it's just like a relationship or a marriage that you could be my husband, but the moment you break that trust, is that my fault? That's the only thing I'm saying.
I'm not saying
Now,
it's your fault that you.
whether
No,
we've
I'm not
been
talking about.
together 5 weeks,
No.
5 months, or 5 years, or 50 years, I'm saying
But Patrice,
trust
that's not
is
going to be
something
your
that is
fault,
earned and built up. Until that
right?
person breaks that
But
trust,
but there's just certain weird situations that I think we got to keep our eyes open for.
Of course,
There's
I'm not
there's nothing
saying
that can be.
I'm
Okay, so
not
that's all
saying
we're
that.
talking about. We're not talking
Okay.
about
All
that
right, then
she is.
would then be clear. Be clear. No, I'm just playing.
All right, all right. That's all we're saying. It's not her fault that he did this. He did this on his own. But what we're saying is certain weird situations. She could,
Yes.
we as parents,
Scenario.
we gotta,
Yeah.
because that
Oh
could
yeah,
happen to
absolutely.
anybody. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that to her in particular. That could happen
Okay,
to
so
anybody.
at the end of the day, I think the conversation is no, it's not the person that didn't do it fault. It's absolutely 100% the person that did it fault. But there is scenarios and incidents where, as parents of children underage, being around other adults, we need to have different conversations, move differently, think differently, and all of that. Let's just
We
say
can
that.
agree there. We can agree
Yes,
on that.
we can agree there. I agree. I agree with that.
Park all our cars under the
Dang,
same carport
boy,
right
that was
there.
like bro Clarence, that was like pulling teeth trying to get you to understand. That was like pulling teeth trying to get you to understand that was the
This girl crazy. This girl crazy. You know, this girl crazy. They lucky I love her so much. All right, y'all. Look, let's get up out of here. Let's continue. Right, Vaughn has been quiet for a long time, and that's something's wrong there. I don't know what's going on, man.
It
Something's
wasn't
wrong,
easy.
man.
It really wasn't easy. It wasn't
Wait,
easy.
is the cat standing on your foot, Vaughn? What's going on with you, man?
I just wanted to give space to, the conversation that you and OG was having. And so I was like, okay, yeah, let me just sit back and look at the colors, watch them unfold,
Well, I got sense. I'm gonna agree with Patrice wherever I can, right? I got good sense, right? I got good sense.
No, this is good. This is good conversation, though.
Yeah. No, definitely it is. Definitely it is, and I just appreciate the opportunity to get up here and at least, express my opinion, and my opinion sometimes is a little hard to take sometimes, but nevertheless, it's mine.
Yeah.
No, we ain't finding it hard to take. We get it.
We just were dropping some real science, man. Especially from the perspective that you had. It made it real interesting. You made yourself really clear, and you hit on a lot of points that those of us that may not have been as closely involved with a situation like that, we need to hear that. We need to hear that so we can see, and then then other parents that come here that might hear this maybe on the replay or whatever, they need to hear that so they can see, man, I'm running around here working as much, but is there a way I can, maybe take one day off and be around just to debrief my child or, my children, and just to, so we needed to hear that, brother. So I appreciate you being transparent with that, because I know, people think it's easy for you to just flip that out, but it's not. Those of us that know that. So I appreciate you for even, telling us about that situation. But I'm sorry to interrupt you, Vaughn. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, listen, there's really no, sometimes we get in these conversations and it seems like we're at odds with each other when we're really in agreement. It's just we didn't hear that part where we agree with each other. Everybody's making very good points. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And sometimes it gets a little convoluted because we don't understand that. Well, I heard you and I know you heard me, or I heard him or her, but man, listen, I still have to take that stance on, parents, please be aware. Be aware.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what I'm saying? Because there's a grooming in process. There's a plot afoot with this enemy, this devious enemy, this perverted enemy. And he definitely goes after children because he knows they're at the most vulnerable stage in their life. And so we as parents got to be on point. We got to be on guard. Patrice is right when she says, no, you can't be everywhere 24/7.
Correct.
You have to trust. You have to teach your children and trust God to cover them. See, because they could still be at school and be accosted by another little kid that has been sexually abused. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that part.
It's all kind of different scenarios, So, the conversation got pretty thick here, and I think it was for a purpose, because this whole story about this brother Polight, and I feel funny calling him polite because it's nothing polite about this situation.
Ooh, no.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But and then to say brother, you're not my brother when you do these type of things. But anyway,
Ooh, that part.
Mr. Polite, whatever you want to call him. Yeah, listen, what you do in the dark is gonna come to the light. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if these things are evident, and it seems like they're being proven to be evident, then you're gonna get what you deserve.
Yeah.
I don't believe God's gonna sit by idly and let you get away with that type of stuff. You're gonna reap some of that stuff that you sow. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And unfortunately, the mother was hoodwinked. I don't understand how, but she was hoodwinked into allowing her 14-year-old daughter to go with this grown man, after hours, being in settings that she should not have been in. You see, and I don't believe, let me just say this, Brother Clarence, I really don't believe that this is the first time that this brother pushed up on this young lady. Because that's how that spirit.
Ooh, now that's a thought.
No, but it's all in the grooming process.
Yeah.
First, it's a little rub on the leg. Then it's a little rub on the back. Then it's a little hug to make you feel comfortable.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
That's food for thought.
The grooming process. So you got to watch grown-ass men around your daughters.
That's
you
my
gotta
point,
watch
Juan.
grown-ass
And your sons.
And your sons. I was getting ready to say it.
Yeah, that's my point.
You know what I'm saying? And so, listen, I know this particular topic is very passionate for me. And I always, I ask God, please help me. I don't want to sound preachy today. I don't want to sound preachy. I don't know. I just can't help it sometimes. When it's a certain topic like this, that I'm very passionate about. But man, listen, we got to open up our eyes, ladies and gentlemen. This devil is not playing.
No,
he's not playing with you, and he's not playing with our children.
No,
he comes to kill, steal, and destroy.
Yeah.
And if we're not on guard, man, listen, we're gonna fall into some very, very horrible hardships. You see.
Yeah.
This young lady could have possibly lost her life. Thank God that she's still alive. Thank God that she's out of harm's way. I pray at this moment.
Yeah.
There's a special place, I believe, for individuals like this brother.
Hopefully, yeah.
Where's that place, Brother Vaughn? You want to tell us?
Well, I'm just saying, I believe that there's a special place for.
I believe it's a special place too. It start with an H, and we could use the proper word that they use in the Bible, Hades. They use that word instead of the other word, Hades.
But yeah, no, by all means, OG Patrice, you are my sister, and I appreciate your perspectives and your opinions. I never want you to feel like I'm trying to, buck up against you. We may not always agree.
No,
you know
I
what
don't.
I'm saying?
I don't feel that way at all.
But at the same time, I have a great deal of respect for you and Brother Clarence, because me and Brother Clarence seem like lately.
Ditto.
I don't know.
Ditto.
Me and Brother Clarence haven't been seeing eye to eye lately. I don't know
Ditto,
what it is.
ditto.
Come on, you and Patricia, I gotta go someplace where you can go to the Brother Clarence school of figuring stuff out and just learn how to disagree
Wait a
with
minute,
me.
say what? Wait, we all gotta agree all the time. Like I gotta be a yes woman. Vaughn gotta be a yes man. Like we gotta be those type of people that we see on a lot of platforms being. Oh hell to the no.
Oh, she gonna sing it. Look, she gonna
what
sing
y'all
it.
giving me at home. I got somebody disagree with me all the time at home.
Hell to the no.
But you know what the good part about it is that the bond that's created, and I appreciate that because you do have some people that when you disagree with them, they're done with you. They
Oh,
fall out with you.
yeah.
As long as you're saying yes to them, then we can befriend each other. But as
Yeah.
soon as you buck up against their system or their opinion or their perspective, well, now you're outcast.
I'm
You
taking
see
your
what I'm
rich
saying? You
fund.
can't, yeah,
I'm
you can't
taking
be
your rich
part.
fund.
Yeah, you can't be part of the club anymore. You can't be part of the club. See, but I appreciate that about us because there's a bond there that I don't believe that we're going to allow that bond to be broken. So even if
Amen.
we are in disagreement,
Absolutely not. Absolutely
right?
not.
Even though we may be disagreements on certain points or topics, you know what I'm saying? We still know how to disagree in love.
Right. Can I
Love is
tell
the
y'all a
glue.
secret? Can I tell y'all a secret? That's the reason why I got y'all up here, man. Because I know if I need to be corrected, I know one of y'all will correct, at least one. And I know if y'all don't feel the same way as me, y'all gonna tell me. And
Yeah,
and
because
it's not no big deal. You know what I
man,
mean?
look,
So that's why
Teresa's
I
good
got
at
you up
that. She'll
here.
be like, now, wait a minute, Brother Vaughn. Wait a minute.
Right.
Well, y'all do
She'll be
me,
like,
and y'all see,
wait a minute, Brother Clarence.
y'all
Wait a
do
minute,
that to
Brother
me
Clarence.
too, and y'all see, I don't get upset. I don't get upset. I don't be like no, like you can't have your own opinion, your own view. Like I don't believe in that. I believe in letting people have their own opinion and view. And like I said, two things can be right at the same time. We can agree to disagree, but I
Yeah,
think at the end of the day, we all care about the children, and we all know that the
of
children
course.
are the bottom
Of
line
course.
in this, and we all
Of
know
course.
that the
Yeah,
perpetrator is the true 100% to blame. You know what I mean? We all agree on that part.
Of course. Of course. Of
yeah,
course.
yeah, yeah.
We just want other people to, parents to, especially the younger parents, to be to keep your eyes open. Even though this person living with you keep your eyes open. That's all we saying. And we don't want to, focus the attention on the mother, but at least we trying to say, hey, look, don't you do the same thing. You keep your eyes open. But I love this man. He been around for a year. I know he been around for a year. And I know he done did this and did that and took y'all for ice cream and all of that. But you always keep your eyes open. Always. Right? Always. Like we talk about that deer going to the river. Every time they go to the river, they never go to the river and be like, ho hum, here I am at the river. No, they go to the river, they hear a twig snap, they ready to jump, they ready to run, right? Might be an alligator in the water, might be a lion coming up. Who knows what's going to happen? They always are got everything open. You know what I'm saying? Got the eyes open, all the senses are ready, just in case something is going on. That's all we saying. So I know we all agree that the kids are the most important thing, and we trying to protect the
Yeah.
kids. So no, we all know that. So
And then oftentimes when it comes to these topics, it kind of hits home for me. So sometimes I'm a little reluctant to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? But then but if I am going to talk about it, then I need to talk about it. You see what I'm saying?
right, I hear
But
you.
but sometimes they're easier than other times to speak on it, because like I said, this is something that follows you.
Yeah,
It follows you just about the rest. I'm in my 60s.
yeah.
See what I'm
Wow.
saying? It follows you throughout your life. That
Oh
that
yeah,
whole
absolutely.
experience, that whole
Yeah.
experience of being violated like that,
Hmm.
it follows you.
Yeah, for the rest of your life.
And so
Absolutely.
how you deal with it is what's based upon how you become how you're able to move on, how you're able to become successful, how you're able to overcome. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that part.
And Vaughn, just to elaborate with what you said with that, from my experience with my girlfriend, my childhood, like when we were children, when we were childhood best friends, I just say that. And she's still a friend. She'll be my friend until till the end. Um, just to say, elaborate on that. When you said what the outcome will be, or how, children that have been abused in that way, how it affects them and how it end up. And I want to be clear when I say this, because some people seem to think that every person that this has happened to, that has got help and therapy, they have been able to overcome it. There are people in this world that can never overcome that sometimes. And my girlfriend, I believe, is one of those people. When you look at people's history that have dealt with, that have came forward and said that that has happened to them, and they constantly go back and forth with trying to stay clean with drug and alcohol abuse, and people, and they battling back and forth, and people don't understand why. They have no idea psychologically the damage that that does to a person. And there is absolutely the truth of the fact that some people can never get over that, can overcome it in a sense where they can remain clean and sober until they leave this earth. My girlfriend have been battling her whole life with this, and even right to this day, she is not clean and sober. She have had bouts and spouts where she have been, but I believe, and I'm not saying that it's never too late, because she's still breathing. She can get clean again, but I believe that it will be a constant battle for her for the rest of her life. I just want to be clear, because people seem to think, well, you had counseling and you went to drug and alcohol rehab, so you should be okay. No, people have to constantly go through that and go and be in that for the rest of their life, just in able to maintain to stay clean and sober. Why you think there's been so many people that have been in NA and AA 25, 30 years, and they actually still going, actively still involved and going, because that is the only sane part of their life with therapy that is keeping them clean, that is actually keeping them clean and sober.
And listen, quiet as it's kept. See, I had a drug addiction. You see what I'm saying? And it's been 18 years now for me, that I've been able to, do what I need to do outside of that stronghold. And so I thank God for that. You see what I'm saying? You never know what people are going through.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And a lot of us, we refuse to be transparent because we want to put on airs and fronts, because we want to present ourselves as godly or perfect or this and that or the other. Listen, we all have flaws. You see what I'm saying? But thank God, but thank God for deliverance. You see what I'm saying? When you get a made up mind, God will change your life around.
Absolutely. I know I hear my sister say the same thing, who's a recovering addict, and she always say her reality is that she look in the mirror every day and tell herself that she's subject to change without notice, because she know living a life as an addict, anything can trigger or happen that can, cause her to relapse. So that's the saying of hers, that she
And so
always
you
say,
see,
I'm subject to change without notice.
and you know what?
Let something traumatic or whatever, what I mean. So and it's different with everybody. It's different, because like my girlfriend, she's still in her addiction, right? Like deep into it. Now my sister been clean, oh God, over probably 15 years now.
Wow, good for her.
So she's been doing really, really good, but she still do not negate the fact that she is subject to change without notice. Like, let something life traumatic or whatever, she'll say in a minute, I need to go to a meeting, and she might have not have been to a meeting in years or whatever, and she'll be like, I need to go.
Exactly.
And I say,
And you know what?
I
And
say
never,
go, and I
yeah,
say
and
go.
never,
You know what I
never,
mean?
right. Never put yourself in a position to where you've already arrived and it's impossible for you to fall. Even the scriptures talks about, for those of you who think you are standing, take heed lest you fall. You see what I'm saying? Because even though you fall, you can still get up. That is that part
Oh
right
yeah,
there.
absolutely. And keep trying.
They have the song says, we fall down, but we get up. And so
Right.
when Brother Clarence comes on in the beginning of the show, and it says, "Dear God, please don't let me relapse." You see,
Yes,
that
yes.
sends chills
Mm-hmm.
up and down my spine.
Yep.
Because guess what? I'm on this side of it now. I remember when
Right.
I was caught up in it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I think gave a testimony over there at Bolo, if you want to go and hear it, at the village. But But to be on this side of it, praise God. But at the same time,
Right.
don't get too heady and high-minded.
Exactly,
See?
because bro,
Because
Vaughn, you
because
know that
listen,
there are people that's on that other
yeah,
side still
it's a
fighting. Absolutely.
it's a daily walk. And so I thank God. You see what I'm saying? I know my limits. That's why I don't be over here and over there. That's why I'm not around a whole bunch of people. I don't allow people in my circle. See, what I'm doing now is more important to me than that substance. So
Right.
I keep everything else that has to do with it away from me
Right.
because I
Hmm.
know what a stronghold of it is. You see what I'm saying? All you have to do is just listen a little bit and it'll try to pull you back up into that. You
Yeah.
know, it's been some years since I've smoked a cigarette, and
Good for you, Vaughn. Good for you.
sometimes
Oh,
I get
good for
so,
you. I know
oh
you used
man,
to smoke
it's been a
cigarettes
lot.
too.
Yeah, my Newports, man. Come on. I'm smoking them Newports, you see. But
I
but
know
but
that's right.
but now that God has delivered me from that addiction of that,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
took that from me, every now and then, every blue moon, I'll get frustrated. I'll be like, man, if I could just smoke a cigarette right now. See what I'm saying?
But exact now, Vaughn, let
So
me
the
ask you this
enemy,
because I
yeah,
hear
go
my
ahead.
sister say this. No matter how long you've been clean and sober,
It's been a
she's
long time.
still she's right. But I'm correct you, and you give me your answer or scenario because she say it doesn't matter how long you stay clean and sober. Addict is always an addict, and like she said, you can subject to at any moment and any time relapse. So would that be your same analysis or answer? Would you say addict is always an addict type of answer or mentality? Meaning, yeah, I got it under control and I'm clean and sober, and it may
Yeah,
be 30 years, but I know that
yeah.
I'm still an addict. What would you say to that?
I do know that people say that and
Mm-hmm.
that they hold on to that because that has
Mm-hmm.
been a saying. I don't agree with that because I believe that
Okay.
when you are in Christ Jesus, you become a new creature. Old things are passed away, all things become new. You see what I'm
Okay.
saying? What I was yesterday, I'm not today.
Okay.
So I'm not going to confess myself as that today
I
when I
get
know
you.
that I'm a different person. You see what I'm saying? Why would I
Yeah.
still confess death? Why would I still confess all of that? You see
Well,
what I'm
I
saying?
said to my
As a wait,
sister,
wait, wait, listen. As a
mm-hmm,
man thinketh, as a man thinketh,
mm,
as a man thinketh, not help me,
mm-hmm,
God, help me say it. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he.
mm-hmm. Okay, so you're coming from a biblical and a spiritual perspective, and I respect that, right? So
Exactly.
I
But
guess
at the
she's
same time,
coming from
that's a spiritual aspect of it. But the
yes.
natural aspect of it is, listen, you can't smell it, don't taste it, don't touch it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let me
Do you
ask
see
because
what I'm
I
saying?
asked, I do. So
I
let
don't
me
know if
ask.
that makes
So
sense.
I told her I think that's a NA or AA indoctrination thing where they have them to say that, or I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
I think
And
that
I've
from
heard
her
that. Yeah.
perspective, I
I
think from
don't
her
believe in that.
perspective,
Yeah.
yeah, I think because I say, why would you call yourself that when you are not that in the moment? To me, that I wouldn't say I'm an addict unless I'm in the addiction in that moment. So I asked myself, I said, why would you say that? And she say to me, because someone that is an addict can always be subject to go back to being an addict or
Yeah.
something. I don't
And
know
that
if that
goes
makes
and that
sense, but
but that goes for anything.
okay. See, I'm trying to
That goes
understand. That's
for a
why I
whole bunch
asked
of
you.
things. Yeah,
Yeah,
and a lot of people listen. That's my opinion now. That's my
right,
faith
right.
and
Like
belief.
that's her opinion,
Now, a
right?
lot of people would
Hmm.
differ with what I'm saying. No, you're still a crackhead. No, I'm not.
No, I don't mean it like physically.
You
I
see what I'm saying?
mean addiction, like having an addiction, something that
Okay, but
if you fell
if
into, you couldn't
okay, now let me
control
okay,
yourself.
so let me say this. If whom the Son sets free is free indeed. I don't know if you've ever heard that phrase,
I have,
but
I
but
have.
if whom the Son sets free is free indeed, are they not
Hmm.
free or are they still bound?
Right. Again, and I
So why would
understand
I
you're
claim
taking it from
exactly?
a spiritual perspective.
So,
I get that.
exactly. So
Yeah.
why would I claim bondage if I've been
I
set free?
I get it. I get it. I don't mean physically in the addiction. I
But
don't
I
know.
do
I
know
guess
how. But Patrice, I do know
uh-huh.
how to say. I do know how to identify with the opening of this of this show when it says,
Mm-hmm.
"Please God, dear God,
Right.
please God, don't make
Don't
me
let me
relapse."
relapse. Right. So what I don't know what
Yeah, dear God.
I wanted your perspective because I said the same thing to her. I said, well, why would you call yourself an addict when
Well, it's
you
because they
not
want
in
to
the
acknowledge.
addiction in the moment? I don't know.
Well,
You
because
know.
some people. Well, listen, because some people feel like they've overcome when they haven't actually, and then they fall back into it. You see,
Mm-hmm.
and then they get back up out of it, and then they fall back into it,
Mm-hmm.
and then they get back up out of it,
Mm-hmm. Some
and then
people
they
do that.
fall back
They
into it.
struggle their whole
Now
life. Yeah. They
listen.
struggle their whole
When
life. Yeah.
yeah, so if that's the case, you are not free from it. See? But when you get out of it and don't go back to it, you're free from it. But you
Right.
have to acknowledge the fact that it's possible for you to go right back there again if you do the wrong things.
And
Because that's
right, and I guess
because
part
that's how
in
you
her
ended
that's
up.
saying the
Yeah,
human part in her that's saying that's why she still say
because that's
that
yeah.
once an addict is always an addict. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, but a lot of people feel that way. I disagree with that.
Yeah, and again I think that's the NAAA indoctrination of that thinking or that saying that they have them say, because I know I've heard it. I've been to NA meetings with her, to support her, and that's the analogy, and of what they say or what they teach, or those a part of those steps, that once you're an addict, you'll always be an addict. You are addict in remission, or you are addict that's clean and sober,
Yeah, but see
in the
yeah.
moment or whatever.
I get what you're
Yeah.
saying. I've heard it a
Yeah.
lot. But let me tell
Yeah.
you, whom the sun sets free. I ain't talking about the sun that rises and sets.
Well, go ahead and preach to us then, Vaughn.
Hey, because I'm just trying to tell you the truth now. See what I'm
Go
saying?
ahead.
Whom the sun sets free is free indeed. And let's listen, I don't believe that God is a liar. That goes against everything that my faith, that goes against the substratum of my faith, the foundation of my faith. God can't lie. He's not a liar. There's no
No, I
lying in.
respect that. I respect your spiritual perspective and answer to that.
So if he
But I
listen,
guess I
Patrice,
have to respect my
Patrice,
sisters too,
but
based
listen,
off of the
and I get it. But Patrice, if
NAAA,
right, if Patrice,
and
okay, so listen,
perspective, I guess.
right. So
Okay,
listen,
y'all.
wait. One quick thing. So Patrice, if God told you to take up your bed and walk, and you got up there and you walked,
I'll hold
are
up.
you
I'll be
still
like,
going to
hold
confess?
up, hold up,
Are you
hold up,
still
hold
going to
up,
confess?
hold up, Vaughn.
Are you
I'll be
still
like,
going to confess
hold
that
up,
you're
Vaughn.
bedridden?
Hold up, Vaughn. I'll be like, no, God, I'm not physically strong enough to do that. That's what I would have. That's the conversation I would have with God. Okay, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I just
I'm
threw a
just trying to
joke in
tell
there.
you.
I physically am not strong enough to do that, my Lord and Savior. I'm not.
I hear you. I hear
What's
you.
wrong with this girl? What's wrong with this girl? What's wrong with
Okay,
this girl?
so we're trying to do closing
I'm
remarks.
just
So
joking,
I'm
y'all.
going to leave it
I'm bringing
alone.
a joke in there. I'm just joking.
Yeah.
But no,
Yeah,
I
but I do
totally
understand.
respect. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
respect
get what you're saying.
your
Y'all in trouble
perspective.
now. Y'all in trouble now. Y'all
Oh,
in
here
trouble
come
now.
the police.
Get him, Sister Annie.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Oh my
The sound of the
God.
police.
Wait a minute. Here come
Sound of the
Vaughn's
police.
backup sister. I'm
I've been
surprised
good.
Bolo ain't got up here. Look,
I've been good,
Wait,
Sister Annie. I've been good, Sister Annie. It's
let
not me.
me
It's
just
them
say
Sound
too.
this.
of the police.
It's them too.
So, first of all, everybody mute up for a second. Hold on a second. Okay.
I'm
Number
muted.
one, y'all know it's 5 hours and 35 minutes. I left 35 for almost 40 minutes ago. I'm just gonna say this. To this the last point, and then Brother Clarence, you gotta close up. We want you to go home. I want y'all to, enjoy the rest of y'all day.
yes, ma'am.
But this is what I'm gonna say. Here you go, coming off mute. OG Patrice, I'm gonna say something in the back chat in a second. But so when you asked Vaughn about him, he said what it was for him. And he doesn't separate spiritual from his flesh. So I say, I wish that I had the same kind of conviction that Vaughn has. And I'm going to get there, Vaughn. I promise you that. I'm going to be able to speak in the same way that you do. And I'm saying, hold on to that. Hold on to that. Because that's what's keeping you strong. That's what's making you a stronger person each day. But y'all got to let Brother Clarence do his roundup. And you have to go through a whole lot of stuff, Brother Clarence.
Hold on.
I'm being
It ain't
good,
my
Sister
fault
Annie.
now. It
I'm
ain't my
being
fault.
Wait, I'm
good.
sorry. I'm sorry because I was asking Vaughn a question and it totally went there. So that's my fault. So.
See,
So
I'm
you can
being
drop
good.
me
That's
down.
them.
You can drop me down, Brother Clarence, but
I'm
don't
gonna have to study
drop
to
me
be
down, but
quiet.
keep me back here in case I gotta
Okay,
say something to the
I'll
back
keep you
chat.
back in the chat.
Yes,
Bring you
yes,
back.
ma'am, Sister Annie. Yes, ma'am.
Anyway, I'm gonna stay
I'm
in the
being
back
good.
too. I'm
I'm
after
being
this.
good.
I
Just
will be in
y'all.
the back after this because I have something to say.
I'm being
I'm
good.
just
That's
Yeah,
y'all. That's y'all. And it's
me
not me.
three, but Vaughn, listen, now on a serious note though, Vaughn, I really appreciate your perspective and your answer. And I know that was yours individually. And that's why I asked you, because I wanted to know the difference from the conversations I had with my sister about her sobriety and the conversations, that I'm having with you now about your sobriety. And I got a different perspective. And I respect and appreciate, because I asked you. So I respect and appreciate your answer to that. No matter what it was, spiritual, your faith, or whatever it is, my sister gave me her answer from that other sector's perspective. And that's why I asked, because I wanted to know, did you uphold that same answer? I don't know if you ever was in NA or whatever, but I know she was. And I know that was always the perspective that they came within NA and 8A. So that's all. Thank you, brother. But I appreciate your answer.
Much love. Much love.
Is
All right,
anybody
Brother
done with the
Clarence.
closing remarks?
I guess I don't know, but I listen. What else could I say?
Think you said a lot, brother, but we
I
needed
think
to
I
hear it.
said way too
That's
much.
why I didn't
Listen,
stop you
I'm
guys.
not even going to be on the stream for the next 3 times, so I can, I'm going to study to be
Now
quiet.
we coming to look for you like we was about to go looking for Risa. We're gonna come looking for you, brother, if we don't see you. So
I
you
can't
gotta be
stay
here.
away that long. But okay.
All right. So you guys are done, or any other last words for either one of you guys?
We're gonna let you close it out.
We're going to let you close it out. I just want to say great stream, great conversation. I love you guys. Good, bad, ugly, or indifferent. I love the differences. I love it all. I love everything about the conversations that we have, because we genuinely can have them without any malice, right, for each other. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate you allowing us all to have our different opinions and perspectives respectfully. And we do it respectfully to each other. So that's all I want to say. But thank you. This actually was really, really good. And I'm pretty sure with the continuance at some point we'll revisit this conversation once we know what do you call it, what the outcome of the plea is going to be. Then we can have the conversation
We'll
again.
do it again in September when he goes back to trial.
All right, now I would do my part, and I would do what my sister's asking me to do, and I'll get back in the back like she asked me to do. But I love y'all. You can drop me down now. Love y'all.
All right. Let me bring Patrice down. See, I was being good, Sister Annie. Risa, I was being good. It was Patrice and Vaughn. I was being good. All right, brother. Any other last words, man?
No, because I'm gonna be in trouble if I say one more word. So I'm just gonna say, peace and blessings to everyone.
All right, man. Thank you, brother.
Right.
Appreciate you for coming up. I'm gonna pull you down. All right, that was Brother Vaughn. That was Patrice, and Sister Annie came up here and gave us all a little something on the behind. But that's okay. We learned. We like you see, Patrice hopped off. Vaughn hopped off. I'm gonna hop off too. I'm gonna shut it down. All right, y'all. Rico ain't gonna get y'all. He gonna get me. God dang it, Clarence, I told you, you having them 5-hour streams. And he told me, he said, I talked to Rico this week, and Rico said, oh yeah, I'll be there on Sunday, no problem. I said, yeah, right. Your wife is not going to let you come over here. He's going to have to decide whether he's going to come over here or go to the Dominican route. And I think he went over to the Dominican route, which is cool. That's no problem. He'll be here when he be here, right? We don't have no contract on Rico, so he can go wherever he wants to go, right? That's the way I prefer it. Everybody goes where they want to go, and we had a conversation we want to have. But that's a good brother, man, and he'll be back when he get a chance. All right, we gotta think about Polight. We gotta think about Polight. I mean, the whole thing started, I think, from Polight. Well, I gotta say, actually, it's like Patrice said. I mean, Polight probably saw this whole day where he was going to have a chance to actually put the daughter in some type of nefarious type of situation. He probably been trying to set that up for a while by, I'll take it to the liquor store. I'll take it to this. I'll take it to that. I'll take it to this. And he building up that trust. And so he built that trust up. But ladies, let me tell you, anytime a man that's got at least 20 years on your daughter says, I'll take them somewhere, even if that's your boyfriend, that's your, your husband, your play husband, whatever you got going on, you got to look at it kind of crazy. Even if it's your brother, even if it's your cousin, I mean, me, I'm in fear of putting a girl that young in my car. I won't even put my granddaughter in my car by herself unless it's some type of emergency or something, right? My wife absolutely can't do it, right? And it's not like I think something's going to happen. It's not even that I think something's going to happen. I just know there's boundaries that I keep up just to make sure that there's no weirdness going on. My granddaughter, man, she'll go with me wherever I want her to go with me, but that's not the issue, right? I could be saying, hey, let me take her here, let me take her there. By myself. I know that, but my wife know me better than that. My wife know I'm not gonna go do nothing. I would never do nothing like that. She know how I am around other people's kids. I'm not comfortable around other people's kids. Even my own granddaughter, which is my flesh and blood, I still ain't gonna do nothing weird around her. You know what I'm saying? She just know how I don't like men that do weird stuff, weird shit around kids. I just don't like that. And so I try not to do stuff that's weird around kids, right? Hey, I'll be right back. I'm going to take my granddaughter up the street. I'm going to take her for a walk up the street. I'll make sure somebody's going to come with me. I'll walk up the street to this little store or something. I'd make sure one of my other sons comes with me. I'm never going to go nowhere by myself. And it's not because I think something's going to happen with me. I know nothing's going to happen, but it's just the appearance. You want to have a certain, you don't want to put these children in weird situations, right? They're like, why am I going with you by myself? Or what's going on there? My granddaughter with me probably wouldn't say anything, right? Because, she has no clue that people even do stuff like that, man. She's 5 years old. She has no clue that things could ever get that bad right now. So we got to protect her. We got to kind of have talks with her and say, hey, look, somebody might touch you, so this is what you do in the case of this and that. But she has no clue, right? But a 14-year-old girl maybe has had a conversation or two about sex, right? And maybe she was being groomed to be a certain way. And once he felt like she was ready to move to the next step, which was the actual illegal activity, he felt like, hey, I'm going to move in on her. I got her drunk. I got her on these drugs. She's passed out. Let me get involved with this nefarious activity. Well, I didn't listen to Patrice too long. I keep saying nefarious, right? So he did it. Now, should we blame the mother? That's a good question. I don't blame the mother, but I definitely think the mother should take the time out to say, hey, what role did I play in this situation happening? Because we cannot ignore that. I don't want to focus on the mother, but we definitely have to, because other people are listening to this situation and they might be living the same way. They might have a dude with their daughter right now that they don't know where this girl is, right? or this boy is. You know, he's out with this dude and you don't even know where they're at, right? I had a relative take one of my sons to a football game with his son. He didn't feed. I sent my son with money to eat. He didn't feed my son. He didn't give my son. My son had nothing to show for the, 20 or 30 bucks I gave him to get something to eat. I took him to a UCLA football game, right? Spent the money I gave for my son. But I said, oh, okay. I ain't never gonna. You never gonna take my son nowhere. That's it. That was it. That was like, and this was a trusted family member, right? But my son was like 13, 14 years old. So he could obviously, and he's big, you know what I'm saying? He's a big dude. So he's, it ain't gonna be no easy ride coming against him, right? But at the same time, once he displayed that this is how he thought about my son and me, I said, no, you ain't never gonna take my son nowhere. Never. That's it. It's over. Now I would take his son with me, but I would never let my son go with him. Never. All right, y'all. So anyway, we as parents, we gotta. I know it's tough because we got an extra responsibility, right? We got extra responsibility, and it's not fair, right? It's not fair because you ain't the one that did it, but ultimately, there's pockets of places where we got to be more vigilant, right? Because none of us intend our children to be, have some kind of bad thing happen to them. But we got to look at the point where we say, okay, well, hey, maybe I need to slow down on letting my child just go places with somebody. And I really don't know them. I haven't met their family. I haven't, I don't really know what they're about, what's in their heart, right? I don't even know what their objectives are. Why they so interested in my child? What's going on? See, you got to see. And I'm not saying it. You might have a good dude. You might, okay, all right, right on. You might have a good dude. He might be a good dude, and he might just generally be interested in making your child be a good man, raising your child to a good man. That might be, but still, if he's that good of a dude, he's gonna understand that you, of course, gonna be questioning things. Of course. In this day and age, man, it's so easy for, like Vaughn was saying about relapsing. Ain't none of us came out the sky. None of us fell out the sky, man. We all came up out the mud. You know what I'm saying? We all came out the mud. So none of us is too high and mighty to be able to fall down. That's why we got it. I'm glad we got a place like this where we can come together and encourage each other to stay on the right track, stay good, doing good, encourage each other, because there's so many other places, man, where you go, man, and all they want to talk about is how bad other people are doing and not encourage anybody to do anything better, right? At least we're trying to find solutions, man, for the situation. And some people might take some of the solutions, some people might not, right? Some people might look at it from Patrice's perspective. Some people might look at it from Vaughn's perspective. Some people might look at it from mine. Some people might look at it from any's perspective. So and we can all disagree. It's not no problem. As I tell y'all, man, that's why I got these people up here, not because I like them. I do like them. I love them, but that's not the reason why I got them up here. I got them up here because I know if something get faulty, they see Brother Clarence stepping way over here, right? I'm sitting here talking to y'all now, and then I come on the air and start talking about, yeah, I saw this 14-year-old girl walking down the street. I decided that I'm going to give her a ride. I'm going to give her a ride. No, man, the most I would do is where you live at. Where you live at. Oh, okay, I need to, here's an Uber. Take this Uber down there, right? Call your mama, tell your mama, let me talk to your mama on the phone. Let your mama know that you coming, right? I'll put you in the Uber, man. I am definitely not going to put you in my car unless I know you and I know your family or something. Other than that, I'm not going to do it. Not because I don't think anything's gonna happen, but it's just the weirdness of it. 54-year-old man picking up a 14-year-old girl on the street, man. That's weird, bro. That's weird. I would never do it. So we got to encourage each other, man, to be strong, be sane, because any one of us could go crazy, right? Any one of us could relapse, go back to the old mentality we had. That's why we got to hold on to whatever spiritual connection we got to the God in the heaven, the Most High. We gotta keep that connection, man, because that, when you have that connection and it's strong, you show you when weird stuff is happening, right? Man tells you, hey, I'm taking your daughter out of here. I'm gonna go do this. We'll be back. See, that's weird. I need to know where you taking my daughter and when you gonna be back, right? That's just me. That's how I roll. My son used to roll out of the house. I say, where you going and when you coming back? And they be like, well, I gotta tell y'all. I said, because if you don't show up here at the time you said, I'm gonna need to know where I can go to start kicking some asses and taking some names. And so you need to tell me where that is. I need to know where you're gonna be at. Because that's where they're gonna find the corpses, right? But I was in much better shape then. I was able to just pop people back then, man. I could still get a little something in, but not like I used to, man. I used to take on about 2 or 3 people at the same time. It was no problem. Now it's probably about 1.5 now. But man, I used to be like, hey, he said allegedly. But anyway, man, y'all. So we're gonna close out and then we're gonna get on out here. 5 hours, 52 minutes. We 6 hours in. So I gotta shut it down, man. But what do y'all think about Polight? Polight, we'll see what he's gonna do. If he got a brain in his head, he's gonna plead. Because if they put all them experts on the stand, if they put the baby on the stand, if they put the mother on the stand, he won't even make it out of the courtroom. Somebody will jump on him as he's going down the hall, going down the walkway. He'll never make it out of the courtroom. And when that stuff hits the internet, he won't even be able to live in a trailer home in the swamps in Florida. He'll be done. He'll be done, man. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, they won't even be able to put him out there in the alligator farms. He's just done. And I'm sure that's what they're trying to negotiate to get him to not have to register, because he knows that's going to stay with him for life in Florida. I think in California, you can do something about it. Not I think, I know. In California, you can do something about it. But in Florida, I think it's a lifetime hookup, man. Lifetime hookup, and that's bad for any person trying to do any business. That's bad. You in trouble, right? What the dude used to say. What was that show? That's My Mama. When Isaac used to say, "You in trouble," or no, that was Good Times, right? I think Sweet Daddy used to say, JJ, you in trouble. Shout out to Sweet Daddy. Y'all don't know nothing about Sweet Daddy, man. All right, let's see. Let's do the rundown. We talked about a lot of different stuff. We talked about Polight. We talked about responsibility of parents, and we talked about the effect. Vaughn did a great job of illustrating the effects on, when somebody has something like that happen to them, and it's still sticking with you for the rest of your life, man. It's like it's hard to crawl away from. Sometimes you have points in your life where you forgot about it, you forget it, you can put it down, but it's always close by, right? And it's always something that you have to contend with, right? So we talked about that. So it's a lot of stuff for y'all to go over, man, and y'all look at the replay and see it. Anyway, y'all, hopefully we gave y'all some information that could help you in trying to do better. Anybody that's out here live now and anybody that's on the replay, hopefully we did something. We're trying to help. That's all we're trying to do is help the community, man. Just a little small segment of YouTube. We're trying to help the community. All right, let's look at the let's do the rundown, y'all. Let's do the rundown. The chat is where it's at. Shout out to Abel's Journey. Came through, man. Came through and was dropping some science on us. The chat is where it's at, man. Shout out to the chat. No bots, no knuckleheads. Guess we got it when you got a chat, you got a serious person in the chat, which is of course Risa Neal is our main person, but everybody in the chat is always Sister Eddie always greets people in the chat. So it's not like we're gonna let you come in here and don't nobody see you. No, we see you. We're gonna greet you. And then we got somebody like Risa that's gonna hear, you're gonna hear that click, click, click. That means you better not act up, because poof, you gone. Poof. Yes, Danny. Strong performance from the chat. Very solid performance from the chat, as always. As always. Good job, everybody in the chat. Who else? Okay. Let me do the stage, and then we out of here. Who was on the stage? Vaughn Bryant was on the stage. What do you think about Vaughn Bryant's performance today? I think it was super solid. Super solid. Shared some very emotional information with us, man. But for the good of the community, right? For the good of the community, so other people could see the effects of it, right? So I'm going to give Vaughn a super solid, a super strong performance. Very solid, very, very, very strong performance today, man. Very solid. What else can I say about Vaughn's performance today, man? Shout out, very, very strong. Who else was on the stage today? Patrice. What about Patrice? How did Patrice do today? Right? Came up and, as you, and then as strong as always, but, she had her own opinion about, hey, y'all, wait a minute, hold on, y'all. Don't put both feet on the mother. Hold on. Wait a minute. Polight is the perpetrator. Let's not blame him. I see where Patrice was coming from with that. I do. That's why I was trying to say we could have a happy medium where, definitely the blame of the actual incident goes to Polight. Absolutely, 100%. But we want to be able to tell parents that, hey, man, I know it's not fair, but there's an extra. We got extra duties. We got extra responsibilities when it comes to these kids, man. And anywhere we can guarantee their safety, we probably gonna have to step in there, right? I mean, you got to do stuff like send them to school, but you know what's going on there. I'm talking about there's points where people gonna try to take your child, and you don't know. They don't tell you where they're gonna take them, or they don't want to tell you where they're gonna take them, or they lie and say, "I'm gonna take them here and I'm gonna do that." Or the music teacher say, "Yeah, I'll pick her up. I'll pick her up. I'll pick them up, and I'll bring them back when I'm done." Oh no, you're not. Oh no, you're not. And we can't be scared of these kids. Say, "Well, I didn't even get to go. I wanted to go, and I couldn't even go because you were working." Hey, you can't. My sons used to tell me when they used to ask, and my son got to about 13 or 14, my oldest boy, he said, "I don't even ask if I can go and spend a night nowhere because I know you're going to say no." I said, "You damn right I'm going to say no." Right? That's what he told me at 13. At 26, he said, "Man, you know what? I got to give it to you, man." He said, "You didn't let us spend the night nowhere, and I thank you for that." This is what he told me at 26. He said, "I thank you for that." He said, "I didn't understand it at the time. I thought it was really, really hard that you didn't let us do that." He said, "I thought we was being some kind of way, you was hating on us." He said, "But I understand now. And I thank you for that. Because I'm the same way with my daughter." I said, "I know. I know." See, those are little thank yous you get as a parent, right? Especially as a father. Ain't a lot of thank yous in this fatherhood game. Ain't a lot of prestige. Ain't, yeah, you might have a kid that go to the NFL or something like that. But the real thank yous is when they come and say, "Man, you taught me this lesson. I didn't understand it, but as an adult, I do now. I can appreciate why you did what I did. Why you did what you did." So, that we got to just agree to be able to look at our children and not be. We can't be scared of these kids, man. They cry. That's on them. They'll figure it out later. You know what I'm saying? That's what I told myself about my children. Hey, they'll figure it out later. You know what I'm saying? Because if I got to even worry and think to them myself, I don't know this person that well. But I know they want to go and hang out with these people, but I don't know these people that well. I got to turn it down. All right. They'll get over it. Right? Anyway, Patrice came up here. What do y'all think about Patrice? Right? Shout out to Patrice. She gave the other side of the argument, gave the other side of the story. And well, we need that, y'all. We need that. See, because we basically were all saying the same thing, right? We were just saying it in different ways, right? That's basically what was going on. But anyway, shout out to Patrice. She did I'm gonna give Patrice a super solid today. I'm gonna give her a super solid because she kicked back on me. She kicked back on me, y'all. How could she do that? How could she do that? How could Vaughn and them do that? But I love it, man. See, that's why I don't have a bunch of panel full of yes people. I mean, when they agree with me, they agree with me. But when they don't, they don't. And then they tell you why. And they tell you in an intelligent way, like Patrice laid it out in an intelligent way, right? I had to even consider what she was saying, right? At first, I was like, what's Patrice talking about? But then when she laid it out, I said, okay, I can understand it, right? You trust this man. This man been in your house, been living with you all this time. Of course, you're going to trust him, right? You're going to build up a certain level of trust with the man, right? So I understand that. So I had to, see, my thing is, if you're going to disagree with me, make it make sense. Then we can have a conversation, right? That's what I like about these people. We're going to have a conversation. It's going to make sense. Now, I may not agree, and she may not agree, or eventually, you might pull me over, right? Because Patrice kind of got me over a little more when she starts saying, hey, she lived with the man. Of course, at certain points, you're going to be like, oh, okay, well, you're going to be more comfortable. I had to acknowledge that. Okay, all right. But anyway, shout out to Patrice. Super solid. Give her a super solid today. Very strong performance, as always. OG Patrice. What about Sister Annie? Excuse me. I'm coming back up there, right? I'm coming back up there, right? I already came up there once. I'm coming up there again. I knew somebody was in trouble. That's why I was telling them, it ain't me. I've been good. It's them two. Them two is the ones, Vaughn and Patrice. They the ones, right? Shout out to Sister Annie. How you Sister Annie do today, right? Man, two things that you gonna get, Sister Annie gonna get into you for. That's the word and them kids, man. She ain't gonna them two things, man. She ain't gonna play with you on that, man. She gonna go in on you and tell you how she really feel about them kids, about that word, man. Shout out, good sister, man. And she came up, did her thing. Didn't stay too long, but hey, man, she came in and said what she had to say, and it's always on point. It's always what we need to hear, right? So shout out to her. I'm gonna give everybody a super solid today, a super solid, because it was a tough conversation to have, right? Especially when Vaughn brought up his situation that happened with him. It was very difficult to talk about, right? It was getting very difficult situation. We got through it though, out of just our sheer love for each other, but it's still difficult, right? You can see Vaughn struggling with it a little bit, right? But we got through it, y'all, because we generally love each other. We generally care about each other, right? You know what I'm saying? So that was that. So we was able to put it into a language where we could talk about it and everybody could kind of relate to the stuff that they could relate to, and then the stuff that Vaughn brought up that we needed to hear. We couldn't relate because some of us haven't been through it, but we could hear it and have a better understanding of the situation, why parenting is so important, which I think was Vaughn's ultimate message, was that parenting is very important and we got to take it more seriously as a group, as a community. right? But shout out to Sister Annie. She came up, did a super solid job, expressing herself on these kids. We appreciate her all the time. Sister Annie told me in the back chat, I'm not gonna say that. I said, no, you are gonna say something, right? You are, because I know you're gonna bring something that to the picnic that we can eat, right? I know you brought something, so you're gonna open that little basket up and give us something, right? All right, y'all. That was everybody. Super solid. Everybody did a great job. Good conversation. Well, I'm sorry, y'all. This ain't certain channels where everybody's going to agree with everybody. Or when we disagree, everybody's going to be stomping off and be mad. This is not that kind of channel. We might disagree and be passionate about the situation, but we gonna definitely all kiss and make up at the end. So, we're going to have a good conversation. So if you want to join us and have this conversation, you're welcome to come and join us next time. All right, y'all. We're going to get on out of here. 6 hours and 6 minutes. Join us again. I think we're coming back Thursday. I forgot. I got another stream coming up on Thursday. Oh, why do we hang on to these people that do these kind of different things, the nefarious things? There you go, Patrice again. These nefarious things in the Black community, and we still even though all the evidence has come out that they're guilty, right? You can't get past the DNA. DNA? Come on now. Come on. DNA? Can't. But we still hang in there with them. Right? When it's obvious that something out of pocket happened, right? All right, y'all. We'll talk about that on Thursday. We'll take Tuesday off, and we'll see y'all back here on Thursday. All right. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in there with us. We'll see y'all next time. Love y'all. Peace.